SEAL Team 4, Book 6. Seal's Justice by Katie Knight and Leslie North. Chapter 1. Natalia. Oh my, look at that. Alice, my partner for the lunch shift, wolf whistled. Alice was in her 60s and absolutely unafraid to say whatever was on her mind. I admired her for that. I followed her gaze to the man standing in the doorway to the diner. Oh my, indeed. The adage tall, dark, and handsome definitely fit this guy. Broad shoulders, strong jaw, piercing eyes. A real dish, as Alice would say. Not a St. Francisville local, that was for sure. My son, Elias, and I had been living in the small Louisiana town since October, almost 5 months now, and I was pretty sure I'd met just about everybody. If I'd crossed paths with him before, I'd have remembered. He wasn't the kind of man you forgot. Should I be worried? I wasn't sure. On the one hand, strangers could mean bad news for me. On the other hand, I didn't want to upend this new life I'd managed to carve out for Elias and me just because I got paranoid. I shrugged and tried to ignore the little thrum of adrenaline spidering through me, turning instead to grab the coffee carafe on the back counter. If you're into that sort of thing. I smiled at the pair of elderly men in front of me. More coffee? They both nodded and thanked me as I filled up their half-empty mugs. Lunch was usually crowded at the diner. St. Francisville was the only town for miles around, so the locals all tended to coalesce here around mealtimes. It made those shifts a little chaotic, but I didn't mind. I liked the day patrons. They were nicer and tipped better. Alice's laughter was warm. Now, don't be coy, she chided me. That's a good-looking man. One of the elderly men, Lester, always orders a tuna melt, I thought absently, grinned at Alice. Handsome as me, Cher? His voice was thick with a Cajun accent I still sometimes struggled to understand. I've been fluent in English all my life. It's one of the 3 national languages of my home country. But before I moved to the U.S., I had no idea just how heavy different American accents could be, especially in Louisiana. Sometimes I wondered if Southerners actually enjoyed being hard to understand. Oh, much more handsome than you, Les, she cooed, and I laughed with the rest of them, warm and happy. I glanced at the man in question again. He had found a booth in the corner and had dug out a menu from the pocket fastened to the wall. Well, there you are, I said. He's in your section. Alice clicked her tongue against her teeth. I think you should take him, darling. He's in your section. I glanced over at my section. The patrons there were all eating and chatting. I'd need to check drinks in a few minutes, but there was nothing I needed to rush to handle. Leah, honey, Alice said. Sometimes you gotta live a little. I raised my eyebrow at her. Live a little by taking your customer for you? He's handsome, she insisted. Go flirt with him. I scoffed at her. Absolutely not. You know I don't bother with all of that. Even if I wanted to bother with a relationship, which I didn't, caring for Elias didn't leave much time for it. And anyway, it wasn't safe. Letting anyone in too close risked them finding out too much about me. I couldn't risk it. Not after last time. Alice pushed at my arm, playful but firm. I'm not telling you to marry the man, darling. Just go get his order for me. Smile pretty at him. I sighed, but my irritation was mostly feigned. Something about Alice reminded me of my mother, and it was hard to say no to her when she got stubborn like this, especially when I knew she saw it as her way of looking out for me. I grabbed my order pad. Okay. Alice smiled, brilliant. I'll start marrying the ketchups for you. I waded through the busy diner, noting the plates that could be cleared and drinks that needed to be filled for when I came back through, until I was standing beside his booth. Up close, the man was even more attractive. He'd taken off his jacket, and his Henley emphasized the muscles in his shoulders and arms. For a moment, I let myself wonder what it would be like to flirt with someone like this for real. But I couldn't. Not here. Not now. I put on my best smile. Hi, I'm Leah, I greeted, doing my best to keep my words in the front of my mouth. To sound American. In a big city, maybe it wouldn't have mattered that I spoke English with an unusual accent. But in a small town, I did my best not to stand out in any way. I couldn't quite sound like a native Louisianan, but I could sound neutrally American. Do you want to hear about today's specials? Or are you ready to order? I'm not actually here for lunch, he said. He flipped over what I thought was his wallet on the table to reveal a badge. Natalia Koza, I'm Special Agent Adrian Pierce with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I need to ask you a few questions. As soon as he said my real name, the bottom dropped out of my stomach. I don't know who that is, I bluffed. My name is Leah, like I said. Agent Pierce didn't believe me. I could see it in his face. I know that's not true, Ms. Koza. A tremor of fear ran through me, and I gripped my order pad until the paper crinkled beneath my fingers. I'm not who you're looking for, I said. If you're not going to order anything, you need to leave. We're busy. I tried to turn and leave, but then I felt his fingers encircle my wrist. I jerked back out of his hold. Do not touch me, I hissed at him. Get out of here. I can't do that, Ms. Koza, he insisted, his long fingers still gripping me tight. I need to talk to you about the night your brother was killed. Anton. My mouth filled with saliva and bile splashed the back of my throat, but I forced myself to breathe through it. I hadn't allowed myself to think about my brother in a long time. Since I'd gotten word that he'd died nearly 2 years ago, shortly after Elias and I left the Republic of Wathan. You need to leave. Now. Your brother? I shook my head. I don't want to hear about my brother. His face was triumphant, and I realized, a beat too late, that I had confirmed what he already knew. That I was Natalia Koza. Moron, I berated myself. It was only a matter of time before he called in backup or ICE or whoever to haul me away. I'm not here to bust you for forging your documents, Agent Pierce said, motioning for me to sit down. I really do need to talk about your brother. I was a part of SEAL Team 4, the SEAL team that was sent to extract him and bring him here to the U.S. A pained look shadowed his face. I was with him when he died. I don't want to hear any of this, I protested. Even to myself, I sounded weak. And I didn't walk away. But I didn't sit down either. I needed to be ready to run. Just hear me out, he said. Your brother said some things after he'd been shot. It didn't make a lot of sense, but I didn't get the impression he was babbling or delirious. I think he knew exactly what he was saying, that it was some kind of code. I thought you might be able to help me interpret it. He sounded earnest, but that didn't mean I was ready to trust him, badge or no badge. Stan Pullman from the U.S. Marshal's office had a badge too. He'd been perfectly professional at first, until he sold us out. For all I knew, this man was here to do the same thing. I couldn't believe this was happening again. Elias was finally making friends at school. His bestie was turning 9 this weekend. Elias had been invited to a sleepover. He'd been looking forward to it for weeks. But now, instead of cake and ice cream, he was going to have to go on the run, sleeping in the car and driving until we ended up God knew where we'd have to start all over again. I'm so sorry, Sakharov. I looked around at the busy diner, at the large picture windows and the sunny, chilly day beyond. Would there be federal officers waiting for me when I stepped outside later? Would someone be there to stop me when I tried to make my escape? I need to check on my other tables, I said. Ms. Koza, Agent Pierce said, voice gruff now. This is a serious matter. I get a break in 20 minutes. It wasn't even a lie. And it was enough for him to let me go for now. But he'd be in for a surprise in 20 minutes when he realized I was long gone. I forced myself not to rush back to the counter. I knew Agent Pierce would be watching, so I took my time, picking up plates and checking in with customers as I went. By the time I'd gotten back to Alice, I had a hold on myself and a plan forming in my head. How was Tall, Dark, and Handsome? Alice asked as I came around the counter and began printing receipts for the tables who were ready for their checks. I snorted. He asked too many questions. Alice chuckled. He was interested then. Not in the way you're thinking. The only person who matters to me is Elijah. Being only 8, Elias did better with an alias that was as close to his actual name as possible. He'd only slipped up once back when we were in Las Vegas and everything was still new. I hated that we'd have to find yet another new name for him, but there was nothing to be done about it now. If Agent Pierce had found us, others could as well. It wasn't safe to stay. I looked at Alice and my heart panged. She was such a dear friend. I was going to miss her. For safety's sake, I couldn't even tell her goodbye. "You're still so young," Alice said. "Surely you won't spend the rest of your life alone." "Elijah, we'll eventually leave the nest," the older woman interrupted. "That's what little chicks do. You have to think about your life after he's gone." She had no way of knowing how much those words were a punch to the stomach. Elias was diagnosed with Lohr's disease at age 5. In most cases, a child with Lohr's didn't make it to age 18. His diagnosis had been devastating for all of us. My then-husband, unable to deal with the news, withdrew more and more until our family crumbled apart. We were divorced within the year, and he made no effort to keep in touch. My brother, on the other hand, leaned in, going above and beyond to make sure we were looked after in every way he could provide. He was a good man, and even if his profession was not exactly legal, he made good money, and I knew he would have spent every penny on us if I'd let him. He'd adored his nephew. They'd had a wonderful, special bond. And when Anton learned the best medical treatment for Lohr's was in the US, I knew he was going to find some way to get us here. I just never expected him to turn informant against his powerful boss, agreeing to trade information to Interpol in exchange for witness protection and a new life for the 3 of us in the US. Elias and I arrived first and were given our new identities and taken to our new home by the US Marshals. We expected Anton to join us any day, but nothing turned out how Anton and I had hoped. I swallowed around the sudden clench in my throat. "I'll cross that bridge when I come to it." Before Alice could say anything else, our manager, a heavy-set man that we called Cookie, stuck his head out of the kitchen. "Leah, empty the trash, will you?" It was normally the dishwasher's job, but the teenage boy Cookie had hired was still learning the ropes, and he didn't always move swiftly. And besides, I would take any excuse to get away from Agent Pierce's measured gaze. "Sure, Cookie." Alice put a hand on my arm. "I'll take care of Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome while you're gone, if you want." I could kiss her. My heart ached at the idea that I would never see her again. "Thanks, Alice," I said, unable to stop myself from adding, "for everything." Tears stung at the back of my eyes as I walked into the kitchen. It was small and crowded, stuffed with every kind of commercial kitchen appliance Cookie could get his hands on. I wasn't sure if he knew how to use half of what he had. Cookie had put the bags of garbage near the back door for me. I opened the door and held it open with my foot while I grabbed the 2 bags. I hadn't taken a half a dozen steps toward the dumpster when a strong arm wrapped around my waist. I dropped the bags, inhaling to scream, and a hand, meaty and sweaty, clamped over my mouth. Agent Pierce, I thought, berating myself for not being more cautious. When his nice guy approach hadn't gotten him what he'd wanted, he'd resorted to violence. I should have expected that. Men like him don't care what lines they have to cross to get what they want. It would be a mistake to scream. Shoot, that wasn't Agent Pierce. So who was it? His partner? Someone else? Just how many people had come here to track me down, and were they all working together? Not that it mattered, really. I wasn't about to go willingly with any of them. I struggled in the man's grip, but it was like trying to fight a steel wall. "Settle down," the man crooned. Bile splashed the back of my throat. "You did a good job hiding since Las Vegas, but our boss needs to speak with you." Las Vegas? The memories of what had happened there made me shiver. I could still hear Elias screaming as men busted through our front door. I had given myself shin splints running with my boy in my arms, but I couldn't afford to get lost in memories now. Instead, I opened my mouth just enough to set my teeth into the man's palm. He grunted in pain and squeezed my nose shut, cutting off my airway. That wasn't very nice, now was it? The lack of air burned my lungs, and the harder I tried to fight, the less my muscles seemed able to move. Dark spots danced in front of my eyes. I was going to pass out. My last coherent thought. Elias.
Chapter 2. Adrian. I came around from the side of the restaurant to find a wall of a man bear-hugging Natalia to his chest. She was struggling against him, but her movements were weak, and it was easy to see why. He was cutting off her airway, and she was on the verge of passing out. Or worse. If his grip was too tight, a crushed trachea could kill her. And maybe that was what he wanted. I picked up the nearest thing I could lay my hand on, the lid of a garbage can, and brought it down on the guy's head. It didn't knock him out, but it startled him enough that he dropped Natalia to the ground. As he spun and swung out, I blocked him, keeping an ear out for her coughing as she took in a lungful of air. Good, I thought, even as my eyes focused on the man in front of me. He got his wits about him too quickly for me to have a chance to get to my gun, and he roared as he lunged at me. I feinted to the left, ducking another swing of his massive arm, then grabbed his swinging arm and used the leverage of his moving body to bring him down into my knee. The man's nose exploded into a globby red mess, and he howled in pain. I brought my fist down into his face again, and he collapsed into a heap. "Pierce!" Natalia called, terror choking her voice. She was pointing over my shoulder, and I whipped around, freeing my 9mm from the back holster and aiming at the new arrival running our way. I fired, center mass, and the man grunted with the hit, but didn't fall. So he was wearing a vest then. He kept coming toward me and fired back at me. It went wide, as I expected. It was a rookie move on his part to even try to aim while running. Natalia shrieked, scrambling so she was pressed against the diner's brick exterior. I was glad she was as out of the way as she could be, given the situation. I fired at the man again. We didn't have long. Someone from the diner would have heard the shots and the screams. The police had probably already been called. This time I hit him in the leg, and the man crumpled with a scream. I approached him warily, kicking the gun away from his hand and waiting to see if he went for a backup piece. Thankfully, he was more focused on clutching his leg and moaning. I turned my gun to use the handle as a club and knocked him out, glancing over to make sure the first guy was still down. With the threats taken care of, I turned to check on Natalia, but she was gone. Of course she is, idiot, I scolded myself. What did you expect a civilian to do? Honestly, moving to put some distance between herself and a gunfight was probably the smartest thing she could have done. But it didn't make it any less frustrating to have her vanish after all the months I'd spent trying to track her down. Figuring she must have gone around to the parking lot in front, I followed after her, feet heavy on the concrete. As soon as I spotted her, I broke into a jog to close the distance between us. I put my hand out to touch her shoulder, to tell her she was safe. Natalia immediately drove her elbow backward into my gut, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Ow!" I yelled. "Darn it!" Natalia looked over her shoulder, ready to hit me again, and her pretty hazel eyes went wide. "Oh, it's you." Despite the tension of the moment, I couldn't help noticing that she was gorgeous. The kind of beauty that didn't seem real, delicate with a plush mouth that looked amazingly soft. Quite a contrast to her fierce eyes, hard enough to cut through steel. You shouldn't grab someone who's just been attacked like that. "I'll remember for the future," I said, voice breathier than I would have liked. She'd knocked the wind out of me. "Where are you going?" she scoffed. "After all that, did you think I would stay?" Her words were harsh, and she winced, pushing a hand through her hair. "Look, thank you for stopping those men, but—" "You're right that we need to go, but I still have questions," I said. "Come with me. I'll keep you safe." I heard a groan behind us, and in the distance, there were sirens. "We need to go. Now." I could see in her face that she didn't fully trust me. but I got the sense that she was more scared of the sirens and the thugs than she was of me. Fine with me. I'd take being the lesser of three evils. I pulled her across the street to where I had parked. "Am I under arrest?" she asked as I opened the passenger side door for her. "Have you committed a crime?" I asked, ushering her into the seat. She glared at me. "You know I've been using a false identity. Surely that's—" She waved a hand dismissively. "Fraud or something. That's what you're holding over my head, right? I'm not here to arrest you. I just need information. And there won't be a federal agent banging on my door in a few days." "Will you even be at your door in a few days?" I shot back. She frowned but nodded as if conceding the point. We both knew her identity here had been burned. Sticking around wasn't an option. Not if she wanted to stay alive and keep herself and her son out of a dangerous man's hands. I pulled away from the curb just as a police car pulled in. We were able to drive past without getting flagged to stop. "Where are you taking me?" she asked. "My motel room." I felt her stiffen beside me and hid a wince. Yeah, I could have phrased that better. I missed my SEAL team. Where talking wasn't my strongest suit, I could rely on Nate and Owen to pull me through. "I wrote down what your brother said. I just want you to look at it." She narrowed her eyes. "That's it? Once I've done that, I can get my son and leave, and you won't try to stop us." "That's—" A car came screaming around the corner, barreling toward us, and I yanked the wheel to one side, lurching the car out of the way. Natalia yelped. Her hand scrambled for the door handle. "What was that?" The car that nearly bowled into us swung around, and I swore aloud. Apparently, those two thugs at the restaurant hadn't been alone. I shouldn't have been surprised. Hayes had a private army at his beck and call. He could send out as many men as it took to get the job done. Well, he wasn't getting what he wanted today. Not on my watch. "Hold on, okay?" Natalia braced herself, and I flattened the pedal to the floor, racing through the small-town streets with the other car was hot on our tail. Adrenaline kicked through my veins, and I felt almost nostalgic. Something about this kind of danger sang in my very blood, reminding me of the best days I had as a SEAL before it all fell apart. The other car kept pace with us, nudging us even as I pushed it all the harder. "Please," Natalia murmured, mostly to herself. "Please, please, please, please." We turned down one street after another, but our tail wouldn't shake loose. "Can you keep the wheel steady?" "What?" "Take the wheel," I told her. Her hands were shaking as she leaned into the driver's side and put a hand onto the wheel, but I saw the way she set her shoulders, saw the determination in her eyes. She wasn't going to let me down. "Just keep it steady," I said and rolled down my window, grabbing the 9mm I had shoved into the door pocket when we first got in. "You okay?" I asked Natalia. She nodded, eyes firmly fixed on the road. "Do what you need to do," she said. "I've got this." A little zing of desire zipped through my belly. Smart, tough, capable women had always been my kryptonite. Now is not the time, I told myself. Turning, I leaned out the window, aiming at the tires of the other vehicle, but our car swerved before I could pull the trigger. "Steady, Natalia," I barked. "Keep it straight." "I'm trying," she yelled back. "Hurry up. There's a curve up ahead, and we will end up in the swamp." I steadied my arm, took a breath, and squeezed down on the trigger. The front tire of the car trying to ram into my bumper exploded, and the car swerved across the median, out of the driver's control. I turned back and resettled into my seat, my hand sliding over Natalia's as I took the wheel back. Her skin was smooth, pleasant to the touch, and even though there was nothing intimate about the way my fingers brushed hers, my heart still skipped a beat. She jerked her hand away like my touch had burned her. I glanced over at her. "You did good," I said, quickly pulling myself together. "Huh?" Steering, you did good. Her throat clicked as she swallowed. Thanks, she said.
Natalia, if I throw up on the dashboard, how mad will he be? My stomach was steadily trying to climb into my throat. I held it together as long as I could, knowing we needed to put some distance between ourselves and the other car, even if it was disabled. But after another minute of driving, I couldn't hold back anymore. I think... My mouth filled with saliva. Pull over, now. Luckily, Agent Pierce didn't ask questions. He stopped and I threw the door open just in time for my breakfast to come back up. Here. I turned back and he handed me a water bottle. I nodded my thanks and broke the seal, rinsing my mouth out with the lukewarm water. Those men. Seeing them made me remember. I shuddered, unable to continue. Have you come across them before? I took another sip of water and a few deep breaths, trying to force myself to calm down. Not them personally, but I was attacked months ago in Las Vegas. They broke into my home. Elias and I barely got away. He was contemplating something. Do you know who Ian Hayes is? He owns the Hayes Group, right? The private military. I'd grown up with groups like that coming into and out of the Row W. Perks of living in a country with an unstable government. The situation was so bad no one wanted to send their real soldiers. Too much of a risk of troops dying and the public back home getting up in arms. But independent contractors filled the gap, for better or for worse. Mostly for worse. I have reason to believe he's involved in illegal smuggling, arms, antiquities, military secrets, anything he can sell in all the countries where he has units stationed. And I think your brother had something to do with it, Agent Pierce said. He looked over his shoulder. Come on, we should get moving again. I just nodded, still trying to wrap my brain around what he'd said. I knew Anton worked for someone powerful. Interpol wouldn't have been interested in him as an informant unless he had dirt on someone high level. But he'd been closed-mouthed about the details, wanting to keep that part of his life far from Elias and me. I don't want to know, I decided. Take me back to my car. I had to get Elias, and we had to get out of here. Agent Pierce scoffed. So you can go on the run and make me chase you down again? Not happening. Who's making you do anything? If you don't want to chase me, stay here. Or go home. Or go to the moon for all I care. What you decide to do isn't my problem. It is my problem when you're clearly in danger. I can protect you. I don't need you to do that. Elias and I have been just fine on our own. Agent Pierce made a loop of the street we had gone down, and from what I could see, he was heading back into the town proper. He glared at the road ahead of him. You've been surviving, but how sustainable is that? I can help you. I've heard that before. From the U.S. Marshal who was my contact when Elias and I first arrived. But then he sold us out, I said. His eyebrows shot up. How do you know he was the source? I overheard him talking to someone. Hayes, maybe, about getting me to the meetup location. I don't know what those men, or you, want with me, but I have learned my son and I are better off on our own. Are you, though? He pressed. What about your son's medical care? I froze. What do you know about that? I know your son has Laura's disease. Had that information been in our government files? I suppose it must have been. It felt disturbing, though, to have this man, a complete stranger, know personal details about my son. I know you've been trying to get him into the medical trials for the new treatment. Pierce continued. Now, that couldn't have been in his file since the new treatment hadn't been announced until I was already in the U.S. and hiding from the U.S. Marshals. How did he know that? How long had he been watching me? Had he intercepted my communications? No, that couldn't be it. I may not have the training to know if I'm being watched or if someone is tailing me in person, but I know how to cover my tracks online. Computers are my thing. No one could access my emails without me realizing it. But before I could demand answers, he spoke again. I can help with that, but I'll need help from you first, Pierce said. What happens when I don't have the answers you're looking for? Can I still trust you when there's nothing I can do for you? I think you do. He dug out his phone, opened a file while keeping an eye on the road, and handed it to me. What is... My mouth dropped open. Is this what Anton said that night? Pierce nodded. And judging by your face, you do have the answers I'm looking for. I tried to school my expression into something more neutral, but it had been so long since I'd seen one of the hidden messages my brother and I used to share since we were kids and trying to get one over on our mother. Why are you doing this? I asked. What do the words of a dying man matter to a federal agency? His jaw clenched. They matter to me. Back then, I was the team leader, and the night your brother died, one of my teammates died too. A kid named Kyle Cuddy, he said. We walked into an ambush, and it wasn't because of bad planning or bad luck. Someone set us up. And you think Ian Hayes is responsible? I do. He also had another teammate of mine killed on U.S. soil, Roger Gentry. But I need evidence to tie him to both. He gestured to the phone in my hands. I'm hoping Anton was trying to direct me toward some. The whole point of the ambush was to take him out. Whatever he knew, it had Hayes scared. If there's any way I could get my hands on that information, it could be the key to taking him down. I looked up from the phone and studied him. The clench of his jaw and the hardness of his eyes. This was a man desperate for answers. Have you considered coming at it from a different angle? I asked, interested in spite of myself. I've always had a thing for puzzles. It was what made me such a good programmer. For Hayes to set up an ambush, someone must have leaked the mission details. If you find out who did that, you could use that person as a source. I've looked into it, he replied. But from everything I've seen, the mission should have been secure. Outside of my team, only a handful of people even knew it was happening. And when I tried digging into them, it only led to dead ends. Whoever did it must be very good at covering their tracks. Or you're looking in the wrong place, I pointed out. It's always a mistake to rule people out too quickly. Have you thought about investigating your teammates? Anger flared across his face. No SEAL would sell out another, not ever. That's naive of you. His being offended by the idea didn't mean it could never happen. You said yourself they made up most of the list of people who were in the know. Not possible, he insisted, his voice so harsh I decided to let it drop. No point in making him angry, arguing over something that was none of my concern anyway. Staring out the window, I saw we weren't far from the diner if I cut across the park. I needed to go get my car so I could get my son and get out of town. Just let me out here, will you? I said. No, he replied. I told you, we're sticking together from now on. My stomach sank. So I'm your prisoner? Is that it? Do I have any choice about this? He muttered under his breath. Nate, where are you when I need you? He let out a sigh, then pulled over in the Walgreens parking lot, putting the car into park and turning to face me. No, of course you're not my prisoner, he said. I'm not going to force you to stay with me, but I do think it's your best option. Because you can keep me safe? But the price of your protection is helping you find evidence against Hayes, right? I shook my head. The man has a private army, more money than God, and no scruples at all about killing anyone who gets in his way. If you want to take him on, I can hardly stop you, but I'm not going to help. It's too dangerous. He's the one who had your brother killed, Pierce pointed out. Don't you want him to pay for that? Yes, I wanted him to pay. But I had to be smart about this. There were more important things than what I wanted. Not if it means putting my son in danger. What if I could help your son? He argued. Help him how? He'd mentioned something earlier about medical trials for the new lurer's treatment, but surely I'd misunderstood. What kind of connection would a Navy SEAL turned FBI agent have to a clinical trial? If you help me, I can introduce you to Dr. Samantha Mayfield. You know Dr. Mayfield? She was the woman who had pioneered the new treatment, not to mention one of the leading experts on lurers in the world. I'd sell a kidney for the chance to meet her. I do. Her boyfriend and I served together. He's one of my closest friends. I stared at him, trying to gauge whether I believed him. If it was a lie, it was a really effective one. But he didn't seem like he was lying. Saying yes to him still frightened me, but if there was any chance he was telling the truth, then how could I say no? If you're lying to me, I will make it my life's mission to ruin you. Do you understand? My son isn't to be taken lightly. So, is that a yes? He asked. Yes, Agent Pierce. I'll work with you. Adrian. Huh? If we're doing this, call me Adrian. Okay, I said, already regretting this. Adrian.
Chapter 3. Adrian. What's the plan? Natalia asked once we were back on the road. We meet with your backup? My hands gripped the steering wheel. There's no backup, I said. The plan is for you to figure out what that message says. That will let me know where we need to go next. You don't have... I glanced at her. Her eyebrows were knitted together in confusion. Even so, she still looked absolutely stunning, and an odd electric sensation spread outward from my chest. I had to make a conscious effort to focus on what she was saying. What kind of FBI investigation sends one agent without backup? You didn't even stop to talk to the police earlier. Realization spread across her face, followed quickly by anger. What did I just say about lying to me? Huh? Are you even a real FBI agent? Enough, I said, cutting her off before she could get even more worked up. I'm an agent. I'm just not here officially. Cuddy and your brother's deaths aren't an FBI matter. It was a military operation on foreign soil. The FBI has no jurisdiction. But Hayes, he's operating in America, at least part of the time, isn't he? She argued. You said he smuggled antiquities. Is he selling them here in the U.S.? He is, I agreed. At least, as far as I can tell. Once I've built a case against him, I'll take it to my superiors. Why haven't you taken it to them already? Why are you building this case on your own? Here, I hesitated. I hadn't wanted to get into this, but I wasn't going to lie to her if I could help it. I tried, but I was told to leave it alone. Hayes has protection from up high. Maybe he's bribed people. Maybe he has blackmail on someone, or multiple someones. Maybe the Hayes group is just too valuable to the Pentagon to risk pissing him off. For whatever reason, I need rock-solid evidence against him before I can call in the cavalry. So wait, this is totally off the books, she asked. 100%, I confirmed. Then, how did they find me? I wasn't following. What do you mean? Well, I thought someone must have leaked your case notes or reports or whatever they are, and that when you told your superiors you were coming to find me, they, or someone else in the FBI, told Hayes's men. You assumed the FBI leaked information? She scoffed. You've been to the Row W. How much trust do you think I have in government employees not to be corrupt? I really didn't have any reply I could give to that. And frankly, I couldn't defend the FBI and say with real certainty we weren't like that. I just told her I had my own suspicions someone in the Bureau was taking their orders from Hayes. There was a reason that in all my searching, I hadn't leaned on any of my FBI colleagues. The only people I trusted were my old SEAL team. Anyone else was suspect. So, if they didn't track me through an FBI leak, how did they find me? I'm not sure, I admitted. But I heard some rumors underground that they were tailing you and closing in. That's why I showed up today. Her eyes went wide. That's how they did it then. Did what? That's how they figured out where I was. They weren't closing in. They had no idea where I was. But they knew you were working on tracking me down. Wait, I interrupted. How can you be sure they didn't know where you were? You saw them, she said. They're as subtle as bricks to the face. They were the same way in Las Vegas. There was no wait, so if they'd been watching me, they would have grabbed me already. No, what they did was put out word that they were closing in, and then wait for you to lead them right to me. No way, I argued. I wasn't followed here. I can guarantee that. You weren't tailed here, she countered. But could you have been tracked? Ever check your car for trackers? I cursed, feeling like an idiot. I had led them right to her. I should have suspected some kind of trap, but I'd spent so long trying to track her down, and at the prospect that Hayes's men might get to her first, I jumped into action without thinking it through. That wasn't like me, and I couldn't let it happen again. No matter what, I had to keep my wits about me. That was the only way I was going to be able to keep her safe. "Where are you parked?" I asked. "We were coming up to the diner. Luckily, the police had come and gone, and there didn't seem to be a big crowd gathered." "The gravel lot," she said. "Around the back." I maneuvered around the building and parked beside a beat-up Honda Civic. "Can that thing travel?" I asked. If her theory proved right, we were going to need to switch vehicles, but hers wasn't in the best shape. "She'll do just fine," Natalia said. "She's gotten us this far." "There any record tying it to you?" She shook her head. "I bought it after we left Las Vegas in cash through a Craigslist ad, and I changed the license plate once we settled here." "Smart and gorgeous," I mused. It was a dangerous combination I could not think about right now. "I need to check my car," I said. We got out and she stood and watched, head on a swivel, as I lay on the ground examining the undercarriage of the car. I reached, and my fingers found a piece of something attached to the drive shaft. I detached it and brought it out into the light. Standing up, I showed it to her. The tracker was the size of my thumbnail, and it was military grade, not the kind someone could buy at the local electronics store. Natalia let out an impressed whistle. "That looks expensive." I dropped the thing on the ground and crushed it under my heel. "Now it's broken." I looked at her car. "We should check your car too, just in case." Again, she watched as I did a sweep, but this time there was nothing. I got my go bag from my car and motioned for her to open her trunk. My eyebrows went up when I saw a hefty duffel stashed in there already. "You keep a go bag in your car?" I asked. "Always," she said. "It has all the essentials for Elias and me," she said impatiently. "There's nothing important at the apartment." I had to admit I was impressed. She thought like a SEAL, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. I stowed my bag next to hers and closed the trunk, then turned and held my hand out for the key. "I'll drive us to the school so we can get your son." She blinked. "It's my car. And I'm the one trained in defensive driving." Her face didn't change. I had never seen a woman more thoroughly unimpressed with me. It was disconcerting, to say the least. She just walked around me and climbed into the front seat. "Get in, or I'm going without you," she called. Groaning, I went to the passenger side and slid into the seat. Natalia quickly pulled out of the parking lot and turned onto the main road. I had driven around St. Francisville a little before going to the diner. I knew it was a straight shot to the elementary school, but she kept making turns down residential streets and looping back on herself. She's making sure we aren't being followed. I was glad to see she understood the kind of danger she was in, and that she wasn't risking getting caught. I knew without asking that's how she'd kept hidden for over a year. She'd been smart. It was impressive. Finally, after a 20-minute roundabout journey, we pulled into the drive of a squat, red brick building. I could see a chain-link fence and playground equipment swarming with kids beyond it. "Stay in the car," she said as she pulled into one of the empty visitor spots. "I'll be back." Natalia rolled the windows down and took the keys with her. I didn't like letting her go on her own, but even without kids of my own, I knew schools were kept pretty locked down these days. I doubted they'd let me in without some kind of registration process, and we just didn't have time for that now. 5 minutes later, Natalia came out of the school with her arm around a frail-looking boy. As they got closer, I could see they shared the same color and shape of their eyes, but that's where the resemblance stopped. He must look like his father. Natalia opened the back door and helped the boy put his book bag on the floor. "Who are you?" he asked. "Sakharov," Natalia scolded. "Don't be rude." The boy was cowed instantly. "Sorry, Mama." She ruffled his hair. "I'll explain as we go," she said, and some of the light dimmed in his eyes. Apparently, he realized right away that she didn't mean on the way home. She closed the door as he buckled himself in. "I'm Adrian," I introduced myself. The boy glanced at me. "Elijah," he shot back. Natalia got behind the wheel. "You can tell him your real name, Sakharov," she said. He looked unhappier still, like he knew exactly what this all meant. "My name is Elias," he said, a little mechanically. "It's nice to meet you." His tone implied the exact opposite, but I kept my smile on. "Mama, what's going on?" She glanced back at him in the rearview mirror. "The bad men found us," she said softly. "They came to my work during the lunch rush." I was taken aback that she told him the truth. When I was a kid, no one was ever honest with me about what was going on. I assumed that was how adults always were with kids. I had to admit, I liked her approach better. Her voice was soft, and she kept the facts simple and direct, but she wasn't sugarcoating anything. Luckily, Adrian was there to help me, so I am okay. "I'm an FBI agent," I said. "I'm here to protect you both." Elias's eyes widened. "Mama." Natalia smiled his way. "It's fine," she soothed. "He's going to keep us safe. Right, Adrian?" Her eyes cut to me, and I looked back at Elias over the seat and nodded. "Absolutely. That's my job." Elias sighed. "So where are we going this time? The bad men coming mean we have to leave, right?" Natalia made a sympathetic sound in her throat. "Unfortunately, Sakharov, I'm so sorry." The boy's eyes grew wet, and he rubbed at his face with his thin hand. "I know, Mama," he said. "You just want us to be safe." Natalia reached into her cup holder. She had a small package of tissues and handed one back to him. "It's all right to be sad," she soothed. "I know you have friends here." Tears trickled down his cheeks. "Will we ever get to come back?" I expected her to tell a white lie to soothe him. Instead, she said, "No, we most likely will not." The tears fell harder, and I saw her pretty face crack just a little. That shouldn't have fazed me, but it did. Once more, I wanted to promise her that everything would be okay, that I'd make it okay. "Did you get—" "I have everything in the trunk, Sakharov," she promised. I would never leave anything behind. The reality that Natalia had everything she and Elias loved packed in a big duffel in the car and kept it with her at all times was depressing. As a SEAL, that kind of life wasn't foreign to me by any means, but I couldn't imagine being 8 years old and living that way. "Okay, Mama." He reached down and grabbed his book bag. Reaching into the depths, he pulled out a book. "I'm going to read a little," he said, and let himself be absorbed by the pages. Natalia watched him for a moment longer before she turned her attention to me. "Where are we going?" "I could take over driving," I suggested again, but her look stopped my words in their tracks. Yeah, she wasn't going to budge on this. I didn't love the idea of her at the wheel, but I could understand it. There wasn't much in this situation that was under her control. If this was what she needed to be able to hold it together, I could live with that, more or less. After all, she wasn't the only one with control issues. Once a team leader, always a team leader. Needing to take charge was baked in at this point. It wasn't an instinct I could turn off. "We'll go to Dallas first," I told her. "I have a friend who's good with encryptions and things like that. Before I found you, I had him trying to decode the message I showed you." Her mouth quirked up in the corner. "Did he have any luck?" "Obviously not, or I wouldn't have tracked you down." She chuckled, but her fingers gripped the steering wheel until her knuckles turned white. Her eyes flicked to the rear view. "Promise me you were serious about protecting us, Adrian," she said in a low voice, meant to keep Elias from overhearing. Because if my son suffers, I promise, I cut her off. I won't let anything happen to either of you. I really hope that's true, she said softly, but there was an edge in her voice, an implied threat. Silence filled the car like water, making that implied danger all the more palpable, until Elias let out a sigh behind me. "Mama, don't be dramatic," he said without looking up from his book. I chuckled. I couldn't help it. "Better listen to him. Sounds like he's a smart kid," I said.
Chapter 4. Natalia. Adrian was trying to be patient, but I could tell he was coming to the end of his rope. "Do we have to stop again?" he asked as I found a wider stretch of shoulder to pull over. He had no idea what it was like to travel with a child with a muscular disorder. "Elias needs to stretch," I said. "Well, what's stopping him? He's the only one in the back seat. Can't he do his stretches while we drive?" I shook my head. He'd have to take off his seatbelt to get in some of the positions. It wouldn't be safe. Not in a moving car. And he can't wait until we get a little further along. We've already stopped twice. Elias winced as he wiggled in his seat. "I can wait a little longer, Mama," he offered, but I could hear the pain in his voice. Laura's disease caused agonizing cramps in the muscles, particularly in the limbs, and Elias couldn't stay in cramped places for long. Long car rides could be particularly bad for him if he wasn't given the opportunity to stretch every so often. "No, Sakarak," I said. "We'll stop for a few minutes. You need to move around." Adrian didn't say anything else as I found a safe place to park, but I could tell he was antsy. I ignored it and unbuckled my belt before climbing out and going around to let Elias out. When he held out his hand for me to help him, I knew he was really hurting. He stepped out of the car and a whimper rose in his throat. "How bad?" I asked. "Give me a number." Elias's breath panted out. 6, he said. "Shoot. Do you want a pill?" Rarely, Elias would take a pain pill. Neither of us liked it when that happened. Elias because he didn't like how groggy he got, and me because it meant his symptoms were getting worse. So far, it had just been temporary flare-ups. But I knew the day would come when his condition would start a downward spiral, and I wouldn't be able to do anything to stop it. Elias shook his head. "No, I'll be fine. I just need to move around." I leaned against the car as he walked around in grass off the shoulder. Adrian rolled down his window. "We need to get going," he said. I didn't take my eyes off my son. "We will when he's ready," I said. "If I rush him, we'll just be stopping again in 45 minutes. "Natalia, it's torture for him to sit in a car," I explained, still refusing to look at him. "What would you like for me to do?" "If Hayes has men after us, we'll handle it," I said, and finally looked his way. "Right, Mr. Seal?" I nodded my head in Elias's direction. He was currently doing stretches to try and work out the stiffness in his arms and legs. "Isn't that what you promised me? That you would protect us?" Adrian scoffed. "Of course I will," he said. "But we have to be practical here. What can we do so we don't have to stop every hour like this?" I had to give Adrian a little patience here. He had probably never been around a chronically sick child before. I could see that he was frustrated, but he hadn't snapped or yelled at us. That was a point in his favor. Plus, from the way he watched the road around us, he was clearly on high alert for any more attackers. He wasn't rushing us just to be a jerk. He was rushing us because he was worried about our safety, and possibly also because he was a jerk. I still hadn't made my mind up about that. If we don't stop every so often, Elias is going to have a serious flare-up, and then we'll truly be stuck. Well, can't we wait until he says he needs a break? No. Adrian didn't understand. He couldn't unless he saw what Laura's actually did to a child. He knows we're in a hurry, so he won't say he's hurting. He hates to be a disappointment. Adrian nodded and settled back into his seat. Elias finished his stretches and came back to the car. "I feel better, Mama." I smiled and touched his face. His skin was always just a little cool to the touch, and the chill in the air wasn't helping. But his little exercise had brought some pink to his cheeks. I'm glad. We set off again, and the road stretched before us. Elias lasted longer, but we were getting closer to his scheduled medication time. So as we passed into Texas, I began looking for somewhere to stop for dinner. Do you have a preference for what you'd like to eat? You want to stop and eat? Adrian asked. So Elias can take his medicine, I said. It has to be taken with food at the same time every day. We can get a snack, eat in the car, and keep going if Elias is up for it, he suggested. If we stop, we're going to lose another hour, and we've got at least 5 more hours to get to Dallas without stops. Mama, no, I said. Look, we'll be as fast as we can, but a gas station snack just isn't going to cut it. He has to have a meal. Junk food will upset his stomach, and that becomes a whole other issue. I didn't want to push Adrian too far, but there were some points where I had to stand my ground. If he wasn't happy about it, he'd just have to learn to deal. Luckily, Adrian let it drop. He fell quiet again. I found the first exit to a fast food restaurant and pulled off. Once the food was placed on the trays, we went to sit in a booth. Adrian, I noticed, put his back to the wall so he could see the entire restaurant and keep an eye on our parked car. After Elias had eaten most of his dinner, I took out the medicine case from my bag. Elias accepted the palm full of pills with an ease that only came from taking multiple medications daily. Do I have to finish? He said, gesturing to his burger. At least the drink, I said. You know how dry your mouth gets. Elias sighed. The medication ruined his appetite, and some days he ate and drank from sheer force of will alone, but did as I asked. Once Elias finished, we went back to the car. I held out the keys to Adrian. I'll work on decoding the message, I said, and hoped I could still remember the cipher key. But if I say stop, we have to stop. All right? Adrian nodded. Sure.
Adrian. It was late when we finally arrived in Dallas and pulled up to my friend Drake Shepperton's condo. Luckily, Drake was waiting for us. He buzzed us in after a text. What took you? Drake asked as he opened the door, but he cut himself off when he saw that my arms were full with Elias. The boy had finally gone to sleep in the car, and while Natalia insisted she could carry him, I knew we could move faster if I did it. Natalia watched me like a hawk when I picked the kid up, but she seemed satisfied with how careful I was. As we were getting closer to the city, the kid's discomfort from sitting for so long was getting worse. It was awful to see him in such pain, and Natalia did this day in and day out. Finally, when even stopping to stretch wasn't helping, she was forced to give him a pill from an orange prescription bottle in her bag, and he passed out. Drake was standing in the doorway. Can you? I asked. Oh, yeah. He moved out of the way so we could come through. There's a guest room down the hall, he said, pointing. Second door on the left. Just please be quiet. The twins are sleeping, and Layla will murder me if you wake them up. It was still funny to think of Drake as such a family man, with a wife and kids. Settled in Dallas, no less, the hometown he'd always sworn he'd never return to. He'd never been one to talk much about background, and I hadn't even realized he was one of those uber-wealthy Sheppertons until about a year ago, when his twin brother Devin died, and Drake had to come home to settle the estate. Back then, the plan had been to divest himself of the family's manufacturing business as fast as he could so he could get back to the team. But then he met Layla, who was pregnant with Devin's twins after a brief fling, and who was worried someone might be after her. She ended up being right about that, and in the process of protecting her and his late brother's babies-to-be, Drake had fallen in love. As quietly as I could manage, I carried Elias down the hall, Natalia on my heels. She opened the guest room door for me. It was spacious, and the bed looked comfortable enough. I held on to him as Natalia removed his jacket and shoes before I deposited him on the mattress. You think he'll wake up? She shook her head. His pain medication pretty much knocks him flat. She looked around the room, and I saw her white teeth sink into her bottom lip. I had to shake myself from staring. I don't like leaving him alone in strange places. I could only imagine how tired and frazzled she must be. It had been a long day. "Did you want to sleep?" I asked. "We can wait to look at the message in the morning. This room is for the two of you. I'll take the couch out in the living room." Natalia thought for a second, but shook her head. "I don't think I could sleep yet," she admitted. "Too much adrenaline for one day, you know." I did. "Still, if it's fine," she insisted. "I'm fine." I wasn't sure about that, but I also didn't want to argue with her any more than I already had. We came back to Drake in the living room. I had been with this man through some of the most dangerous places in the world, and I wasn't sure if I'd ever seen him so tired. "How's fatherhood, Drake?" He chuckled. "Like an acid trip some days." Natalia laughed, and it almost startled me. It was such a pretty, rich sound. "Good and bad, yeah?" she asked, and Drake nodded. "How old are your little ones?" 5 months, he said, face stretching in a wide, proud smile. "They were born on Halloween." She hummed. "I've heard somewhere that's lucky. With twins, I'm going to need all the luck I can get." They shared another laugh, and I felt a little like an outsider, which I hadn't anticipated, considering Drake had been my friend and teammate for years. "Natalia, you were working on the message in the car. Did you figure it out?" She nodded. "It's a cipher. It's easy if you know the trick to it. Here, I'll show you." She looked at Drake. "Can I borrow a piece of paper and a pen?" He grabbed them from his desk and gave them to her. We both watched as she carefully copied out the message, and then at the bottom, wrote down a key. We used Wathanian idioms, translated into English. You have to translate the phrase back into Wathanian, and then each first letter of the words spells out the message. Generally, I thought of myself as a smart guy. I was feeling decidedly less so right now. "You designed this as kids?" She nodded. "Our mother always read our notes, so we created it to have some privacy." "What does it say?" Drake asked. Underneath the message in Wathanian, she wrote the English translation. "It's a login for a OneDrive account." I was relieved, truly, to know what the message was, and vindicated that I was correct, that it wasn't nonsense. But I had a feeling things weren't about to get any easier. "I have my laptop," she said. "But if I know Anton like I think I do, the files in the account are going to be encrypted." She nodded toward the massive computer setup that served as Drake's desk. He'd always been our tech guy on the team, and he'd clearly bought all the necessary toys to keep up with the latest advances, even now that he was a civilian. "Can I?" Drake was visibly surprised. "You sure you can handle it?" Natalia smirked, and it was a touch smug. "You could say that," she said. "I have a master's in computer science from ETH Zurich. Before I moved to the United States, I worked in cybersecurity." The smile slipped off her face. "Although I haven't gotten my hands on a system like that in a long time." "You're welcome to it," Drake said. "In the morning," I added, and they both looked at me with surprise. "It's late, and it seems likely there are hours worth of work ahead. It can wait until sunup." Natalia thought about it for a second, then nodded. "Okay, I guess. Good night then." She headed toward the guest room, and Drake and I watched her go, not saying anything until we heard the door click shut behind her. "Dude, she's hot," Drake said. At my flat look, he laughed. "What? Layla is the love of my life, but I'm not dead." I shoved at him. "Idiot." I crossed my arms over my chest. "Hayes followed me right to her today. I put her and Elias at risk." Drake clapped me on the shoulder, and I grunted as he landed a hit directly on a bruise. "You need a first aid kit?" he asked. I shook my head. "Just some bruises. I'm fine." He sighed. Blaming yourself for today won't do anyone any good. What was it you used to say to us? It happened. It's over. What matters now is dealing with what comes next. Anyway, they would have found her eventually. At least this way, you were there to help her. His words didn't take away my guilt, but they did remind me to focus on what mattered, like the tracker on my car. Hayes is escalating, and he knows I'm onto him. Whatever he thinks she knows has to be big enough to warrant such a move. And you're sure she doesn't know anything? I wasn't. She said she doesn't, but I guess we'll see what's in those files tomorrow. Drake clapped me on the shoulder again, hitting that same bruise. Jerk. Glad you're here, man. Me too, Drake, I said. The situation was gearing up into something major, and it felt good to have someone I trusted as much as Drake at my back. Things were only going to get more dangerous in the days to come. I'd need all the help I could get to finally bring justice for Cuddy and Roger while keeping Natalia and Elias safe. Chapter 5. Adrian. I woke up to the sound of a baby screaming. It was still pitch black outside. I sat up, groggy, and came face to face with Layla Bailey. She had one of her sons in her arms. "Oh, shoot," she muttered. "I'm so sorry. He's hungry. I didn't mean to wake you up." I stood. "It's no problem at all," I said. "He's just doing his thing. I'm the intruder here. I appreciate you for opening your home to us." She smiled wanly and bounced the infant in her arms. He didn't look any closer to calming down. I held out my hands. "Let me?" She blinked. "Really?" I nodded. "Yeah, I don't mind at all. I might not have had a ton of experience with babies, but I could walk with one." Layla put the baby in my arms. "This is Sean," she said. "He's got colic, and we barely get to sleep." "Aw, buddy," I said and bounced the baby gently. "If you make me a bottle, I'll feed him." We both heard another cry from down the hall. "And you can grab his brother. You don't mind?" I shook my head. "Not at all. Once I'm up, I'm not going back down." Layla looked horrified. "I'm so sorry." "Bottle," I said, and the baby down the hall got even louder. "We can tag team." In a daze, Layla did just that. "If you need anything at all, we're just down here." "I'll be fine." I walked with Sean, and once he'd had a bottle, he settled into a fitful sleep. He'd start to fuss from time to time, and I'd get up and walk with him again. "Shh, buddy," I murmured, patting at his bottom. "It's a little early for all the fuss, yeah?" "You're good at that." Natalia was standing at the mouth of the hallway. "How long have you been watching me?" She shrugged. "Just a little while. Does it bother you?" It didn't. "Did you get any rest?" Her shoulders bobbed once more. "Do single mothers ever really get any rest?" she asked. When Sean got fussy, she crossed the room and held her arms out. I passed him over, and she cradled him to her chest. A pretty smile flitted over her face. I remember when Elias was this size, but I think he was only a month or two old at that point. He was born so big, and he just kept growing. The same Elias who looked like a strong wind could blow him away. "That's a little hard to believe," I said. She winced. "It's hard to remember him that way," she conceded. "Until he was 4 or so, and started getting muscle cramps for the first time, he was just like any other kid." She sighed, soft and sad. I would do anything to let him experience that again. The sun began to turn the clouds pink and orange. We had a good spot to watch the sunrise through the condo's massive windows, and Natalia settled onto the couch to watch it. Sean settled against her shoulder, and she kept rubbing at his back, soothing him even as he slept. It was peaceful, sitting with her. Not too long after, Drake brought Sean's brother, an identical match named Spencer, into the living room. "Thanks for helping Layla," he said. "I told her to lie back down for a bit." "Sure," I told him. While Drake prepared Spencer's breakfast, Natalia handed Sean to me, grabbed the login information she had decoded, and turned on the main computer monitor. "Do you work in technology now?" she asked Drake, who sat down beside me on the couch. "Manufacturing, actually," he said. At her look, he chuckled. "It's a family business I'm trying to do some good with. Technology is just a hobby now." She looked at his system and whistled softly. "Impressive setup for a hobby." She ran her hand over the keyboard, clearly envious. "How long has it been since you've worked on a computer?" I asked. "I can't imagine working as a waitress affords a lot of opportunity for anything tech-related." She looked at me, and there was a touch of something in her eyes. Mischief, maybe. Defiance, definitely. "Do you want the legal answer or the honest one, Agent Pierce?" "As far as the office knows, I'm on vacation." I'd been saving up my paid leave for when it was finally time to go after Hayes, and when I heard those online whispers about Hayes's men on Natalia's tail, I knew the time had come. "I'm not going to go call up the cyber division to turn you in during my fishing trip," I said. "I've done a few things," she admitted. "You already know about one of them, creating a false identity so I could live under the radar. I appreciate you looking the other way for me." I was tempted to ask, but it was probably for the best that I didn't. Natalia had done whatever she needed to in order to survive. I wasn't going to judge her for that. "Maybe once all this is settled, you'll be able to get back to it." She clicked her teeth against her tongue and turned back to the computer monitor. "Maybe," she mused. "I've got it up, and—" Drake stood, taking Spencer with him. "Oh, neither of those sound good," I said, pushing myself to my feet. I balanced Sean on my shoulder and looked at the screen. "What exactly am I looking at?" "Encrypted files," Drake said. Natalia hummed. "A lot of them." My heart kicked against my ribs. We were actually getting somewhere. "Can you get them open?" Natalia looked at Drake. "Do you have de-encryption software on this thing?" He nodded. "It'll take a while, though. I might be able to help with that." They lapsed into quiet as she tapped at the keyboard, opening up windows with what looked like an alien language in rows. I had seen Drake do some coding before, but even after he explained things to me, it never got any less impossible to understand. While I was standing there, I heard a sound, like an animal whimpering. "You have a dog, Drake?" I asked. He shot me an incredulous look. "In a house with infants, where it could bark and wake them up? Seriously?" I almost shrugged it off, but then I heard it again, soft and pained. I set Sean into a bouncer and followed that sound. It was Elias. He was stretched out on the guest bed. His face was a rictus of agony. It looked like he was being stretched out by an invisible rope. Adrenaline spiked through my veins, and I went on high alert. I crossed the room and dropped to my knee. "Elias? Bud, you okay?" I asked. My first instinct was to reach out and touch him, but I thought better of it. His condition might include heightened sensitivity. For all I knew, touch would hurt him even more. He tried to shake his head and grimaced. Ma. Of course, he wanted his mother. "Hang on just 1 second, okay? I'll get her." I turned and rushed back down the hall. "Natalia." "Huh." She didn't look away from the screen, pointing something out to Drake, who nodded without her saying a word. "Natalia." She turned this time, annoyed. "What?" When she realized I was standing near the hallway, she instantly knew what was going on. "Give me a moment," she muttered to Drake before she got up and all but bolted past me. I followed after her. Just in case she needs something, I reasoned. She looked tense and anxious as she reached for the door, but her whole countenance changed once she opened it. Her shoulders unbunched. Her lips curved into a comforting smile. She looked calm and in control. "Sakharok," she said. "It's okay. We've been through this before, yes? We can get through it again." She looked around on the floor and then at me. "Could you get my bag? I think I left it in the living room." I nodded and turned on my heel, crossing the apartment as swiftly as I could. I heard Drake ask a question, but I didn't take the time to answer. I didn't want the kid to have to spend one more second in agony if he didn't have to. Scooping up the bag, I stopped in the kitchen to grab a bottle of water before returning to Natalia and Elias in the guest room. She was sitting beside him, humming softly and petting his hair. "Thank you," she said as I handed her what I'd brought. "Can you help me sit him up?" I nodded, and together, we slowly got him moved into a seated position. Elias leaned back against me, a dead weight against my chest. Natalia apologized as she dug through her bag for his medication. "It's fine," I assured her. "I don't mind." Her hazel eyes caught mine for just a second, and my stomach flipped over. She truly was a beauty, and the way she treated her son just made that beauty shine. It let me see the real her under the wary defensiveness she usually showed me. Not that it mattered that I found her attractive or not. This was a mission. There was a goal, and getting caught up on a pretty face wasn't a part of it. Natalia helped Elias to take 2 pills. One I knew had to be a pain pill because it had come from the same orange bottle from before. The other came from a red bottle. "What's that?" "A muscle relaxer," she said. "It's only meant for emergencies." Once he'd swallowed the 2 pills, she and I laid him back down. "I'm going to stay with him," she said. "Tell Drake for me. Have him keep an eye on our program." I nodded. "Sure. How long is he usually like this?" She shrugged. "It's hard to say. Sometimes it's only a few hours, sometimes it's a few days." "Well, when he's okay to travel again, I'll take you to meet Dr. Mayfield, okay? She's shacked up with my buddy Owen in Alabama." "Okay. Thank you." Her tone was flat, a little sad, and I watched her curl her body around her son as if she could protect him from everything, even the disease racking his muscles. I left the room with a knot in my gut. Not being able to help, to truly help, always left me with a stomachache, a feeling of guilt that went all the way back to my childhood. "Natalia's going to stay with Elias for a bit," I said as I came back to the living room. "He's not feeling well. She asked you to keep an eye on the program for her." Drake nodded. "It needs a couple of hours to run anyway." Layla came into the room, and his face changed, his eyes lit up, and he automatically reached for her, for their children. She handed baby Spencer to him. "Hey, bub," he murmured to the baby, who offered him a gummy smile. The little scene was so sweet, domestic in a way I didn't picture Drake ever being. "Is it weird?" I asked, not able to help myself. "Having a family?" Both he and Layla laughed. "Beyond weird," she said, and he agreed. "But an amazing kind of weird," Drake said, looking up at her. She bent and left a smacking kiss on his lips. "Cheesy," she said, but kissed him again all the same. "By the way, Spence needs his diaper changed." "You—" She danced away with Sean, giggling all the while, and I laughed. Drake turned on me. "You just wait, man. One day this will be you." "Nah, I'm not built for family life." I'd done my share of dating over the years, but it never got serious. Being a SEAL came first for me, and I never felt right about asking someone to commit to me when I knew I couldn't commit fully in return. And in the time since leaving the Navy, getting justice for Cuddy and Roger had been driving me. Romance had dropped off my radar completely. Drake shrugged. "Could have fooled me." "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked. "You think I didn't notice the way you were looking at Natalia?" "Come on, man. I know how you look when you're interested, and you're definitely interested." "There's nothing there," I insisted. "This is a mission, nothing more." Fraternizing didn't belong in life-or-death situations. Drake narrowed his eyes at me. "So, You don't think she's attractive? Like at all? No. At his look, I sighed. I mean, yeah, objectively, she's gorgeous, but she doesn't trust me as far as she can throw me. There's no chance of anything happening between us. It's a mission, nothing more. Drake stared at me for a long moment. Sure, man, he finally said, not convinced at all.
Chapter 6. Natalia. The decryption program is nearly finished, Drake announced over lunch. It had been running for more than 24 hours and going smoothly. I hadn't been able to keep a close eye on it because Elias was still recovering, but it didn't seem to have hit any snags. Adrian looked up from the sandwich Layla had put in front of him. He had barely touched it. I didn't know him very well, or at all, to be honest, but I don't think he'd relaxed since finding Elias in the middle of a spasm. Good, he said. That's good. I hummed. I just hope it has something useful on it for you, I said, and all of their eyes turned to me. I mean, I don't think my brother encrypted a porn stash or anything so stupid, but what if whatever he has isn't enough? What will you do then? That's my problem to figure out, Adrian said. You and Elias don't have to worry about it. You'll still take us to see Dr. Mayfield? Adrian's mouth pressed into a line for a moment, like he was irritated I even asked. But then he nodded. Of course. As soon as he recovers, like I said. I blinked, surprised. Our deal had been that I'd help him, and then he'd help me. In Row W, our definition of an honest man was someone who wouldn't sell you out after they'd gotten your bribe. We didn't really have a word for someone who would help you without getting something in return. When he has an attack like that, Layla said, cradling Spencer to her chest. His twin was sleeping in a pack-and-play a few feet away. How long does it take him to feel better? I lifted my shoulders in a shrug. Anytime I was asked questions about Elias's disease, I found it easier to keep it together if I spoke more clinically. An attack that bad only happens once or twice a month for now. Recovery can take a day or two. Layla patted Spencer's back softly. Can I ask? I hummed. What's his prognosis? I filled in for her. She nodded, looking a little guilty as if she knew it was a question I didn't like answering. But I didn't blame her for asking. She was hardly the first. For now, Elias is doing well on his medication. He doesn't have any major side effects, and they keep his muscular spasms to a minimum. For now? She asked. I tried not to wince. I'm hoping that's something Dr. Mayfield can help with. Her research for a cure, not just a treatment, shows promise. I wanted to wrap my arms around myself, but didn't. I'm holding on to that. The alternative is unthinkable, I added in my head. The silence that followed was deafening, and then a warm hand touched my arm. Layla smiled at me, warm and encouraging. I'll hope to, she said. I smiled back, grateful she didn't offer me cheap platitudes. She didn't tell me he was going to be okay. Thank you. I stood, picked up all of our plates, and took them to the sink. Grabbing one of the apples from the basket on the counter, I quickly cored and cut it and put it on a clean plate. I'll go check on Elias, I said. I found him sitting up in bed, book in his lap. Hungry, Sakharak? Elias looked up. Do I have to be? He asked. I smiled and nodded. Yes, I told him. You have to be. I sank onto the bed beside him and watched him struggle through a piece of apple. Eating was always hard after a bad spasm. Thankfully, it didn't make him nauseated. He could usually keep down what he ate. But food held little to no appeal for him. When he'd choked down 2 of the apple slices, he looked at me. Was that enough? One more, I coaxed. And you can stop. Elias's face scrunched, but he dutifully reached for another one. When it was gone, he looked completely wrung out. Tired, Mama, he mumbled. I kissed his hair. I know, Sakharak. Why don't you get some sleep? We'll try getting up in a little while. Elias nodded, and he snuggled back into his pillows. Once he was settled, I took the plate back to the kitchen. He wasn't hungry? Adrian asked. I shook my head. He never is, really, but he doesn't normally fight with me about it. I looked around. Drake, Layla, and the twins were gone. They took the twins on a walk, Adrian supplied. I hummed and went to check how the software was running. It was finished. Anton had labeled everything with a date. I clicked to open the earliest file, and my breath caught in my throat. Adrian. He was by my side in a blink. It worked? I scooted over so he could look at the screen with me. The first file was a screenshot of an email about a drug shipment. It was moved into the United States by a group of Hayes' mercenaries coming back from a mission abroad. Nothing in the email indicated that Ian Hayes was the one who ordered the shipment, but it was solid evidence against the organization itself. I opened the next file, and then the next, and they were all similar. Evidence, good evidence, that the Hayes Group was involved in illegal smuggling, but nothing that would indict the CEO specifically. The forwarding address on the emails would be omitted, or there wouldn't be a signature, etc. It was somehow more frustrating to have evidence so close to what we needed, but not quite there. Darn it, Adrian muttered next to me. He ran a hand through his short, dark hair. This is everything and nothing, I finished for him. I mean, this could launch an official investigation into the organization and get them shut down, maybe even get some people convicted and facing jail time. But since specific names aren't mentioned, all of the higher-ups at the company could blame each other, with everyone claiming that they had no knowledge of any of this. Adrian swore again. We need more. I clicked through the files. It was more of the same. Trafficking drugs, selling weapons of war to whoever had the most money. This was what Anton got mixed up in? The idea made my stomach hurt. I knew that whatever Anton was doing wasn't legal, I said, not able to look away from the screen. But this, I clicked my tongue against my teeth. It doesn't make him a bad man, Adrian said softly. I glanced at him. The only time I'd heard the former SEAL talk so gently in the last few days was to Elias or one of the twins. But I wasn't a child. I didn't need to be shielded from the hard truths of life. I'd faced them head-on over and over again in the past few years. It doesn't make him a good one either. Adrian's jaw tightened, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he put his hand over mine and steered the mouse to the last file. Open that one, he said, but it was hard to hear what he had said with his hand over mine. His touch was warm, and the skin of his palm was work rough. What would it be like to have that hand touch other parts of me? I nearly jerked at my own thoughts. Where had that come from? I mean, it wasn't like I didn't know how attractive Adrian was, but I couldn't remember the last time I'd imagined another person touching me, let alone felt a wave of desire at the prospect of intimacy. I cleared my throat and opened the last file like he wanted. Adrian let his hand fall away, and I missed that little bit of warmth. What the? I looked at the screen. This file wasn't like the others. Instead, it was another ciphered message. Get me a piece of paper? I asked. And when he did, I started translating the message. The English nonsense became Wathanian, one letter at a time with a few stops and starts, as this was a much longer message than the one before. Once I created something I understood, I translated it back into English for Adrian. There are originals, I said. Hayes keeps everything. He's paranoid. He doesn't trust anything but his servers. Adrian was quiet for a moment. Servers? Like at the company headquarters? That would have top-of-the-line security, yeah? I hummed in agreement. On a locked internet system, I have to imagine. He nodded. Well, shoot. My sentiments exactly. When Drake and Layla came back from their walk, Drake was limping. What happened? Adrian asked. He tripped over a tree root, Layla said, obviously trying not to giggle. I'm fine, Drake insisted, but when we got him sitting on the couch and took his shoe off, it became obvious he wasn't fine at all. His ankle was already starting to swell and turn purple. Shoot. You need to get an X-ray, as soon as possible. Drake wanted to try icing and elevating it first, believing it could just be a bad sprain. In the meantime, he insisted we talk to him about what the program had decrypted. Was it anything useful? He asked. The Hayes Group's headquarters is in Atlanta, Adrian said. I think that's my target. Our target, I said softly. Adrian startled. I don't expect you. Do you know how to access a server on your own? And decrypt a file on the fly? Adrian's jaw tightened. I was starting to like when that happened. It meant I was surprising him. He shook his head, and I looked at Drake. Can you? Probably not as well as you, he said. But I can. He glanced at his ankle. The swelling hadn't gotten any worse, but the color was nearing plum. Though I don't think I would be able to run if push came to shove. So I'll have to go. But you know it's the best way, I said. And as much as I could tell he didn't want to, Adrian nodded. We should call Nate, Gabe, Owen, and Zach, Drake said. Get their take before we make a decision. Layla's gaze bounced from Drake to Adrian and then back to me. Why don't I settle the twins in the nursery, and then I can check on Elias for you, she offered. Take him a snack. I smiled and thanked her. He has the rest of his apple from before, and if you've got something with salt, plain potato chips or crackers, you got it. While Layla headed up the hallway, snacks in hand, Adrian and Drake called their friends, who I quickly learned were other former members of their SEAL team. Adrian quickly briefed the others, and like when he was fighting Hayes' men outside the diner, I got to see him in SEAL mode. Before, I had been so filled with terror and adrenaline that I didn't have time to truly appreciate it. The men, even through a video call, looked to Adrian. They listened to him. Their bond was as obvious as their respect for their former leader. The goal is to get Natalia into the building to do what she needs to do, Adrian said, and get back out again in one piece, with as minimal risk as possible. He glanced at me and something fluttered in my belly at his dark, appreciating eyes. She's got a little boy who needs her even more than we do. Getting in is the easy part, one of the former SEALs on the call, the youngest, Nate, said. You know that. We'll figure it out, Adrian said. For now, Owen, do you and Sam mind some house guests? Not at all. Why don't we all meet in Birmingham? Come up with a plan in person? I can pick up Nate and Zach on my way, Gabe said with a nod. No need to get me, Nate said. Em and I are in Tupelo right now, in a vacation rental. We'll meet you all there. While the others talked about the wheres and the whens of getting to Alabama, Drake hesitated. Do you think all of us need to go? The twins are still so little and... Adrian put a hand on his shoulder. Take care of your family, Shep. He looked at the other men. You all have families also, and we aren't SEALs anymore. There's no obligation to come. Zach snorted. Are you giving us an honest-to-God out? Where was this concern over letting us make our own choices when we had to tandem jump out of that helicopter because we didn't have enough bailout parachutes for everyone? As I recall, you told me to... You say that as if staying in the helicopter with a failed engine was an option, Adrian said, and I had to bite back a giggle. You know I'm coming, jackass, Zach said. Nate and Gabe echoed the sentiment. After agreeing to meet in Birmingham in the next 3 days, the former SEALs ended the call, and Adrian turned to me. Can Elias make it to Birmingham that soon? Seriously? If he needs more time, we can take it. That flutter again. He'll be bouncing off the walls by tomorrow, I said. It's going to be a long drive, but we can manage with lots of stops, Adrian said. I promise.
Chapter 7. Adrian. I never used to enjoy driving with the radio on, but seeing Elias smile and relax in the back seat instead of flinching in pain with every pothole was definitely making me a fan. We're getting near a rest stop, I announced as we passed a blue sign advertising as much. Do we need a stop? I'm fine. Natalia turned in the passenger seat to look at her son. Are you sure, Sakharov? The boy nodded. I promise to tell you if I'm hurting. What does it mean? Sakharov, I asked. I'd heard her call him that several times now, and I was curious. Natalia smiled. Literally, it means piece of sugar, she said. He's my sweet baby. Mama, Elias whined. I'm not a baby. She pursed her lips, but that wasn't enough to hold back the laugh that burst out. The pure amusement on her face was beautiful, and my stomach flipped over, just like it did when I touched her hand yesterday. What is wrong with me? We were in the middle of a mission. I had never had trouble reining in an attraction before, especially when I had a task taking up so much of my focus and concentration. But the more time I spent around her, the harder it was to ignore how she made my skin feel like it was crackling. Of course, you're not a baby, Sakharok, she said in her most serious voice. But Elias couldn't see her face as well as I could. She was trying so hard not to coo at him, and the red spreading across her cheeks made me think it was a losing battle. Elias harumphed in the back. Adrian. It was a little surprising to hear him say my name. He hadn't really addressed me directly yet. Yeah, bud? Did you have more successful or unsuccessful missions when you were a SEAL? The question shocked a laugh out of me. What? Elias repeated his question. I'm reading a book about a spy, and he always succeeds. Is it like that in real life? I snorted. Unfortunately not, bud, I said. We wouldn't be doing this if all I had were wins. It was a bitter thought that I did my best to shake off. While my team always did their best to come up with an ironclad plan, sometimes bad stuff happens anyway. Elias hummed softly. That makes sense, he said. If the good guys always won, we wouldn't have to worry about those men who keep attacking us. Right? He was a perceptive kid, I'd give him that. Don't worry about all of that, Sakharok, Natalia said. That's for adults like Adrian and me to deal with. He obviously didn't like that answer, but he didn't push back either. We won more than we lost, I said, trying to distract him. Some of the best moments of my life happened while I was on a mission. Elias perked up. Really? Oh, yeah. I went from being alone to having brothers, I said, and I've gotten to meet and help people all over the world. I spent the next hour telling them some of the best moments on missions. Details were still mostly classified, so I couldn't give specifics of names or places, but I could give them the broad strokes as long as I kept it general. The time I got to literally rescue a princess, the time the team and I traveled through countless countries in a 72-hour window and nearly laughed ourselves sick at the jet lag, the time we got to surprise Nate's mom with a visit before she passed. You're a real-life hero, Elias said. That's what I want to be when I grow up. He said it in that decisive way children do, like he'd made up his mind once and for all. Natalia made a soft sound in the back of her throat. How hard must it be for her whenever he made those kinds of statements, knowing what she did about the life expectancy for children with his disease? When you're 18, I said, you and I can talk about it again, all right? Let's not give your mom a heart attack until then. She laughed, and it was a wet sound, as if she was barely keeping herself from sobbing, but she mouthed, "Thank you," at me. Before I could say anything in return, both our cells shrieked. She pulled hers out. It's an amber. The color drained from her face. The alarm turned off. An amber alert, I prompted. She didn't say anything. Natalia, what's wrong? The music playing on the radio cut off mid-song. The DJ came back on. We just got word at the studio that a child has been kidnapped who might be traveling through our area. Reported missing by his father, the 8-year-old boy, Elias Koza, was last seen with his mother, Natalia, and an unknown man traveling east in... The DJ rambled off the make and model of our car and the license plate number. I reached out and clicked the radio off. Stunned silence roared through the car. Beside me, Natalia's breath came out in sharp pants. Elias's father left us ages ago. We're divorced. He hasn't even seen Elias in the past 2 years. I don't understand. Why would he just show up like this out of nowhere? Her voice was tight with fear, even more so than when she was attacked outside the diner back in St. Francisville. She'd been so strong up to now, through every new problem, that it was startling to see her so rattled. But at the same time, it made sense. Elias was clearly the center of her world, the one she'd do anything to protect. Of course, the prospect of someone taking him away from her was what would scare her the most. "He can't come back like this, right?" Elias demanded from the back. "He can't just come here and take me, can he?" The boy was terrified, and for once, his mother didn't have anything comforting to say. She was shaking in her seat, lost in her own fears. I put my hand over hers, and she clutched at my fingers like they were a lifeline. "It's not his dad," I said. "It's Hayes. He used me to find you, but now that he doesn't have a tracker on us anymore, he's trying to use the system to put eyes on us, get other people looking so they can find us for him. The good news is that if he's taking this step, it means he doesn't already know where you are. How did they know all that information about my car?" "I'm not sure," I said. "Best guess is that there may have been security footage of that parking lot behind the diner he got a hold of." I squeezed her hand. "What's important now is that we get off the road, okay? We need to get somewhere we can lay low and regroup without being seen." I racked my brain for a second, and then I remembered. We were nearly in Tupelo, which meant Nate was staying nearby. I grabbed my phone from the cup holder and found Shaw in my contact list. "Hey, man," the younger man answered, after enough rings that my heart had started to crawl out of my throat. "What's up?" "We need help," I said.
Natalia. The car bumped and swayed over the gravel road and my stomach rolled. "You can't throw up now," I reprimanded myself. Elias needed me to be calm. He hadn't said a word since Adrian had started following Nate's instructions to the supposed safe cabin the Shaws were renting. "Almost there," Adrian said. His hand was still wrapped in mine. Maybe I should let go, but it was nice to have that little bit of comfort. Ever since Elias and I had come to the US, I had felt so incredibly alone. I had to be strong at all times for Elias, and I would happily do that for the rest of my life if it meant I got to keep my baby with me. But with Adrian sitting beside me, I wasn't alone in shouldering the fear that could so easily cripple me. We cleared a curve and a small house came into view. A man I recognized from the video call yesterday, Nate Shaw, stood on the porch with a woman and a little boy. Adrian pulled in alongside the other car. We realized we would have to let go of each other at the same time, and he cleared his throat and unthreaded his fingers from mine. I looked over my shoulder. "Do you need help, Sakharok?" Elias unbuckled himself. "I'm okay, Mama." We climbed out of the car, and Elias and I hung back as Adrian stepped up to greet his friend. "Natalia," he said, "this is Nate Shaw, his wife Emily, and their son Matthew." The little boy beamed, and I thought of what Adrian had told me in the car about how Emily and Nate had adopted Matthew. Biologically, the little boy was actually Nate's half-brother, and the two of them were initially raised by their shared parent, a single mother. But 2 years ago, their mom was fatally injured in a car accident. Her dying wish was that Emily, who was Matthew's nanny at the time, would adopt the boy so Nate wouldn't have to leave the Navy and his career as a SEAL. Matthew was only 2 at the time, Adrian explained, and he'd quickly grown used to thinking of Emily as his mom. But Nate being his dad was a new development. When Emily had needed some help with medical expenses a few months back, Nate had offered a marriage of convenience so he could put her and Matthew on his insurance. Living together as a married couple, they'd found themselves falling in love, and they'd made the decision together to make their marriage real. And for Nate to adopt Matthew also. I tried to smile, but I wasn't entirely confident in how it came out. "It's nice to meet you," I said, "though I wish it were under better circumstances." The woman, Emily, had a lovely smile. "Trust me, I'm not a stranger to iffy circumstances." Her eyes dropped to Elias, who was leaning into my side. "Hello," she said. "What's your name?" "Elias," he said. The little boy at Emily's side puffed up. I'm Matthew. I'm almost 5. I'm 8. Matthew drooped a little as if he thought an 8-year-old wouldn't have any interest in spending time with him. We can still play if you want, Elias offered before he glanced up at me. Right, Mama? I ruffled his hair. Sure, I said. Just be careful, okay? No running around. Elias followed Matthew into the cabin. What does he have? Emily asked. Matthew has non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Something in my gut relaxed. She gets it. Lors, I said. Want to come have some tea? She offered. Let those two figure out what comes next. Absolutely. Emily and I sat at the table, sipping from ceramic mugs and watching as our sons navigated a game of Candyland together. It was unbearably cute to see Elias walking Matthew through the rules and letting him cheat when he didn't quite understand. Emily was wonderfully easy to talk to as we compared notes about what it was like being a single mom with a sick kid. Nate had really come through for her, thankfully, and Matthew was doing well now, but I could still see an edge of anxiety in the way she kept an eye on him. It takes a long time to stop being afraid for your child. Maybe it's the kind of thing you never fully get over. Adrian and Nate came inside after not too long. We can't go on with your car, he said. I figured that was going to be the best course of action. We'll have to get a new one, won't we? Not brand new, but you'll have a good solid car, Nate said. We're going to swap with you. What about the license plate? I asked, worried. I don't want you getting pulled over because of the Amber Alert. Don't worry about that, Nate assured me. We'll get another license plate before we get on the road with it. And in the meantime, Hayes will have no way of connecting Emily's car to you. You'll still have to be careful if you stop anywhere, but at least you won't have to worry about people calling the police if they see you on the highway. Thank you. Dad? We all turned. The two little boys had obviously grown bored with their game. Yeah? Elias says that you and him, he pointed at Adrian, are superheroes. Nate's face split into a grin. I wouldn't say superheroes. But you can do stuff, the boy insisted. Stuff? Elias nodded, absolutely solemn. Hero stuff, he said. Both of the former SEALs chuckled, and my heart fluttered. Elias had never had the opportunity to look up to a man before, aside from my brother. And while he'd adored Anton, his uncle had been more of a playmate rather than a hero. The look on his face now was beyond precious. You should show us some hero stuff, Elias suggested. Adrian looked to me. What do you say? Can we show them hero stuff? Elias gave me his best puppy dog eyes. Please, Mama. Okay, I conceded. Adrian can show us some heroics while Nate works on getting a new license plate. Adrian got his gun out of his bag, and I followed behind him and the two little boys as we went outside to scope out a safe spot to show off some hero-level shooting. The property was large from the looks of it. Adrian walked a good way away from the house so we weren't in danger of hurting anyone. Okay, boys, he said. You stand back and watch, all right? He took the safety off his handgun and checked the clip. Do you see that knot in the tree over there? When the boys nodded, Adrian aimed and squeezed down on the trigger. The spot he'd pointed out exploded. The boys practically danced with excitement. Adrian showed them a few more shots that got increasingly harder with each target before he turned to me. Do you want to learn? He asked. Just in case. I couldn't hold in my scoff. Did you forget I come from a country that hasn't had a stable government in my parents' lifetimes, let alone mine? I shooed the boys even farther back. While I was confident I wouldn't shoot my own foot, I was not confident enough to let the boys anywhere near me while I held a weapon. I'd been a decent shot when I was younger, but it had been years since the last time I'd handled a gun. I certainly hadn't had one since coming to America. Even when Elias and I had first gone on the run, it still hadn't seemed safe to buy one. I hadn't wanted to run the risk of a gun dealer doing a background check and realizing my ID was a fake. Stepping closer to Adrian, I held my hand out. He checked the clip again, popped the one in the chamber out, and clicked the safety on before handing it to me. Gun is hot, he said. I kept the 9mm pointed at the ground, finger pressed against the barrel instead of anywhere near the trigger. When I glanced at Elias, his eyes were wide with shock. For the most part, I was glad he'd never had to see me handle a weapon to defend the two of us. But I was also glad I could do this if I had to, and I wanted Elias to know that. Adrian pointed to a tree about 50 yards away. It had a large enough knot that I could easily pick it out. He stepped back, and I took aim. A second later, the knot blew apart in a shower of splinters, and from the corner of my eye, I could see the little boys gripping each other, grinning. Adrian, too, looked impressed. "What?" I asked with faux innocence. Those dark eyes bore into me. It wasn't hard to tell when a man was interested in me, at least physically. Working as a waitress, I'd learned to deal with come-ons all the time. But it was still quite satisfying to see that look on Adrian's face. The flirting from all those other men at the diner had never made me feel like this. Most of the time, I wanted so badly not to be perceived. But it felt delicious to be looked at like that now. By him. "That," Adrian said, stopping to clear his throat. "That was really good." I smiled and nearly gave in to the urge to bat my eyes at him. "Thank you. My father taught me when I was a girl, just in case something happened while he wasn't at home." A complicated look filtered across his face, but he nodded. "I get it. He wanted you to feel safe." He did. He always had. Mama and Papa had been good parents, loving and supportive. It still broke my heart that we had lost them when Elias was just a baby. He'd seen pictures and I'd told him stories, but he didn't have any memories of them. "And do you?" Adrian asked. "Feel safe?" My heart thudded almost painfully beneath my breastbone. There were several feet between us, but I swear I felt the heat of his body from here. "I do," I said. "I feel safe with you." Chapter 8. Natalia. "So you and Adrian, huh?" Emily asked later as we prepared a light dinner for everyone. Nate was still finding a new license plate, and when he called to check in, Adrian asked him to pick up 2 fresh burner phones. Adrian's phone was bureau-issued and as secure as it could possibly be, and I'd been using a burner phone already. No need to tie myself to a phone plan when I could just pay as I went. But it still seemed safer to start over with new numbers. Adrian would power down his agency phone and take out the battery, and we would ditch my old phone. I jolted at Emily's question. "What?" She smiled knowingly, and I shook my head. "There is nothing between Adrian and me. I've only known him for a few days, and this is just a mission, and..." Her smile never faltered, and I stole a glance into the living room where Adrian was entertaining the boys and sighed. "I don't want there to be anything between us." "But," Emily prompted. I nearly bit my tongue. "But, I mean, look at him." She chuckled. "I know." When I looked at her, maybe a touch sharply, she laughed again. "Don't worry. I have my own seal to cuddle up with at night." "Cuddling is the last thing I'm thinking about," I said mournfully. What am I saying? I barely knew this woman, but here I was, gossiping like we had been friends for ages, and admitting things that I rarely even admitted to myself, like how much I missed sex. Limiting my social life had been the smart choice, both so I could keep a low profile and so I could be there for Elias whenever he needed me, but that didn't keep me from getting lonely. It had been a long time since I'd had a man in my bed, for cuddling or anything else. I groaned and tried to refocus on the apples I was currently massacring. "I don't even know where my head is," I groused. "Elias and I have been just fine for years, and suddenly there he is, big and gorgeous, and he's protecting you and your son." She could read me like a book. That sounds shallow. Only if you see him as a piece of meat to slobber over. I wrinkled my nose. Adrian was a lot more than just a body. He was protective, yes, but he was also sweet. Once he'd understood just how hard traveling was for Elias in his condition, he'd gone out of his way to make it as easy as possible for us. He was smart, too. Tracking me down had not been an easy task. I made sure of it. But he'd done it. "He's more than what he looks like," I said. Emily hummed. Then it's not shallow to want to climb him a little, so long as you respect him. I couldn't help but laugh. How long had it been since I'd done that? Deep and true from the belly. What are you two laughing about? Adrian asked, coming around the corner. Boy mom stuff, Emily answered immediately. Adrian didn't look like he believed us, but he offered to grab the kids so we could get dinner on the table. It was a simple meal: sandwiches, chips, and the fruit that survived my knife wielding. Emily had apologized for having bare cupboards. They'd initially planned to head back home the next day, so they were getting close to the end of the supplies they had bought. I didn't mind simple meals. Sometimes that was all Elias was willing to try to eat anyway. Even when he wasn't hungry, I could usually get him to eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich easily enough. I couldn't understand America's or my son's obsession with peanut butter, but some days it was the only way to put protein in his body. I would never turn it down. As Emily and I were moving the plates to the table, Nate came through the door, plastic bag slung over his arm. His expression was bleak. It sucked all of the previous amusement from the room. What happened? Emily asked. They put up a missing child's poster, he said, with Elias's picture on it. The poster is legitimate. Hayes really is pulling out all the stops. Bile splashed the back of my throat. Could I end up being arrested? I asked. Adrian winced, but he didn't sugarcoat his answer. I appreciated that. You could, he said. And if they have your real name, it stands to reason they could alert ICE about the falsified documents. They could separate you and Elias, and it would be very hard to get him back. A shiver ran down my spine. My hands trembled, and I pressed them against the counter in an effort to steady them. What can we do? I asked, even though my first instinct was to snatch Elias and run like someone was trying to set us ablaze. You trust these people, I had to remind myself. Adrian isn't a bad man, and running away from him won't protect you. It'll just make you more vulnerable. Nate held up a set of keys. Get to Birmingham and figure out your next steps from there. You shouldn't have any problems in our car. He tossed the keys to Adrian. Don't get pulled over. If you have to take a break, don't do it at a rest stop, if you can avoid it. I filled up the tank, but if you have to stop at a gas station to use the bathroom or buy something to eat, Adrian should be the one making any purchases since it's just you and Elias in the photos and the Amber Alert Natalia. They say you're traveling with an unidentified man, but they haven't named Adrian or used his picture. Why not? I couldn't help asking. Surely they know who he is. Hayes put a tracker on his car. They've gotten the local police involved, Adrian explained grimly, which means they have to make their claims look legit. If they admit you're traveling with a federal agent, their story that you kidnapped your son won't be plausible. So they'll just imply that I'm some random scumbag who's helping you break the law. I nodded to show I understood. Our bags? I asked. Are on the porch, Adrian said. I'll start loading them into the trunk. He glanced behind into the living room. Want me to break it to Elias? I shook my head. It's better if it's me. He was used to me taking him away from playmates. Rounding the corner, I watched Elias with Matthew. He was taking such care to include the little boy in their game, not to run over him and take over. My heart clenched. Sakharov. Elias looked up, smiling, but my expression wiped it away in moments. Can't we stay? Just for a little while longer? I shook my head. I'm so sorry. Where my son was usually quietly sad and accepting, today Elias's face screwed up in frustration. I don't want to go, he said, petulant. Sakharov, we can't stay. It's not safe, I said, keeping my tone level but firm. He pointed at Matthew, who was watching us with owlish eyes. But it's safe for him? He's younger than I am, even if I am sick. So why should it be safer for him? This isn't about being sick or being young. You know what this is about. We've talked about the bad men. Still, he glared and refused to get up. Elias, I am not asking, I said. We are going as soon as the trunk is packed. And that is that. He all but snarled at me like an angry cat. I hate this, he declared. And even if he didn't say it, I heard the "and I hate you" loud and clear. He stood and stomped to the front door. When he threw it open, I fully expected for it to slam against the wall. But I didn't even hear it. Not when all I could see was 3 men in tactical gear with guns. They had been aiming their weapons at Adrian, who had his hands raised over his head. But the noise of Elias trying to stomp his way out of the house startled everyone, and one of the men swung around, pointing his gun at him. I was across the room in an instant, tugging him behind me. I heard Nate move, but I resisted the urge to look away from the man pointing a gun in my face. "Natalia Koza," the man said, voice muffled behind a mask. "You are under arrest for the kidnapping of Elias Koza. Please kneel and put your hands behind your back." My eyes slid to Adrian, who shook his head. These men weren't the police. "Let me see a warrant," I said, straightening my shoulders to the best of my ability. "Remain calm," I told myself. "Kneel and put your hands behind your back," the man reiterated. "After you show me a warrant," I shot back. "Or a badge." The man took a menacing step in my direction. The other 2 men were watching us, which meant they weren't watching Adrian. Apparently, that was the opening he had been looking for, because he was off the ground in an instant and launching himself at the man who was closest to me. He was able to knock the gun out of his hands, and Nate was there to grab it. He swung and aimed it at the other 2 men who immediately crouched down beside the car. Where had they come from? The only cars in front of the house were Nate and Emily's and mine. These men must have come out of the woods. With a sickening crunch, Adrian put the man who had aimed at me on the ground. He was breathing, but that was about all he was doing. Adrian looked at me. "Close the door, Natalia." I complied and retreated to where Emily had gathered the boys and pushed them behind her, shielding them. "It's going to be okay," I murmured as she looped her arm through mine. Her fingers dug into my arm, no doubt leaving bruises, with every gunshot or shout from outside. "Mama." Elias sniffled behind me. I shook my head. "Not now." There had to be a back door. We needed to move that way, just in case. We needed a backup plan. "Come on," I murmured to Emily. "We need to get out of the living room." She nodded sharply. "Right. Let's go." She followed me as we crept out of the living room and headed toward the back of the house. Like I thought, there was a back exit that went out to a private porch. Before I could open the sliding glass door as quietly as possible, the front door into the living room burst open like someone kicked it. So much for stealth. I threw the back door open and we ran for it, each with our son in our arms. "The woods," I panted. "Don't run in a straight line." We crashed into the trees, skidding on fallen leaves as we went. The brush was dense, but it didn't feel like enough cover. Finally, a thick tangle of branches and leaves caught my eye, and I pointed it out to Emily. We took cover, making sure the boys were hidden best of all. "No talking," I murmured against Elias's hair. He was shaking in my grasp, no doubt in some pain and terrified out of his mind. This was worse than Las Vegas. At least then they hadn't shot at anything, just ran after us. For all the commotion from before, things were quiet now, almost eerily so. I could hear Emily trying to steady her breathing beside me, and I found her hand and squeezed. "He's okay. I tried to send her. He's going to be just fine." "But what about Adrian?" My heart lurched at the thought of him hurt. "Em!" It was Nate. "Maddie." She squeezed my hand again and we scrambled back out from our hiding place. Nate and Adrian, both looking worse for wear, stood nearby. Emily and Matthew practically threw themselves at Nate, who hugged them back just as fiercely. The impulse to do the same to Adrian was stronger than it should have been. But I resisted, instead holding Elias to me all the tighter. He squeaked out a protest but didn't push me away. On the contrary, he clung to me like he hadn't since he was just a toddler. My poor baby. This really had scared him. "You're hurt," he said to Adrian, horrified. Looking over, I saw that he was right. Adrian was bleeding from a cut in his temple and his shirt was wet at the shoulder. "Are you okay?" I asked, breathless. "Fine, but we need to go." There might be more coming, Nate said. I can clean up this mess here. You two need to keep moving, though. Get to Owen and the others in Birmingham. I wasn't about to argue, and Elias didn't say a word of protest as we made our way back to the car. Close your eyes, Sakharok, I said, not sure what we would find when we rounded the house. Don't open them until I say. The men were unconscious and bound, and I barely spared them a glance as I carried Elias to Nate and Emily's car. Getting him settled took a moment, but I shut his door and turned to look at Adrian. He was holding out the keys. I don't think I should drive, he said, voice tight. We should get you cleaned up before we go. There's really no time, Nate said. Go as far as you can over the state line if possible, and at your first stop, patch him up. Okay, I said and took the keys. I tried to steady my breathing, but for once it was hard to find my bravery. Okay, I said again, more to myself than anyone else.
Chapter 9. Adrian. My shoulder was on fire. By the time Natalia found a place to stop remote enough that we could pull over without worrying about being seen, I was shaking all over. Elias, hand me the first aid kit, she called, and the boy passed up the box Nate had given us to use before we left. The boy hadn't said a word since we'd gotten in the car. Thank you. Now, eyes closed, okay? Elias dutifully did as she said and disappeared to the back seat again. Shirt off, she said, focusing back on me. It was a struggle to get the blood-wet material off, and judging by her gasp, the wound that it revealed looked worse than I'd thought. Natalia opened the kit and dug out gauze and betadine to clean the wound. Is the bullet still there? I asked. Her skin was taking on a gray color. How would I know that? I leaned up. Is there an exit wound? I thought my back was wet, but with the adrenaline buzzing beneath my skin, it was hard to tell for sure. By her squeak, the exit wound was indeed there, and probably bleeding heavily. It's good, I told her. Better than if the bullet was still in my shoulder. Natalia took a breath, found her center, and set about cleaning my shoulder up. You need stitches, she said. Sterile gauze for now, I said. Trying to do stitches in a car was a recipe for infection. Besides, I could hardly put them in myself, and it felt like too much to ask of her when I doubted she'd ever done anything like that before. Stitches when we get somewhere safe. Natalia wrapped my shoulder in what felt like a metric ton of medical tape. I dug a clean shirt out of my bag. It hurt to maneuver my arm through the sleeve, but driving around with no shirt and covered in bandages didn't seem conducive to not drawing attention to ourselves. Next time, don't get shot, okay? She asked as she resettled in her seat. She turned the car back on and pulled back onto the road. I know you were protecting us, but don't put your body in front of any more guns if you can help it. I blinked. Then, I blinked again. How many times had I done just that over the years? This wasn't the first time I've gotten shot. Natalia snorted. What kind of argument is that? Protecting people is what I'm good at. She rolled her eyes. You're good at being a leader, she said. Anyone who sees you around your former teammates can see that. Besides, you can't protect anyone if you're dead, and you made me a promise. So take care of yourself. I felt properly chastised. I leaned back against the seat and tried to focus on anything besides what she said, and the way the dips in the road made my shoulder jolt with agony. I must have dozed off because Natalia woke me up when she pulled off the road again so Elias could stretch. He made it over an hour, she said as we both watched him walk around the shoulder. We only have an hour or so left to go. I'll call Owen and let him know. Dr. Sam Mayfield was a demon sent straight from hell. I was sure of it. You're being ridiculous, I told myself, but every time Sam made a loop and pulled the torn edges of my skin back together, I was back to cursing her in my head. Natalia had offered me one of Elias's pain pills, but Sam looked at the bottle and shook her head. It could make him bleed worse, she'd said. She'd offered me Tylenol instead. Natalia had been hovering ever since. Elias was with Owen in the kitchen, struggling through a snack. The kid had almost wailed when he was separated from his mother. It was only Natalia's promise that she would look after me that made him capitulate. "Is he going to be okay?" Natalia asked. There was so much blood. "I'm fine," I reassured her. But she never took her eyes off Sam. The reassurance would have to come from her. Sam understood and offered her a smile. "He might be lightheaded for the next day, but everything looks okay. He didn't lose as much blood as you think he did. Your bandage kept pretty good pressure on things." She pulled another suture tight, and I hissed through my teeth. "You're as bad with pain as Owen is," she teased. Fingers threaded through mine, and I looked down at Natalia's hand in mine. "Squeeze when it hurts," she said. "It helps." I didn't have to ask who she'd done that for, and she was right. Having her hold my hand helped me focus on something other than the stabbing pain from the sutures. Then I remembered my other promise. "Sam, this is Natalia Koza." "I know," she said. "Owen already told me. Her son has lures." Natalia made a soft sound in the back of her throat. "We don't need to worry about that right now," she said. And it was like she had grown a second head right in front of me. When was anything ever more important to her than Elias? "Let her take care of you first, okay? Then she and I can talk." "Oh." The corner of my lip raised in a smile. "Are you that worried about me?" Her expression was stormy. "You could have bled to death. Of course I was worried." A few moments later, Sam stood up and took the sterile gloves off. "It's going to scar," she said, "and I have no idea whether you're likely to end up with nerve damage, but I'm done." What was one more bit of nerve pain? My knee and my back needed another friend to keep them company. My job was 60% desk anyway. "Thanks, Sam." "You're just lucky I know first aid," she said. "I'm a researcher with a PhD, not a patient care doctor." "I know." I nudged Natalia in her direction. "Speaking of research," both women laughed. "You've emailed me before about your son," Sam said. "You signed it, Nat, K, right?" Natalia's eyes grew bright. "You read my email." "I did," she said. "I'm sorry I didn't respond, but it's hard with the amount that I get in a day. I read the article you published about your vaccine. It sounded like the initial trials went well." I watched as they started talking about the nuts and bolts of Sam's research. The vaccine that she'd created wasn't meant to prevent a child from being infected with lurers. It was meant for a child who was already sick. Rather than stalling the disease's progression, which was what the current treatment did, it actually had the ability to reverse some of the damage, letting the body heal and grow stronger, more able to fight the disease. It was interesting stuff for sure, but I was more fascinated by the aura of hope that clung to Natalia. She practically radiated with it. "He's 3 years post-prognosis, right? You said he was diagnosed early." Natalia nodded. "His first muscle spasm was right after his 5th birthday. Since then, I've tried just about everything to manage them. With the medication he's on now, we only have 1 or 2 big spasms a month." "And that's been for how long?" "A little over a year," she said. "So, he's stable." "Why go looking for an experimental treatment?" Sam asked. A harsh question, but I could understand why she needed to know. "It may not be a miracle fix, and it's still very new. We can't guarantee that there won't be unanticipated side effects." Natalia nodded. "I've thought about that," she said. "Currently, Elias is in a best-case scenario situation for living with the disease. He could carry on like this for years. He'd survive, but could you really call it living? He barely eats, he gets tired easily, and even if he doesn't have constant spasms, he's in pain a lot of the time. That's not a life, especially for a little kid." She took a breath, and it was shuddery in her chest. I don't want to outlive my son, but even more than that, if I'm going to lose him early, I want the life he does have to be one he can enjoy. Whatever Sam was looking for with her questions, she must have found it, because she broke into a big smile. I can't make any promises, she said. The trial vaccine has done wonderfully so far, but there's no guarantee. Of course, Natalia nodded. And I would need to be able to take him to a hospital for treatment, Sam said. I would need to have him monitored and observed for my research. Like a lab rat, I thought. I wasn't wild about the idea, but at the same time, that was how medicines and vaccines were tested, wasn't it? Researchers needed volunteers so they could know, definitively, whether what they created worked. Is it safe? I asked. Even if it doesn't work? Sam's smile dimmed. We never saw any adverse reactions before, but we've only just started testing it on human candidates, she said. There's an inherent risk in being among the first for anything. That's why it's so important we're at a hospital when we administer the vaccine. I didn't like the sound of that, but Elias wasn't my child. It wasn't my choice whether or not to subject him to something like that. And I didn't have to live with the consequences by being so overly cautious that I passed up what could be a miracle cure. I'd like to examine him first, Sam said. Make sure I'm not making false promises. She reached out and took Natalia's hand. I'll do whatever I can for your son, even if that's just to find better medication for his symptoms so his quality of life improves. Tears sparkled in Natalia's eyes. Thank you so much. She looked at me, and those tears spilled over. Thank you so much. The rest of the afternoon was spent settling in. Gabe and Zach would be coming in soon. Nate would touch base when things were settled on his end. So, for the time being, there wasn't much for us to do, but breathe. And considering the burning in my shoulder, breathing was just about all I could handle. Adrian, Elias called from the bathroom. Sam had checked my dressing, and I had been passing by the bathroom on the way back to the living room. I stopped and poked my head into the small space. Natalia was helping him to get ready for bed. She said that he normally didn't need her and preferred to handle things on his own, but after the stresses of the past few days, he was weaker than usual, to the point where she felt it was dangerous for him to be alone. What's up, bud? Come tell me a story, he asked. About your hero stuff. Natalia was about to tell Elias no. I could see it on her face, but I cut her off beforehand. Of course, I said. She eyed me. Are you sure? You don't want to rest? I smirked at her, winking obnoxiously. I think I can handle a story, I said. Any practical demonstrations will have to wait a few days, though. We went to their shared bedroom as a trio. Natalia hovered at the door while I told him a story about one of my first days in SEAL training. I drank about a gallon of seawater during PT and threw up on the beach when it was over. It hadn't been funny at the time, but Elias giggled at the imagery of a baby-faced me yakking up my guts. Elias demanded I sit with him until his eyes grew heavy, which didn't take long. When I left the room, closing the door quietly behind me, Natalia was standing in the hallway, picking at her cuticles. Stop, I said, reaching out to put a hand over hers. You'll bleed, she snorted. No more blood today, please. Agreed. We stood in the hall, just staring at one another, for a handful of heartbeats. I meant it earlier, she said finally. You can't protect us if you're dead, so don't get yourself killed. I felt the smirk on my face before I was fully conscious of what I was doing. You're worried about me? I teased softly. It wasn't a question this time. We both knew it was true. She didn't smile. Instead, she looked pained. I was, she said, and took a tentative step toward me. I am. I could feel her heat against my skin, even if we weren't touching. It was like a magnet, drawing me toward her. I'm sorry, I said, for making you worry. I reached out and cupped her cheek. "How can I make it up to you?" She didn't say anything, just looked up at me. I wasn't sure who moved first, but our lips met in a kiss so soft I could have melted into a puddle. Natalia was beautiful, smart, capable, and she tasted like sunshine. I was in so much trouble.
Chapter 10. Natalia. The sun was barely in the sky when I crawled out of bed. Sleep had been a hard battle, and I'd been on the losing side, so I decided I might as well get up and get breakfast made. It was quiet in the house, and I moved gently around the kitchen, pulling ingredients out of the fridge and pantry. I had just popped a breakfast casserole into the oven when Sam wandered in with her nephew Miles on her hip. Adrian had told me that the boy had brought Sam and Owen together. Miles's parents had been Sam's sister and Owen's brother, and after the two of them died, joint custody of their baby went to their siblings. They'd moved in together to look after him, and love had ensued from there. The little boy was hooting about Cheerios. "I got it, sweetheart." She murmured at him and sat him in his high chair. "That smells good," she said to me as she opened the pantry to grab the massive yellow cereal box. "It should be ready in about 20 minutes. Do you want coffee? I made some." "If I didn't love Owen so much, I might ask you to marry me," she said, and I laughed as I got out 2 mugs. "If you had a milk steamer, I could really impress you," I told her. "My lattes are fabulous." Sam smiled. "I think we're going to be fast friends." She sipped her coffee. "I'd like to do an examination of Elias today, if you're all right with that. From what you said, he's a good candidate for my research, but I do need to make sure he fits the physical qualifications." I nodded. "That's fine with me. After breakfast?" Sam agreed, and she and I watched Miles play with the Cheerios on his tray while the breakfast casserole baked. As the oven timer went off, Elias shuffled into the kitchen, rubbing his eyes. "Smells good, Mama," he mumbled as he climbed into a chair. "I agree." A shiver went down my spine at the sound of Adrian's voice. I had to lock the muscles in my neck to keep myself from looking his way. I could practically still feel his lips on mine. I don't know what I had been thinking last night, but it had left a tingling imprint behind that I had to force myself not to reach up and touch. "What is it?" "Breakfast casserole," I said, pulling it out of the oven. "It's a recipe from the diner." Sam helped me plate everything up, and we all gathered around Sam and Owen's dining room table to eat. I was thrilled to see Elias tuck into his meal. It was as much gusto as I'd seen him eat with in months. "Sakharov, doctor. Mayfield is going to check you out after breakfast. That's okay?" The little boy nodded. "Sure, Mama. Can I have more?" I couldn't remember the last time Elias had asked for seconds. "Yeah," I said, tripping over myself to get out of my chair. Adrian put a hand on my waist to steady me. The heat of his palm was scorching. "Thank you," I said. Adrian nodded, and for a split second, his eyes dipped down just a bit from mine, and I knew he was looking at my lips. I turned away quickly, clearing my throat to stop myself from leaning in. What is wrong with me? It was just a kiss. I couldn't even remember the last kiss I'd had, let alone the last one that threw me for this much of a loop. I got a second, albeit smaller, helping for Elias, and he actually emptied his plate. "Let me get things cleaned up," Adrian volunteered. "I'll help," Owen added. He looked at Sam. "Go do what you need to do." Sam, Elias, and I made our way to Sam's office, and I watched as she did an exam. For someone who was an adamant researcher, Sam treated my son more gently than most patient care doctors we'd seen in the last year. She softly explained everything that she was about to do directly to Elias and waited for him to nod before she did it. When she finished, she smiled at him. "Why don't you go watch TV in the living room, sweetheart?" she asked. "So your mom and I can talk." Elias's eyes slid to me, and I nodded. "Go on," I said, and the boy practically skipped from the room. I don't know what's gotten into him. He was so lethargic after his last spasm. "Sometimes that happens with Laura's patients," Sam said. "They get a big burst of energy." There was something she wasn't saying. Before he takes a downturn, do you mean? I've seen it happen before, she admitted, not mincing her words. I appreciated that. It doesn't always happen, of course, but I would be prepared for him to have another big spasm. Well, shoot. Does that preclude him from taking part in your trial? Sam shook her head. Not at all, actually. He's exactly the kind of volunteer we need. A few years post-diagnosis, on meds that make him stable, but still with ongoing issues. Too early post-diagnosis, and the subject won't have been on medication long enough for their condition to stabilize. Too late, and the patient might have irreversible damage. Elias is still in the sweet spot where he's able to bounce back. She put a hand on my shoulder. I told you before that I can't make you any promises, and I stand by that, but I will do everything I can for you and your son. I wasn't a hugger by nature, but I threw my arms around Sam and squeezed her tightly. Thank you, I told her, tears choking my voice. Thank you so much. She patted my back. I haven't done anything yet, she reminded me. I might not be able to do anything at all. I shook my head. You gave me hope. I was running out of that. Sam gave me a few moments to collect myself, and then we rejoined the rest of the group. Elias was in the living room, stacking blocks with Miles with a soft smile on his face, and Owen and Adrian were at the kitchen table. Both wore serious expressions that sent a bolt of fear through my gut. What's going on? I asked. Adrian looked at me, and for a split second, his expression softened. How long do you think it will take you to decrypt the files and find what your brother said was there? I have no idea, I said. If Hayes got careless because he thought everything was safe in the secured server, a few minutes. If he's put up any other kind of firewall protection, days, months maybe. Shoot. How much time can you realistically give me? Adrian held out his phone. Drake had, apparently, found an architectural plan from when the Hayes Group had renovated their headquarters a few years ago. The security was heavy, and if anything had changed, I couldn't imagine that he would have gone lighter on his precautions. Less than an hour, Adrian said. It took way longer than that just to crack open the files Anton had left for me, and he intended for me to see them. I shook my head. I don't know if I can do it. I looked at Adrian, whose mouth was set in a tense line. But I'll try, I promised. Anton wanted this to happen. He gave you that message in the hopes that you'd find me? I don't think he'd set all of this up as a failsafe just for it to be impossible. Though a secure facility in the middle of a city was a lot, even for a team of former SEALs, my doubt must have shown on my face because Adrian stood and slid an arm around my shoulders. I bit back the gasp that rose in my throat. I'll bet you can run circles around whatever obstacles that jerk puts in our way, he said. It was patently absurd, and I rolled my eyes. But the tension in my shoulders bled out a little. You're putting entirely too much faith in me. I don't think so, he said. I like to think I've developed some good instincts over the years, and I have a good feeling about you. He held me to him for just a moment longer before he let go, and I almost mourned the loss of his body heat against me. My brother was like that, I said. He trusted his instincts. But then those instincts got him involved with Ian Hayes, and he died. He died trusting us, Adrian said, putting voice to the ugly thing I was thinking but didn't want to say. We were supposed to keep him safe, get him out of the row and bring him safely here to you. And when it fell apart, you and I both lost people we cared about. But I'm going to make it up to you. I'm going to make it right and make sure that Hayes can't harm you or anyone else ever again, okay? I studied him for a moment. Adrian's guilt ran deep. That was obvious. But I had also learned he was one of those genuinely sincere people who were exceedingly rare in the world. Guilt might be driving him to make these promises, but he'd keep them, no matter what it took. I trust you, I said finally, and his eyes widened just a hair, like he didn't quite expect me to say that. I've never met anyone who's as motivated as me when it comes to getting what you want. Grief is a good motivator, he said. Agreed. I gestured to the smartphone in his hand. When will the others be here? Nate's busy cleaning up in Tupelo, Owen said, drawing my attention away from Adrian. And Zach and Gabe are supposed to be heading this way, but? He flicked his eyes to Adrian. What if they met you in Georgia? It would be less of a drive, and if they're being watched, it wouldn't bring them here. Owen didn't have to tell us he was worried about his family. Nate and Emily were lucky that Hayes's men didn't descend on their actual home. But Owen lived here. If the others brought Hayes to his doorstep, it wouldn't be a vacation home that was ruined. It would be their whole lives. We can drive to them, I said before Adrian could say anything. Besides, they'd have to backtrack if they drove all the way here. There's no sense in wasting time. There's another issue here. We all looked at Sam. What are you going to do with Elias?
Chapter 11. Adrian. Even with the distance between us, I felt Natalia go rigid. He goes where I go, she said, in a tone that did not invite argument. So, you're going to take him with you to the Hayes headquarters, while you try to do some kind of impossible computer magic and stay a step ahead of armed guards. Natalia's face went flat. What would you suggest I do? Sam had a plan. I could see it on her face, and I braced for what I knew was coming. Leave Elias here with me, she said. If he's going to be a part of my clinical trial, he's going to need a battery of tests, and he's going to need to stay in the hospital while he's receiving treatment, so we can keep him under observation. He won't just be safe here. He'll be getting important medical care. The hospital can handle any flare-ups he might have, and the security is excellent. You can do what you need to do, knowing he's taken care of. There was logic in what she was saying. It would be much safer for Elias if we didn't take him into the hot zone. It would be safer for everyone, actually. We weren't going into a battlefield, but that didn't mean it wasn't dangerous. It didn't mean there wouldn't be the possibility of guns or violence. Absolutely not, Natalia said in that same unquestioning tone. Elias doesn't have to be in the hospital yet. There's no reason we couldn't start his treatment after we get back. Natalia, I started, and her hazel eyes found mine. They were molten with anger. No, she said, I'm not leaving my son. Mama, stop. We all turned, and Elias had joined the group of adults, frail and small between Owen and Sam. From the sheepish looks on everyone's faces, it seemed we'd all forgotten he was close enough to hear what we were saying, and old enough to understand it. Sakharok, she admonished. It's rude to interrupt when adults are talking. I don't want to keep moving around, he said curtly. I don't want to keep being chased by scary guys with guns. He gestured to me. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of us. I don't want you to get hurt because you're worrying about me instead of looking after yourself. Natalia wavered. I'm not going to get hurt, Sakharok, she said. You can't be sure of that, he told her, quiet and solemn. Uncle Anton didn't think he was going to get hurt either. But the bad man who hurt him is still out there, and he's going to keep sending more bad men after us until you stop him. It'll be easier for you to do whatever you have to do if you don't have to take care of me at the same time, right? He said, talking over her. That way, you can stop the bad men and make it so we can stay in one place. She looked at me, helpless. What if Owen stayed to keep an eye on Elias, make sure he was safe? I suggested. Gabe, Zach and I can handle things. You're sure? Natalia asked. I nodded. We're used to adapting, I said, keeping my eyes locked with hers. We've got this, I tried to convey to her silently. After a long pause, she nodded. We should call the others, Owen said, and fill them in. I agreed, and Natalia grabbed my laptop. They can't track you with that, can they? I asked as she opened up Zoom. They'd have to know my network, she said, and at my blank look, she shook her head. It's doubtful. But then, her confidence seemed to crack, and she tapped out a combination on the keyboard that I couldn't follow. We'll use my backup VPN, she explained. Just in case. She placed the call, and the other former SEALs answered in tandem. I quickly filled them in on the change of plans. "You think the three of us can get in?" Zach asked. "Four," Natalia objected. "I can help." Zach looked like he wanted to argue, but Gabe jumped in. "Four," he said resolutely. "You're right. Will the four of us be enough?" "We'll make do," I said. "We'll do recon and make a solid plan once we can see what we're up against. Ideally, we'd be able to give Natalia an hour or more to do what she needs to, but realistically, it'll be 30 minutes at a stretch." Natalia let out a harsh breath, and I reached over and squeezed her shoulder. It was something that I would do to any of my men who were nervous going into a mission, but I didn't miss how Owen's lips twitched into a half-smile. Instead of saying anything, thankfully, Owen pulled up a map on his phone, and we were able to pick out a motel in Georgia where Natalia and I could meet Zach and Gabe. It was close to Atlanta, but I didn't want to be seen in the city until we were ready to go. Hayes might not have eyes on us, but he'd be an absolute moron not to think we would head straight for him. We were still dealing with the need to lay low because of the kidnapping charges. There was no telling what other tricks Hayes might have up his sleeve to make things more complicated for us. The next steps planned out, we ended the call, and Natalia swept out of the room, grabbing Elias as she went. I wanted to go after her, reassure her, but Sam caught me before I could. "Give her some space," she said. "That boy is her whole world. Asking her to leave him with strangers is a lot." I knew that, but it was still hard to watch her walk away. Though it wasn't exactly easy being around her either. Whenever she was in the room, the only thing I could think about was kissing her again. I shouldn't have done that. Clouding my mind before a mission was stupid, moronic, idiotic, and I would give just about anything to do it again. I spent the rest of the day with Owen. We went over the schematics Drake had sent and made a tentative map that we could use of the entrances and exits. Noted where the security would probably be the heaviest in terms of cameras or guards. It helped to have something to do while we waited for go time. Around lunchtime, Natalia and Elias emerged from the guest room. She looked suspiciously puffy-eyed, but the little boy was in good spirits. "Adrian," he said as Natalia started picking through the cabinets, obviously intent on cooking again. "Yeah, bud?" "You'll take care of my mama, right?" he asked. "You won't let anything happen to her?" "Of course I won't," I said. "She's safe with me." He gave me a look that was hard to decipher. "My Uncle Anton," he said. "You were supposed to protect him too, right?" Ouch. Somehow the question coming from Elias hit especially hard. "Last time, there were a lot of factors involved that I couldn't control," I said. It was difficult to explain the complexity of military operations in a way an 8-year-old could understand, but I had to try. The biggest one was that someone leaked the details to the bad guys ahead of time so they could plan out how to attack us. But this time, me and my guys are the only ones who know what's going to happen, so we can stay in control. We're going to do whatever we have to do. Understand? He didn't. No 8-year-old could, really. But Elias nodded like he did anyway. "I trust you." Having his trust was nearly as much of a head rush as it was to have Natalia's. I wanted the boy to see me as someone worthy of his trust, of his belief that I could make everything okay again. Maybe I just wanted him to look at me like I really was a superhero. If Elias believed it, then maybe I could convince myself of the same. For lunch, Natalia showed Owen how to make patty melts, another recipe from the diner, and after everyone had eaten, I jumped up to clean again. It felt like the very least I could do. "Thank you," Natalia murmured as she put her and Elias's plates in the sink. "Any time," I said and nudged her shoulder with my own. "It's going to be okay, you know?" Natalia didn't look convinced. "I've never been away from him," she said. "Not for his whole life, not even for a night, and now I'm just going to leave him with strangers." She looked at me. "Nice strangers," she amended. But strangers nonetheless, I filled in, and she nodded. I know this is hard, and I can't thank you enough. Natalia waved her hand, smattering my shirt with water droplets. Oops, she murmured, and I saw the beginning of a grin on her lips. No harm, no foul, I said. The rest of the day was tense. Our coming departure was on everyone's mind, but Natalia remained steadfast. She never stopped smiling at her son, never let him see her nerves. Elias asked for me at bedtime, and she sat on the opposite side of the bed as I told him more hero stories. When the boy finally closed his eyes, Natalia and I slipped out of the room. Do you want to watch some TV? I asked, nodding toward the living room. Sam and Owen will take a while putting Miles down. Natalia considered it, but ultimately she shook her head. I want... She swallowed hard, like the words were caught in her throat. I need to not think about tomorrow, or I'm going to talk myself out of going, and I don't think television is going to be that distracting. My mouth was suddenly dry. Can I help? She studied me. How? I held out my hand to her. Come with me. Cautiously, Natalia slid her hand into mine, and I led her down the hall to the guest room I was staying in. Nothing has to happen, I said. We could just talk. But, she asked, already a step ahead of me. But I could distract you, I offered. If you want. Natalia's eyes flicked between me and the bed. How? Let me hold you, I suggested. I get the feeling you haven't been held in a really long time. She let out a shuddery breath. You're right. I haven't. Could you? Of course. I closed the distance between us, wound my arms around her, and pulled her against me. For a second she was stiff, arms held down by her sides, but when I didn't let go, her body melted into mine. She brought her arms up and twined them around my neck, burrowing her nose into my collar and inhaling hard. I rubbed at her back, trying to soothe her. It's going to be all right. I'll bring you straight back to him, I promised. Owen would never let anything happen to him. Elias will stay and start his treatment, and it is going to be fine. She inhaled and exhaled slowly, over and over, and I knew she was trying to stop herself from crying. I'm scared. I know, I said. I'll never be able to tell you how grateful I am that you pushed past that fear and agreed to help. Truly. She shrugged, not moving her face from where it was pressed against me. It's not like I'm being altruistic. I don't want to live my life on the run anymore. I want to stop the man who killed my brother, and I want to help you and the rest of your teammates who are putting so much on the line to protect me. I snorted. After putting you and Elias in danger by bringing Ian Hayes right to you. She tipped her head up. If they'd found us without you there, it would have been a lot worse. She wasn't wrong, but I didn't want to imagine that possibility. Once Hayes got what he wanted, whatever that was, from her, I had no doubt she would disappear permanently. I wouldn't wish that on anyone, but especially not Natalia or Elias. In a shockingly short amount of time, they'd become more important to me than anyone other than my teammates had been in a long, long time. It's the mission, I told myself. It was the possibility of finally getting justice for Cuddy and Roger and solving this mystery that's been building for over a year. Adrian. Yeah? Kiss me. Please. The whispered request sent a jolt through me. But wasn't that why I brought her in here to begin with? Don't play coy now. I leaned down and pressed my mouth to hers, soft and sweet, like the kiss we'd shared the night before. She allowed it for a moment, but then her mouth opened against mine, and the wet softness of her tongue brushed against my lower lip. With a groan, I deepened the kiss, tasting her. Sunshine. It didn't seem possible, but that was exactly how she tasted. I cupped her face, brushed the apple of her cheek with the pad of my thumb. When breathing became an issue, I pulled back a fraction. Her hazel eyes were hazy with want. I didn't think she could look any more gorgeous, but here she was. "You're an incredible woman, Natalia Koza," I murmured. "Incredible and beautiful." She replied by kissing me again. Her fingers tracked into my hair, holding me against her, as if I wanted to be anywhere else. My mind drifted to the bed 3 steps away. I could lay her down on it, make her feel good, but I held myself back. She wanted comfort, no matter what distraction she was asking for, and I wasn't going to press the advantage. Instead, we stood there, trading kisses, for a long time. Somehow it was the most naked I'd ever felt. I liked it a lot more than I would have thought.
Chapter 12. Natalia. I'd managed not to cry until the second before we had to get in the car. Elias had wrapped his thin arms around my neck, buried his sweet face against my neck, and the tears just poured down my cheeks despite everything I did to try to hold them back. "Be good for Sam and Owen, Sakharov," I told him, straining to keep my voice steady. "Of course, Mama," he promised, voice wobbling. "I won't let you down." I pressed my lips to his hair. "I know," I said. "I'll see you soon." Before I could let him go, Elias tightened his grip on me. "I'll miss you," he said in a near whisper, like he was a touch embarrassed that he was saying it out loud. "I'll miss you too, Sakharov. I love you." Elias wrenched himself from my arms and marched up to Adrian. His face was set in a serious grimace. He pointed at Adrian with all the menace of a wet kitten. Adrian, smartly, kept his face neutral. "You'll bring her back safe?" Elias demanded, sounding more mature than I was used to. "Where was my baby?" "I will," Adrian promised. "I'm going to hold you to that." Elias's serious expression broke and tears glittered in his eyes. He launched himself at Adrian, who let out a little oof as they collided. I saw pain flicker across Adrian's face, but he hugged my son fiercely. "Promise you'll both come back," Elias said. Adrian looked at me over the top of his head, wonder on his face. He rubbed the boy's back. "Okay, bud," he said. "I promise we'll both come back, safe and sound." Elias nodded, and then he was scampering back into the house, not looking back. My chest felt like it would crack open, but I didn't go after him. We needed to get going if we were going to, and saying goodbye wouldn't get any easier if we dragged it out. I climbed into the passenger seat and watched through the window as Adrian slapped Owen on the back. He climbed behind the wheel a moment later, and we were off. We pulled out of the neighborhood, and the road stretched out in front of us. I didn't know how to feel. Not having Elias was like missing a limb, but it also gave me nothing to do. There was no one to monitor, no stretch breaks to plan or snacks to arrange. There was just the road and Adrian and the silence between us. Restless and knowing there were hours of driving ahead of us, I reached into the back seat and pulled out my laptop to give myself something to do. I opened the files I had transferred from Anton's cloud account and started combing through them, organizing evidence that I needed to be looking for when I got into the Hayes Ethernet system. If I had a limited amount of time, I would need to be strategic because I probably would not be able to get everything. So, most damning evidence first. Things that, for sure, tied Ian Hayes to crimes he could be convicted for. "What are you doing?" Adrian asked. "Organizing," I muttered, not taking my eyes off the screen. "I want a plan for when we go into the Hayes group. There's a good chance I won't be able to get it all." Adrian hummed softly. "Good idea." "What's going to get him the most time? From a legal perspective?" "Treason," Adrian said after a moment. "The weapons smuggling is a good start, drugs too. But if we could prove he was acting against the interests of the U.S. government, including endangering American military personnel, that would be the biggest bomb." I nodded and started sifting through files. "Anton did a good job compiling all of this," I said. "But the way he organized the files is dumb." "It's in chronological order, right?" "Yes, but arranging things by dates isn't always a good idea. Organizing it by crime would have been more efficient. I guess he must not have thought about that." I snorted. Anton wasn't known for his critical thinking skills, I said. I mean, he voluntarily got involved with Ian Hayes in the first place. It's not like he just accidentally stumbled on Hayes' activities. He was a part of them. And the only reason he stopped was for Elias and me, I thought. He must have had his reasons, Adrian said. Money, I groused back. I don't know how you grew up, but I shrugged. How could I explain what it was like to go days without food? To have the power shut off in the summer because we could survive without it. I get it, Adrian said without me needing to explain. When you have next to nothing, you'll do just about anything. He helped me pay for university, I confessed after a moment. Not everything. I had some scholarships and got a part-time job, but without his help, I'd have had to work 2 or 3 jobs, and I don't know when I would have found time to study. He wanted me to focus on my lessons. It wasn't an excuse for what he'd done, but it was true all the same. When Elias was diagnosed and my husband left, Anton was the first one to start looking for a solution. I scrolled through the files. The timestamps went back a few years. I think he was working on this exit strategy for a long time. Sounds like he loved you and Elias a lot, Adrian said. I couldn't deny that. He did. You miss him. It wasn't a question, but I nodded anyway. Like a limb, am I right? I glanced at Adrian, who was staring resolutely out the windshield. I take it you've lost someone too? His expression clouded. Yeah. Was it your teammates? Adrian's face darkened further. I wasn't around when Roger died, but I saw when Cuddy passed, and he wasn't the first, he said. It was like watching him fight himself. He kept tensing his hands and jaw, like the words were getting caught in his throat. I got the sense that he wanted to tell me, but that it was something he usually kept to himself, to the point where he struggled to even find the words. You don't have to talk about it, I said. It's not my business. It's fine, Adrian assured me. Then the words poured out in a rush, like he'd broken through a dam that had been holding them back. My parents were killed in a home invasion. My heart panged in my chest. That's awful. I was there. He cut me off. His gaze was far away, like he was remembering something that he didn't want to. My mom hid me in the closet, and I watched them shoot her because she refused to tell them where her jewelry was. Because it was in the closet with me. My eyes stung. I wasn't normally a crier. The past few days accepted. But it broke my heart to think of Adrian's mother protecting her son at all costs. Your mother was a brave woman. He cracked a small smile. That she was. A real spitfire, actually. Adrian's voice was thick with emotion, and I reached across and took his free hand, entwining our fingers. Adrian jolted, almost tore himself away from me, but then his hand relaxed in mine. His thumb played across my knuckles absently. It was incredibly gentle, like the kisses we'd shared the night before, and my belly filled with champagne bubbles. It felt intimate again, like we were sharing something important even if it was quiet between us. I wanted to ask if he was feeling it too, but the words wouldn't come. I was afraid to burst the quiet bubble that we'd found ourselves in. Before I could come up with what to say, the burner phone Nate had gotten for us in Tupelo began to ring. It made us both jump and pulled our hands apart. Adrian reached for the phone. It had been put in the cup holder when we left Birmingham, and checked the ID. It's Gabe. He pressed the green talk button. Pierce, he said by way of greeting. The phone was connected to the car's Bluetooth. Gabe's voice came through the speakers loud and clear. Adrian, do your coworkers know what you're doing right now? Gabe asked. I took vacation leave, Adrian said. They think I'm on a fishing trip. Why? Because I'm at Zach's place, and someone claiming to be an FBI agent just showed up here looking for you. Who was it? What did their badge say? Gabe made a disgruntled sound. He just flashed it at me. I can't confirm that it was real. Fear gripped me. It might be legit. Hayes has people in the government, I said. Ones who work for him. The U.S. Marshal, who was my contact when Elias and I first came to America, He was working with Hayes. He told him where we were. Adrian didn't like it, that was clear, but he knew I was right. Hayes's reach was vast. What did he say, Gabe? That he needed to speak with you about an urgent case, he said, but he didn't give us a name. He's probably watching the house. That's what we thought, Gabe said. I think we have to wait a day or two before we leave, just to be safe. Adrian swore under his breath. That's for the best, he agreed, though I could see the tension in his body. We'll wait for you at the motel we picked. All right, Gabe said. Be safe. You too. Adrian hung up. His hands gripped the steering wheel hard, and I saw him wince. You should let me drive for a while, I suggested. Your shoulder? My shoulder is fine. Adrian grunted, but he flinched when he made to switch lanes to pull around a car going far too slowly for the interstate. I huffed. Tell me again how fine you feel, I said. Adrian's jaw clenched, and he kept driving for another 20 minutes, wincing every time he had to shift the wheel. Finally, defeated, he pulled into the nearest gas station. You drive, he said. I leaned across the armrest and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. Thank you, I said. Adrian nodded and dipped into the gas station store to get us snacks while I filled the tank. When everything was taken care of, I pulled back out onto the road. Where am I going? Adrian pulled up the directions to the motel we'd chosen, one that had quick access to Atlanta, but was far enough away that we probably wouldn't fall under Ian Hayes' radar. Glancing over at the screen, I frowned when I saw the motel's low rating. Is this really our best option? I asked. He shrugged. We can pay in cash, and we probably won't end up with scabies from the towels. I grimaced. Well, thank you for putting that thought in my head. Adrian chuckled. Happy to help.
Chapter 13. Adrian. I think maybe I was being optimistic about the scabies thing, I muttered as we pulled into the motel. Natalia's laugh, sweet and melodic, carried me into the lobby. The motel was old, that was for sure, and the man behind the desk grinned too salaciously when I mentioned we were going to pay in cash. For an hour or two, sir, he asked, and he looked over my shoulder, out the filmy window to where Natalia was waiting in the car. 2 days, I gritted. The man's smile was nauseating as he gave me the price. We exchanged money for keys, actual keys, and I rushed back to the car. Natalia jolted as I slammed the passenger side door behind me. What room number? I looked at the number engraved on the key. Room 207. I hoped it was far from the lobby. As luck would have it, Natalia had to circle to the back of the property. We were on the second floor, on the corner, near the back stairs. It was a good vantage point, and I was glad not to have our car visible from the road. We had no reason to believe that Hayes knew what we were driving, but if he'd been able to track down Zach, he might know about Nate and Emily too. And even better, the lobby was not a reflection of the quality of the actual room. It was a little dated, yes, but it was clean. Oh, this isn't bad, Natalia said as we set down our bags. I'm not afraid to take my shoes off. I laughed, and something relaxed in my chest that had been tight. You're braver than me, I said, and we shared a chuckle. But that good mood couldn't last. The longer we stayed in the motel doing nothing, the more tension crept back between my shoulders. I hated having to hurry up and wait. I was a doer by nature. But it would be illogical and stupid to do anything without Zach and Gabe. Even recon could be risky. Are you okay? Natalia asked. She had been going through the files again, seated at the scarred table pushed against the wall opposite the double beds. I shook my head. Going stir-crazy. It was worse than that, though. I was angry, and I had nothing to vent that frustration on. Dirty FBI agents, and they're going after my team. It's a good thing. Natalia's words landed like a blow. Excuse me, I demanded. Obviously, Hayes doesn't know what we're planning, and he doesn't know where we are. That's why he's going after your team. Just like with the kidnapping report, he's trying to flush us out. That means he's in the dark, which is good for us. That made a lot of sense, but it didn't do much to make me less angry. From the considering look on Natalia's face, she knew that. "Why don't we get out of here for a bit?" she suggested. "What?" She nodded. "We both could use some dinner that doesn't come out of a vending machine or a gas station, unless you don't think it's safe with my picture still out there, attached to the Amber Alert." I considered it. Yes, it was a risk having her out in public, but probably not as big a risk as she was thinking. Most of the pictures that have been circulated have been of Elias, not you. Since he's not with us, we're not driving the car that went with our description, and there haven't been any pictures of me. I don't think people will recognize you. The picture they used of you had your hair pulled back. If you wear it loose, I think we'll be fine. And the more I thought of going out with her somewhere, the more I liked the idea. The last real meal either of us had was at Sam and Owen's this morning before we left. "Look up what's close," I asked, gesturing to her laptop. She tapped the keyboard and brought up our options, limited as they were. "Fast food," she mumbled, scrolling down. "A few diners." More scrolling. "And someplace just called the grocery store that serves food." She glanced at me. "It has decent reviews." "We'll try that then," I said. It wasn't until we were back in the car, following the directions on my phone, that it hit me that this felt like a date. We both needed a warm meal, of course, but we could have gone through a drive-thru and gone back to the room. But instead, we were going to a sit-down restaurant together. And darn it all, I was nervous, like I was some teenager on his first date. The only thing I should be thinking about was the mission that lay ahead. But here I was, fluttery over the idea of going to dinner with a woman. Not just any woman, I reminded myself. Natalia. There was something about Natalia that was unlike any other woman I'd ever known. It wasn't like I hadn't met beautiful, capable women before, because I had. All of my teammates had found women precisely like that. Natalia just dug under my skin in a way that was entirely new. The grocery store was tiny and served country classics. It gave me the vibe of being in someone's grandparents' home. The hostess showed us to a dimly lit table and smiled as she handed each of us a menu. "Enjoy," she said. Natalia looked the menu over. A little wrinkle formed between her eyebrows. Without thinking, I reached across the table and soothed that area with my thumb. "You're thinking too hard," I said. "It's just food." She waved me off, but there was a smile curling at her pretty lips. "Well, I'd like to get good food, preferably." I glanced down at the menu. It was all comfort food, all rich and satisfying. "I'm pretty sure you can't go wrong here." Natalia's eyes went back to the menu, and when the waitress came, she ordered the chicken and dumplings. "Oh, that's my favorite on the whole menu," the older woman said, writing the order down. "Good choice, honey." "How's the burger?" I asked. She smiled. "It's great. You want it fully dressed?" I nodded. "Yeah, thanks." The waitress toddled away, taking our menus with her. "I'm not entirely sure what I ordered," Natalia confessed when she was far enough away. "Is the chicken in the dumpling?" "You worked in a diner in Louisiana and never had chicken and dumplings." She shook her head. "We had dumplings with Chinese takeout sometimes." I chuckled. Totally different kind of dumpling. We were one of the only tables in the whole place, so it took a very short amount of time to get our food. When Natalia saw her chicken and dumplings, her face twisted in confusion. "Is it like a stew?" she asked. "Kind of." "Try it." She took a bite and her face went through a whole slew of emotions. Had I ever watched someone eat with such fascination before? Someone I wasn't actively pranking, that is. "How is it?" Natalia's nose wrinkled slightly. "Odd," she said, "but good." I smiled. Good. We ate, mostly in silence. I'd learned over the past few days that Natalia tended to be quiet during meals, but I'd thought perhaps it was because we were eating with my teammates, people who were basically strangers to her. But no, it seemed that mealtimes were just quiet times for her. She would answer questions, but she didn't feel the need to fill the space with chatter. I liked that. I could relate to the need for a wind-down time, especially when things had been so chaotic lately. "Do you need to call Elias?" I asked as we were finishing up. She checked her watch. "I will at 8:30. That's the time Sam and I agreed on. She'll call me during the day if he wants to speak with me, but I wanted an agreed-on time so he has that constant. By then, we would be back at the motel. I can take a walk if you want some privacy." Natalia shook her head, chuckling. "Do you think he's not going to want to talk to you?" she asked. "He'll want to know all about whatever hero stuff we've gotten up to." That made me snort. Oh, waiting in a motel for backup is so heroic. She shrugged, a delicate rise of her shoulders. "He's 8. He thinks everything is cloak and dagger." I smiled. "I'll try and make it exciting." That's all he wants. Something about the way her mouth curled around the words made my heart stutter in my chest. "What do you want?" The question was on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't voice it. It wasn't the time or place to ask. We were talking about her child, and it wasn't like this was a real date anyway. We paid for our dinner and backtracked to the motel. Natalia fiddled with the radio until it played something other than country music. She hummed along with the top 40 station. She was a little off-key, but I ached to hear her sing for real. Even if it was terrible, I thought it would be a sound I could get addicted to. There were a few more cars in the parking lot when we returned, but all seemed quiet. I parked near the stairs that led up to our room. "Stay in the car for a second. Let me check the room." I expected her to ask why, but Natalia just nodded. "Okay. Lock the door after you get out." Smart girl. I locked her in and took the steps up to the second floor of the motel. The weight of my handgun at the base of my spine, tucked into the holster, was a comfort. I unlocked the door and swung it open, ready for whatever might be waiting. I checked the tiny closet and bathroom. I made sure the door to the adjoining room was still locked. Everything was quiet. I poked my head out and waved Natalia up, and moments later, she came through the door. "Lock it behind you," I said. "Hayes might not have found us, but it's good to be abundantly cautious," she finished for me. "I get it. You wouldn't believe some of the things I've done out of precaution. Like keeping all of your important belongings in a bag in your trunk." She nodded. "I've abandoned furniture, changed aliases, literally run for my life." She wrapped her arms around herself as if she were cold. "I'm hoping that after we do this, all of that will stop." I hope so too. "Did getting out of the room help?" she asked. "Huh. You were angry before, right? Going stir-crazy. Did getting out help?" It had. Being out, getting to act normal, even for a little while, had tempered my mood. "Being with you helped." Natalia smiled, clearly pleased. It was a smile I hadn't seen on her before. I liked it. "I'm glad I could help. That's why I'm here, after all." She was talking about the mission, but her words shivered over my nerves and down my spine. The tension was thick between us, and we were on that edge. We could fall into it, or we could walk away. I didn't want to walk away. "Natalia." She shivered, as if just by saying her name, I'd touched her, and I knew she was feeling the same thing that I was. I glanced at the clock. We had some time before her call with Elias. "I think we're both still a little keyed up." She nodded. "I think you're right." "I have an idea for how we could deal with that," I said, and crossed the room to her. My eyes zeroed in on her lips, plush and soft. "Show me," she breathed, and I took her into my arms, biting back a sigh of relief at the feel of her pressed against me again. I'd held her all of 2 times. How could I have missed her this much? It was like an ache beneath my skin that I hadn't even realized was there. Our lips met, and there was that citrusy burst of sunshine taste again. It must be some sort of lip balm. Whatever it was, I couldn't get enough. I licked into her mouth, intent on chasing that taste, and she sighed against me. So beautiful. I kissed my way down her neck, finding all the little spots that made her shiver, and she clutched at me, fingers digging into my arms. "How long has it been since someone touched you?" I murmured in her ear. "Properly." "About 3 years." I didn't know her ex-husband, but whoever he was, I hoped that he knew just how badly he messed up by walking away. "That's a crime," I said, nibbling at her earlobe. "Let me make it up to you," Natalia nodded. "Please." Panting after, I leaned down and pressed my lips to her shoulder, her throat, her chin, and finally her lips. Natalia smiled at me, eyes heavy on mine. "Share a shower with me," I suggested, already thinking about what fun we could have beneath the water. She glanced at the clock on the bedside table. We still had plenty of time before her phone call. "Okay," she said. "A quick shower, though." I held up 3 fingers. "Scout's honor." She raised an eyebrow at me. "Were you a Boy Scout?" My laugh echoed around our room. "Not at all."
Chapter 14. Natalia. I never felt more beautiful than I did under Adrian's gaze, under his hands. We had been at the motel for over 24 hours and we were both restless. But on some level, I was actually enjoying being stuck with him. If it wasn't for the crippling fear that someone was going to break down our door at any moment, I would almost call it a vacation. "This is the worst orange chicken I've ever had," Adrian said, digging another sauce-covered piece of meat out of the white container. He was right. It was pretty awful. But that was what made it good, too. "The rangoons are pretty good, though," I pointed out. Adrian smiled and conceded with a nod of his head. "I used to love those." "Used to?" He chuckled. "We were in California for training, and the boys wanted takeout, so we found a cheap Chinese place nearby. We got 6 orders of the rangoons, and it gave us the worst food poisoning. I've been in firefights and never felt closer to death than I did that night. Ever since, they've lost their appeal." I glanced at the bag of wontons on the bed before giggling. "More for me, then." Adrian nodded. "Keep them." "Elias and I usually fight over them," I admitted. My heart panged at the thought of my son. I'd spoken with him the night before, after getting out of a very steamy shower, and he'd told me all about the things Sam had him doing to prepare for the start of his treatment. He was excited at the prospect of being normal, no matter how much she and I both cautioned him that it might not be what he expected. He's always been very vocal about what he likes, even as a baby. "I can see that," Adrian said with a soft smile that made my stomach fizzle. The soft gaze was a killer. It made me think of all kinds of things that I shouldn't. Like what might come next, after this mission. "Don't think about that right now," I told myself. "It doesn't matter." Instead of dwelling, I crunched on my wonton and said, "I remember the day that I knew he was going to be a handful. We were at my family's home. I think Elias was all of 3, and he told me that he was not going to sit with the other children because they won't admit that I have better ideas for games than them." Adrian snorted. "Not afraid of anything, was he?" I shook my head. "He's always been strong." Without warning, my eyes began to sting, like they did before a good cry. I blinked, trying to force the tears back. I feel like I've made him more paranoid since all of this started because I didn't want to lie to him about what was going on. Adrian's hand touched my knee, and he squeezed softly. "That's not a bad thing," he said soothingly. "It would be scarier for him to not know what was happening around him, don't you think?" I shrugged. "Maybe." Our eyes met and held. "Shouldn't I be protecting him from this stuff?" I asked. "Isn't that what a good mother would do?" Adrian didn't offer platitudes. Instead, he squeezed my knee again. I think a good mother does what she can to prepare her child for the world, and I think that's what you've done with Elias. You've been in a shitty situation since moving to the US, and he's sick. If he didn't know the realities he was faced with, I think he'd be lost. And there's also a chance he could get really hurt because he didn't understand how to be safe and careful. He leaned forward and kissed me, soft and sweet. You're a terrific mother, Natalia. I knew that the day I met you. Melt me into a puddle, I thought nonsensically. But it was accurate to how I felt, how I wanted to fall into him. Are you full? I asked, looking down at our impromptu picnic. His lips curved into a smirk. I could be, he said. Did you have something? The phone rang and the mood changed abruptly. He reached for the cell on the bedside table and pressed talk. Pierce, he said. Whoever was on the other line spoke for a moment, and then Adrian held out the phone to me. It's Sam. I practically snatched the phone from him. Sam? What's up? It wasn't time for my call with Elias, so something must be wrong. I have a little man who needs to talk to you. Sam's voice was soft and kind, but I could hear the tension beneath it. We went to the hospital this morning for some tests, and it was a little rough for him. Put him on the phone, please. There was a pause, and then I heard a watery, Mama. Sakarak, I soothed. What's wrong? The little boy burst into tears. I hurt, he whimpered, and I knew at once what was wrong. We had never been apart, so he had never been without me when he was hurting. I had always taken care of him, but at the moment that comfort was gone. It didn't matter that he knew where I was, or even that he'd told me to go. All that mattered was that I wasn't there when he needed me. Badly, Sakarak. He sniffled. No, he admitted, but he sounded so angry. But I wish you were here. I wish I was there too, I said. I miss you. Then why haven't you done anything yet? Why are you waiting? It was a question from a child in pain who had no concept of what he was saying, but it struck me directly in the heart. Hadn't I been thinking of this as some kind of vacation? What did I even need a vacation from? What kind of mother was I to abandon my child to shack up in some motel room with a man I barely knew? Self-reproach bubbled in my stomach. We're waiting until it's safe, I said. You made Adrian promise that we would both come home safe, right? More sniffles, but I could hear that Elias was calming down. Right. He's trying to live up to that promise, I explained. We can't do anything until his team gets here, and they got held up. As soon as it's safe, we'll do what we need to do, and then I'll come right back. Elias didn't say anything for a long time, just held the phone to his ear as he whimpered. I murmured soothing nonsense things to him, like I would have done if I had been there. I'm tired, Mama, he said. Finally, all cried out. Go lay down, Sakarak. I'll call you first thing in the morning. Okay. I love you. My arms ached to hold him. I love you too. There was another pause, and then Sam came back to the phone. How bad is he? I think he's exhausted, Sam said. We did initial testing today, so he had blood drawn and a physical exam done at the hospital. I tried my best to hold his hand through it, but he definitely missed you. He must have been terrified, I thought. I appreciate you being there, I said. I'll call in the morning and check on him again. And I'll call if anything changes here, she promised. We hung up, and for a split second, I wanted to hurl the cell phone at the wall. The well of frustration in my gut was deep, and I didn't know what to do with it all. Is the little guy okay? I looked up, almost startled to see Adrian still sitting across from me. He's hurting, I said. He went to the hospital today for initial testing. It was scary and a little painful, and I wasn't there. I didn't want to cry, but the urge was right there, balancing on a knife's edge. You were just telling me I was a terrific mother, I said, voice thick with emotion. And you couldn't have been more wrong. Whoa. Hey, no, Adrian said. He reached for me, wiping away my tears. What you're doing is brave, and it's so that you and Elias can have a better life. Without Hayes, you could settle down somewhere permanently and build a real home. But, he shook his head. I can see you spiraling, he said. I'm not going to let you slander yourself, all right? I wasn't lying before. You're the kind of mother all kids should have. Elias is lucky to have you to take care of him. I wasn't at all sure I agreed with him, but I wanted to believe it, so I let myself be swayed. You don't think he'll hate me? Adrian cracked a smile. I think all kids hate their parents at some point in their lives, he said. But I don't think you have anything to worry about right now. I swatted at him. Don't remind me of the teenage years, I said. I'm not ready. Though I didn't mean it, not really. All I had wanted since hearing Elias's diagnosis was for him to beat the odds. I'd be thrilled if he got old enough to be sullen and acne-covered, hiding in his room and listening to terrible music. Making it to 13, to 16, to 21 would be milestone occasions. They would mean that he survived. And that was all I could ever hope for. I don't think any parent is, Adrian said. But I think you'll weather that particular storm just fine. You kept your head even when faced with a heavily armed private military group. I think you can handle something as natural as puberty. He was trying to make me smile. And darn him, it was working, even when I didn't want it to. When I didn't feel like I deserved it. I sighed. I think I'm going to shower. Turn in early, maybe. Adrian raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to join you? I shook my head, thinking of the last time we'd climbed into the motel's shower together. It had been all wandering hands and searing kisses, and I wasn't comfortable with the idea of that right now. I'm not in the mood. I'm sorry. You never have to apologize for that, he said, eyebrows wrinkled in a cross between concern and consternation. I just meant I could wash your hair, maybe rub your shoulders a little. It was tempting, but I still shook my head. I'd rather be alone, I said, lying through my teeth. I'd like nothing more than to lose myself to the comfort of his arms. But I held back. What would the point be? When all this was said and done, what would any of this mean? Nothing. Elias was what mattered. He was the part of my life that was real and lasting, and he deserved my sole focus. He deserved a mother who could put everything she had into supporting and raising him. I'd had my fun, but now it was time to be serious again. I left Adrian on the bed, looking slightly forlorn, and dug out my pajamas from my bag. I won't take all of the hot water, I promised before I locked myself in the tiny bathroom. The fan whined overhead, and the water splashed everywhere, but I stepped under the stream and let the water, near boiling hot, beat down on my shoulders. Usually, this was one of my go-to methods to relax, but today I found myself reaching to turn the temperature down. I must be truly sensitive after everything if I couldn't even handle a little sting from the hot water. Pathetic, I told myself. Truly pathetic.
Chapter 15. Adrian. Could you have picked a more rundown motel? Gabe griped the moment he and Zach stepped through the door. If I were hunting someone down, this would be the first place I'd check. I snorted and looked at Zach. Has he been a peach the whole ride here? Zach gave me a flat look. Just about, yeah. He didn't want to leave Charlotte and Savannah, as if leaving Marissa and Lacey was super fun for me. Yeah, but your daughter is 9, so you could at least explain to Lacey why you were going. Savannah just kept demanding to come with me. I wasn't sure how eloquent a 16-month-old baby could be, but whatever she'd said had clearly been hard for Gabe to resist. Oh, I'm glad Elias didn't do that, Natalia piped in, drawing all of our attention. She looked sheepish. I don't think I would have been able to get in the car. Gabe's expression warmed. See? Nat gets it. I wrinkled my nose. National. It didn't suit her at all. Natalia, I corrected. Gabe blinked. Oh, sorry. He looked at Natalia. I apologize if that was rude. She shook her head. It's fine, she assured him, smiling far too kindly. I haven't been able to use my own name in a long time, so a nickname certainly doesn't bother me. I tried not to scowl. It was the most she'd said since the day before, and Gabe had gotten a smile. Ever since Sam called about Elias, she'd been distant, quiet, and sad, with her expression defaulting to a frown. Not that I could blame her. I was worried about him even after only knowing him for a handful of days, so it wasn't hard to imagine how helpless she must feel right now. But we'd called this morning, and Elias had bounced back just fine. He was chipper over the phone, and Sam promised that he had slept well and wolfed down his breakfast. But still, Natalia hadn't relaxed. "What happened with the FBI agent?" I asked, interrupting them. "Did he ever come back?" "He watched the house for a bit," Zach said, "but he didn't speak to us." "We saw him on the phone with someone before he left for good," Gabe jumped in, bad mood momentarily forgotten. "Whoever was on the other line must have been pissed because he actually looked scared." "Hayes is getting desperate," I said, thinking of the attack at Nate's rental in Tupelo. It was a clear escalation from the men who'd tried to snatch Natalia from the diner. They hadn't been looking to hurt her then, but the ones who came after us in Mississippi had been packed for violence. "But why now?" Natalia asked, finally addressing me directly. "What's changed?" "From Anton's messages, he's paranoid," I said. "It makes sense that he wants to tie up anything that feels like a loose end, and we're being very persistent in not letting ourselves get tied up." She let out an aggravated sigh. "I want this over with," she said. I couldn't agree more. "Let's get down to business then," I said.
Natalia. Are you out of your mind? I demanded, arms crossed over my chest. You want to go in there alone? Adrian mimicked my movement, crossing his arms as well. We need to do some recon before we attempt to hack into anything. I gestured at the building schematic we had spread across the bed. This is all well and good, but we won't actually know what we're getting into until we see it. We need a sense of where they have cameras, where they have guards and fixed stations, where they have guards on patrol, how often those patrols pass a given point, and about a dozen other things that floor plans on their own can't tell us. Take a breath, I told myself. It wouldn't help anything to swear at him. At least I doubted it would. Adrian could be a stubborn man, nearly as stubborn as me. Why does doing recon mean going alone? I asked. Didn't I tell you not to put yourself in front of guns anymore? Gabe snickered, and Adrian glared at him. What are you laughing at? He demanded. Sorry, man, he said, holding up his hands. But she's got you dead to rights, Zach added. What does that mean? Gabe shared a look with Zach. You've always been the type to lead from the front, he said. And that's definitely not a bad thing, but it means you've always taken the brunt of the damage, Zach went on for him. Like, somehow you getting hurt is more acceptable than that happening to anyone else? Adrian looked confused. You think I have some kind of death wish? He asked, defensive. I don't. We don't think you're suicidal, Adrian, Zach assured, but to me he didn't sound entirely certain. You're just reckless sometimes. You have families, Adrian said. You have people who will miss you. His words struck me straight in the chest. So what? I asked, sounding far angrier than I wanted to. Do you not see yourself as important? Don't you realize that your teammates would be devastated to lose you? I gestured to the room around us. Look at what you're all doing for Cuddy and Roger. Would you rather they be doing this for you? Adrian was angry. That was perfectly clear on his face. Nobody should have died on that mission. He all but spat at me. Someone screwed over my team, and someone we cared about died. Someone you cared about died. That's why I'm doing this. Not because I'm reckless or suicidal. Okay, I conceded. Okay, I get it, but could you listen to your team? Please? They don't want you going in alone. She's right, Adrian, Gabe said. I agree that we need to do some recon, but we know that it'll be dangerous. Hayes isn't afraid to tell his guys to strike out with everything they've got. We need to be careful. I saw the moment Adrian gave in and I relaxed. At least he'll listen to his team, I thought, even if he won't listen to me. So, should we all be a part of the recon? I asked. Adrian shook his head, barely looking in my direction. Absolutely not, he said, practically biting out the words. Until we have a plan to get you near the Hayes headquarters safely, you're not going. But he looked at me, face flat. You're brilliant with a computer, he said, but you were never a SEAL. Aggravation boiled in my gut. I think I've done just fine against Hayes' men so far. They weren't trying to kill you then, he argued. Now I wouldn't be so sure, so you'll stay here until I say so. End of discussion. I bristled, but a small, niggling part of me knew he was right. I wasn't trained like he and his team were. In all actuality, I would be a liability on site, useless until I was behind a computer. But still, I didn't like being brushed off. Jerk, I thought. You and I should go, Gabe suggested, looking at Adrian. That agent spoke to Zach, and they obviously know what Nat looks like. They know what he looks like, too, I pointed out. Adrian's jaw clenched. I'm going, he said, using that same unquestionable tone. I took a breath in through my nose and let it out through my mouth.
Adrian. So, you and Natalia, huh? Gabe asked 10 minutes after we left the motel. I resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of my nose. Don't start, Gabe chuckled. Well, that answers that. I could feel his eyes on the side of my face, but I refused to acknowledge him. What were you thinking? He asked. I drove on in silence. Adrian, I groaned. What? Talk to me. I had forgotten what it was like to be around my former teammates. They knew me better than anyone in the world, which came with the downside that they could read me like a book. I like her, I said. I like her kid. But what? Gabe gave me an unimpressed look, and I considered throwing him from the moving car. Look, I don't know what's going on with me and her, but it doesn't matter. When all of this is said and done, we'll go our separate ways. Why does it have to be that way? Maybe she'll want to stay if you give her enough of a reason. I laughed, but the sound was weary. When has anyone ever stuck around, Gabe? He was quiet for a moment, and then he said, You're not a SEAL anymore. You don't have to travel all the time, never putting down roots and always throwing yourself into dangerous situations. Once this is over, you could give it up. Give it up. The thought had never occurred to me. The only reason I left the SEALs was that I knew I wouldn't be able to figure out what happened to Cuddy while I was still in the service. There would never be any time, and I wouldn't have the resources. Being an FBI agent put me closer to where I needed to be. But if I wasn't a SEAL, and if I wasn't throwing myself into investigations like this, what else was I good for? I hadn't known anything else since I was 18. I don't want to talk about it, I said. Let's just stay on task, all right? Gabe sighed, but he didn't argue, and the rest of the drive into Atlanta was devoid of conversation. The GPS led us right to the business complex that housed the Hayes Group. It was an innocuous building, all shiny glass surfaces and sharp angles. Interesting and ominous all at once. We found a public parking lot nearby, and we both donned baseball caps and sunglasses. It might be a cliché kind of disguise, but it matched the people milling around, so we weren't entirely out of place. A quick, but thorough, walk around the building left us with the knowledge of the doors, the large front entrance, a smaller employees' entrance, and the back door for deliveries, and the security at each. Gabe noted the cameras as well. They had each corner under noticeable surveillance, and I would put money on there being hidden cameras. You think we can risk walking into the lobby? Gabe asked. Scope it out. I considered it, but eventually shook my head. I don't think so. I don't want them to see us today and get suspicious when we stroll in tomorrow. We'll have to go off the pictures from their website and whatever we can find on social media. Maybe we'd get lucky and someone would have posted pictures from a Christmas party or something, and match it up as best we can to the blueprint back at the motel. Gabe nodded. Then I think we're done here. We meandered back to the car, nonchalant as possible. When we got there, he accidentally let his phone slip out of his hand and under the car, so we had an excuse for him to duck under it and make sure no one had added a tracker while we'd been away. It wasn't super likely in a public lot in the middle of the day, but stranger things had happened, and we didn't lose anything by being cautious. I'd been checking the car every time we took it out, just in case. Maybe take the long way back, he suggested as I climbed behind the wheel. We can be on the lookout for anyone following us. I agreed, and we quickly mapped out a route that would take a little more than an hour, but it would give us ample time to see if we'd been tracked. When we were sure that there was no one, we headed for the motel. Zach already had the Hayes Group's website up, so we could get an idea of what we would be walking into. Natalia was in the bathroom. I could hear her on the phone. "Elias?" I asked, gesturing. Zach nodded. "It's a little early, but he wanted to tell her about testing today. Everything okay?" "They aren't screaming," Zach said. "If that's what you want to know." That didn't mean anything, but her voice was soft and measured from the bathroom. No pleading or soothing, like the night before, so that had to be good. Right? When she came out, there was a little smile on her face. "Elias did better today," she said when she saw me. "He got through all of the testing without crying, and he told me that he wasn't in much pain." I felt the smile grow on my face. "That's great." Some weight lifted from my shoulders, and it struck me how much I had been worried for the kid. I barely even knew him. Why did I care that much? But the look on Natalia's face, soft and happy, made my heart race. And by the expression on Gabe and Zach's face, they could tell. "Let's talk strategy," I said, forcing the fluttering away as forcefully as possible. "I want to get this over and done with."
Chapter 16. Natalia. "Are you sure this will work?" Adrian asked. "Having Drake on the phone?" "Drake needs to know when to take over. It'll be easier to do that while we have the line open than if I text him," I said. "Once I'm into the system, he's going to take over remotely so he can keep an eye on the security cameras and anything else we might need while I break through firewalls." Adrian thought it was risky. What if someone detected Drake in the system? But I did my best to explain that it would be worth it. Having 2 eyes on the server would let us work twice as fast. "Besides," Drake said over the line. His voice sounded tinny and far away. He had us on speaker. "I'm your in." "Okay," Adrian said. "I get it. I'll leave the computer stuff to the 2 of you. I just need you to get near enough to be able to access their Wi-Fi," Drake said. "Then I can remote in." It meant having to go into the lobby, and that was the part Adrian was worried the most about. We both were. Being recognized by Hayes' security team was the worst-case scenario, but we had a plan for if that happened. Gabe and Zach were parked in Zach's car in the same lot. They were the cavalry, and they'd be waiting for any signal that we were in trouble. Before we got out of the car, Adrian took my hand and squeezed it. "It's going to be okay," he said. "I won't let anything happen to you." They were just words, platitudes to calm my nerves, which would normally annoy me. But today they were exactly what I needed. Maybe because I knew how truly he meant them. I clutched his hand in return, took a few breaths. "I'm going to do my very best to get us what we need to bring him down," I promised. "Me too." Drake chimed in over the speaker, making us laugh. It was enough to break the tension, and that helped to get us out of the car. Adrian held my hand the whole way alongside the building and into the lobby. We were playing tourists who'd gotten lost. It was a common enough thing that happened in cities that it wouldn't be immediately suspicious. I stood at Adrian's side, acting as if I was texting when I was hooking into their Wi-Fi, as he asked the front desk clerk for directions to the Coca-Cola Museum. He smiled and played the charming, if a tad hapless and overwhelmed boyfriend trying to make our vacation one to remember. He laid it on thick, but not in an unbelievable way. It was honestly impressive. I hadn't known he was such a good actor. Drake and I couldn't speak aloud, so I had to trust that he was doing what he needed to do. And right on cue, the fire alarm started to blare. People screamed and started for the door, and in the chaos, Adrian dragged me down a hallway. Offices lined the corridor, and thankfully, it didn't take long before we found one that didn't have a gigantic glass window in the door, where the computer was still on and logged in. "We're here," I said to Drake as Adrian closed the door behind us. Adrian kept his eyes and ears on the hall as I sat behind the desk. I could have crowed. Whoever owned this office left their passwords on sticky notes beneath the keyboard. I was positive that it was against any regulation Hayes would have established, but from the pictures of grown children and a white-haired couple in the frames on the desk, I got the sense that this office belonged to someone older who might not be super keen on technology to begin with. Besides, a company like this probably required password changes all the time, and that could be a pain for anyone to keep up with. "I'm into the system," I said to Drake after a moment. "The building is still emptying," he responded, keeping an eye on the security cameras. "They probably have to wait for the fire department to show up and have the building checked before they'll be allowed back inside." "How do we stop them from checking here?" I asked, looking up at Adrian. "I got it," he said. I didn't watch what he was doing. My eyes were on the computer screen in front of me, but I heard a splintering thunk. "That'll give us a few more minutes." I nodded, still not looking up. My fingers flew over the keyboard as I dug as deeply as I could into the server. Behind a firewall, I found access to a cloud server. It was password protected, but with a few maneuvers, I cracked it open. My stomach sank when I saw that everything inside was encrypted. On the one hand, that probably meant I'd found the good stuff. On the other hand, I had no idea which stuff would actually be useful to us. The alarms shut off. "Fire rescue is in the building," Drake warned. "You need to be wrapping up." "I'm not done. Get what you can. We'll sort it out later." I dug the thumb drive out of my pocket and popped it into the USB port. I wasn't sure what I was grabbing exactly, but I saved whatever I could as quickly as I could. The files were large, and I filled the drive. My heart was rabbiting in my chest, and my hands shook as I got the thumb drive ejected and back into my pocket. "Can you wipe what you've done?" Adrian asked. "Will his tech guys know that someone's been here?" "Fire rescue has cleared the building. People are going to start coming back in," Drake said, and my pulse pounded in my ears. "I don't have time," I told Adrian. "I can make it so this person doesn't know, but anyone who knows what they're doing will know these files have been copied." It wasn't what he wanted to hear. He swore. "It doesn't matter," he said. "We'll deal with it later. We need to get out of here." I closed everything I'd opened and left the computer on the screen it had been on when we came into the office. Coming back around the desk, my knees felt weak, my mouth filled with saliva. "Doctor. Not. Throw. Upper," I told myself. "Adrian." My voice must have given away just how much I was struggling because he bundled me into his arms. "You did amazing," he murmured into my hair. "Just hold on a little longer, okay? We'll get out of here." I nodded against his neck, breathing him in for a second. "Okay," I said. "Get us out of here." "The hallway is clear for now," Drake said. "The lobby is going to be a problem." "Send in Gabe and Zach," Adrian said. "Will do." Drake hung up, and the silence in his wake was deafening. "Just follow my lead, okay? That's all you have to do." "But what about—" "Gabe and Zach know what to do," Adrian assured me. Adrian opened the door, putting a little muscle into it since he'd wedged it closed, and then we were out in the hallway. He pushed me behind him, blocking me with his body. There were noises from all around, but Adrian navigated us back toward the lobby. Even with my blocked view, I could see that we wouldn't be able to slip away unnoticed. Panic rose in my chest. "Stay calm," Adrian murmured to me. After a moment of holding my breath to keep from hyperventilating, I saw Gabe and Zach rush into the building. "Someone help us!" Gabe hollered, sounding genuinely panicked. It was enough to catch the attention of everyone in the lobby. which included the fire rescue team and some police officers, along with men in suits who I had to assume were part of the building's security. Everyone rushed to provide whatever aid Gabe and Zach concocted, and while they were distracted, Adrian led us around the crowd and out the door. Our feet hit the sidewalk, and Adrian linked our hands, forcing me to slow down. "Don't run," he said. "Act like nothing happened." I nodded, and despite the blood rushing in my ears, I kept my step light. Natural. Somehow, just walking back to the car felt like a minefield. Like any wrong move could be the last one I'd ever make. We climbed into the car, and even with the doors shut and locked, I sat ramrod straight. Adrian pulled out of the parking spot and turned out onto the road. I knew we weren't going back to the same motel. Instead, we were going farther into Atlanta to a hotel that was a big step up from the motel outside of the city. "I want somewhere that's full of people," Adrian said the night before as he'd made the reservation. Somewhere Hayes couldn't send a big show of force without drawing too much attention to himself. It was a good plan. Gabe and Zach had their own room at the same hotel, and they would be joining us as soon as they could safely. Until then, it was just me and Adrian in a room with a nice view of the city and a big bed. A big, singular bed. "We won't be here too long," Adrian reasoned as we came through the door. "Just one night." "Sure," I said. The word wheezed from my throat. The single bed didn't bother me, but everything else did. There was still that panic from before rattling through my bones, and I didn't know what to do about it. "Is this how it feels?" I asked. "After a mission? Like what?" I turned to look at him, and there was tension written on his face, in his body, and I shivered. "Like I'm going to fall apart," I said. "Or fly, or something." Adrian nodded. "It's adrenaline," he said and took a step toward me. "And yes, that's normal after a mission. You'll calm down soon." I didn't believe him. "I don't like it," I said. It was like my skin was too small for my body. My eyes caught on his, and all of that buzzing rushed south, pulling my lower stomach tight. Adrian's eyes were dark. "What do you need, sweetheart?" he asked. "You," I whispered. "Please." He took 2 steps to me, and then I was in his arms, his mouth on mine. Shocks ran through my nerves. I had never enjoyed kissing anyone like I did Adrian. He licked into my mouth and walked me back toward the bed. I ended up on my back with Adrian between my thighs. I eventually fell apart in his arms, and Adrian held me through it, riding out his own pleasure. We lay there afterward, holding one another, but then the cell phone in my jeans began to ring.
Chapter 17. Adrian. Natalia dove for the phone. I didn't miss the sheer panic on her face. It wasn't time for her nightly call with Elias yet, and so far, calls at any other time hadn't meant anything good. "Sakharok," she crooned as she answered, obviously ready for bad news. "How are you?" I couldn't hear Elias's side of the conversation, but I watched her face. The smile that curved her mouth was soft and real and wonderful. "Are you behaving for Sam and Owen?" They chatted back and forth for a moment, and I got up and cleaned myself up in the bathroom. By the time I got back, Natalia had tugged on her clothes. She was seated on the edge of the bed, and I didn't miss the way she gripped the side of the mattress. Her knuckles were nearly white under the pressure of it, but she didn't look upset. Instead, she looked elated. "Really? Can he really get started?" she asked. She's talking to Sam now, I thought. Thank you. Thank you so much." After a few moments, she hung up, and then she was in my arms again. "Sam said he's ready to start treatment. He passed all of her tests. He meets all of the benchmarks." I held her close. "That's amazing," I said against her hair. "I knew he could do it." "He's been so brave this whole time," Natalia said. I nodded. "He deserves all of the good things." A look skittered over her face, and she was suddenly not as relaxed in my arms. "You're right," she said and pulled away gently. "He does deserve everything that I have to give him, every bit of my focus and attention. It didn't take a genius to realize she regretted letting herself get distracted with me, and I couldn't even blame her. Aside from some temporary pleasure, what did I have to offer her, really? Why would she want to be with me? She had a lot on her plate already, and my job wasn't the most stable. I was always running from one place to another. You could give it up. That was what Gabe had said. I didn't have to be leading the charge into every dangerous situation that called to me, but I didn't know how to be anything else. Let me look at the files. I can send whatever needs to be decrypted to Drake, Natalia suggested, fishing the thumb drive out of her jeans. By the time Gabe and Zach get here, hopefully we'll have a better idea of what's going on. Sure, I said. Sounds great. Natalia set up her laptop at the desk, much nicer than the one at the motel, and booted it up. I watched her pull files off the thumb drive, and then her fingers flew over the keyboard, eyes flicking back and forth. She snorted after a few minutes of silence. "What's up?" I asked, coming to stand at her side. She looked up at me. For a security company headed by a paranoid man, Hayes did shockingly little to make these files secure. Really? I mean, they're encrypted, Natalia said, but Anton made it harder for me to get into his files, and he wanted me to figure it out. This, she gestured to the screen. It's almost pitiful in comparison. She shook her head in disgust and went back to work, mumbling to herself as she did. Not like I wanted it to be harder, she grumbled. But really, idiotka, have some self-respect. I settled myself back on the bed and tried not to smile as I watched her. I was just telling myself that it wouldn't be a good idea to get further involved with her, but I couldn't look away. She looked so beautiful. Calm down, man, I told myself. She was working.
Natalia. It didn't take Drake long at all to decrypt the files and send them back to me. Fear pooled in my stomach as I read through the email I'd just opened. It was clearly from Ian Hayes to my brother. Anton had helped him to organize the sale of AR-15s, and the message was a reply to one where Anton had given Hayes information on the shipping. Smuggling, I thought grimly. I knew that Anton was a criminal. Even if I'd never known the details, what we'd found on his cloud account was damning. But there was something worse about things being so clearly spelled out. So this proves he was smuggling weapons, Adrian said, reading over my shoulder. And more, I replied. Just like you said. Antiquities, drugs. People? Adrian asked, stepping back as he checked something on his phone. Probably a message from Gabe or Zach. I scrolled through more files and my stomach churned. Yeah, I said. Yeah, that's here too. I felt Adrian as he came back up behind me, and then his hand was on my shoulder. You can take a break, he said gently. You don't have to keep reading. I turned away from the screen, and in need of comfort, I leaned up and brushed his mouth with mine. I can do this, I said. Adrian pulled me out of the chair, and I sighed when he wrapped me in his arms. It wasn't a good idea to seek comfort in his arms again, but it felt good to have him wrapped around me. It made the violent churning in my gut calm a little. We stood, entwined for a moment, but ultimately we needed to go through the files. Once it was done, Adrian could do whatever he wanted with the information, and I could go home to Elias. Adrian seemed to understand that, because he stepped away after a minute, pulling up a chair so he could sit down beside me. Together, we kept scrolling through the files, and it didn't take long for Adrian to stiffen in his seat. Stop. He put his hand over the mouse and scrolled back up. Read that. I did, and my chest hurt for him. Hayes had records of the movements and current locations for a number of U.S. military groups. That on its own might not be suspicious. After all, he worked directly with the military in some of his operations, and it made sense that he'd know where some troops were stationed. But from the way the information was arranged, are these what I think they are? I asked. Hayes has been gathering details on U.S. military operations and selling them to the highest bidder, he said, sounding strained. Look at this. The date of our mission in the Row W. Hayes made a trade. He told this gun smuggler where he could find stockpiles of military weapons. In exchange for the smuggler and his men attacking our unit during the extraction and making sure Anton didn't get out alive. He used US weapons to buy off the men who gunned my team down. This wasn't entirely surprising information, obviously, but it didn't answer the one question I knew Adrian had. Who had told Hayes about the mission to extract Anton in the first place? We kept digging, and my eyes went wide as I opened the next file. Beside me, Adrian had stopped breathing. "This can't be right," he said. On the screen, there were communications between Hayes and multiple high-ranking members of the U.S. Department of Defense, including more than one Navy admiral. Hayes was reminding the members about their agreement. They would feed Hayes the information that he wanted and keep lobbying to continue his contract with the military, and he would keep the information that he knew to himself. It didn't say what he knew, but the threat was clear. "Adrian." He shook his head. "Tell me this doesn't say what I think it says," he said, and his voice was harsher, sharper. The expression on his face, a mix of horror and anger, hurt my chest. I wrapped my arm around him and held him to me. "It's going to be okay," I said. He didn't relax. "This goes against everything I believe in," he murmured, more to himself than to me. "I enlisted in the military the second I could, and I only left because it was the only way I could think of to get justice for Cuddy. I believed in the military, believed that the people whose orders I followed were on the side of justice." He reached out and shut the laptop. That can't be right." I didn't want to call him naive. He didn't deserve that after such a nasty shock. But it was hard to bite my tongue. Maybe it was being born in a country that largely recognized its own corruption. Maybe it was the unrest. But it wouldn't surprise me to learn the ROW was doing things like this all the way up the ranks into the highest reaches of the government and the military. But Adrian didn't need to hear any of that right now. Instead, I kept my arm around him as we opened the laptop again and read further into that particular file. It only got worse. A U.S. congressman, a Representative Jackson Hilty, was also on the take from the Hayes Group. Hilty had lobbied hard for the Hayes Group over the years, constantly talking up the advantages of sending in private security instead of U.S. soldiers, ensuring that Hayes had access to an endless pool of unstable situations all over the globe that he could manipulate to his own ends, cozying up to criminal elements for fun and profit, and stealing everything that wasn't nailed down. Anger was vibrating from Adrian's body. "What can I do for you?" I asked. "What do you need?" "Besides wiping Ian Hayes off the face of the earth?" He shot back. I nudged his shoulder. "Besides that," I said. He scrubbed a hand over his face, frustrated beyond measure. "Natalia." I kissed him. He was rigid for a moment, and then he groaned and his hands sank into my hair. Adrian pulled me onto his lap so that I sat astride his hips. His hands ran up and down my back. It was like he couldn't decide what he wanted, but everything he was doing was driving me crazy. I moved from his lips to his neck, feeling the buzz of his moans against my lips as much as I heard them. This is a bad idea, I thought as I bit at his pulse point softly. We couldn't keep falling into each other like this, using sex as a narcotic to dull our pain. But if it was wrong, why did it have to feel so good? No man could set fire to my nerves like Adrian. No one had even come close. Adrian took hold of me beneath my thighs, picking me up as he stood. "Bed?" he mumbled between kisses. I nodded. "Bed?" He carried me across the room and I bounced as he dropped me to the already mussed mattress. I watched as he yanked his t-shirt over his head. My eyes raked down his chest and he smirked. "I like that look," he said, and I shivered at how deep his voice had gotten. "What look?" I asked. He smirked. "Like you need me to touch you." "I do need you to touch me," I said, and sat up. "But I need to touch you too." I reached out and dragged him down to me. We kissed, and my hands traveled the length of his torso. He groaned into my mouth. Someone pounding at the door startled us apart, and Adrian was off me in an instant, grabbing at his shirt and the gun he'd placed on the bedside table. Get down. He bit back at me, motioning for me to get on the floor on the other side of the bed. I followed his direction and knelt so that the mattress blocked me from whoever come through the door. I heard Adrian open the door and then a sigh. What took y'all so long? He barked. Natalia, you can get up. I stood, still a touch cautious, but I relaxed when I saw Gabe and Zach. You made it back. Zach didn't look thrilled. Finally. He gestured at Gabe. This jerk circled the city during peak traffic. For safety, Gabe pointed out. We weren't being followed, Zach said. I'll bet Adrian didn't drive for nearly 4 hours. We, in fact, had not, but neither Adrian nor I was going to point that out. Not when Zach looked like he was a second away from smoke coming out of his ears. Gabe held up the takeout bag in his hand. We did bring dinner, though. Zach snorted. It's probably cold by now. He set his eyes on me and Adrian. Tell me good news, he said. Please. Adrian glanced at me, and I could see that whatever good mood I was able to work him into disappeared in an instant. Well, we have good and bad news. Good news first, Zach said. We have a mountain of evidence that could put Hayes away for a very long time, Adrian said. Bad news? Gabe asked cautiously. We might have uncovered a conspiracy within the Department of Defense, I said. And Congress. Might have? Definitely have. Zach swore, and Gabe put the food down, half ready to punch something. Darn it, he said, and Adrian wholeheartedly agreed with him. Chapter 18. Natalia. Let's look on the bright side, I said as Adrian finished filling Gabe and Zach in on what we'd found. What is the bright side? Zach snapped at me. The people we worked for sold us out. Hard to argue with that, I thought, but I tried to anyway. We can bring Hayes down, I said, and it barely registered that I'd used we instead of you. We can burn everything he has to the ground, and oust those corrupted people in your government on top of it. We have their names, we have them agreeing to everything he asked of them. Zach's hackles relaxed somewhat. That's true. But still, the 3 men were upset. When Gabe and Zach demanded to see the files for themselves, I pulled them up and moved out of the way. Seeing the evidence in black and white did very little to raise their moods. I know this is hard, I said, using the same tone I used with Elias when he was in need of comfort. Adrian glanced at me. We aren't naive, Natalia, he said sharply. Anyone with power is susceptible to corruption. You don't need to baby us. His words didn't match the devastation on all of their faces. I don't think you're being naive, I said, though that was a little bit of a lie. I just know what it feels like to be disappointed like this. They were all looking at me now, and it gave me the courage to keep going, to dig for the words that might bring them a little bit of comfort. The Republic of Watan has a checkered history, as well you know. Corrupt politicians are a way of life. The last president before Elias and I fled was known for cutting the power in places where those who criticized him lived, and no one was brave enough to run against him in elections. He's finally out of power now, but as far as I can tell, his replacement is no better. I wanted to reach out to them, the way I would have to Elias, but I kept still, glad they were still listening. Even with all of that, the people of Watan are strong, I told them. I'm proud of the people of my country, even if I can't be proud of the ones who govern it. Maybe it came off a little preachy, but all 3 former SEALs sighed. It's not the same thing, Zach insisted. That's BS. Why? I pressed, anger flaring in my gut. After living in the US for over a year, I had let go of a lot of the stereotypes that I'd heard about Americans growing up, but that didn't mean some of them weren't rooted in some kind of truth. Because the Row W is lesser than your country? I didn't say that, Zach said. Don't deliberately misinterpret me. I crossed my arms over my chest. I don't think that I am, I said. Almost every country has dealt with corruption among people who are in positions of power. Your country's history is riddled with it. Enough, Adrian barked. There was this wall between me and the men now, invisible but impenetrable. I had been marked as other, and for the first time since leaving Elias in Alabama, I didn't feel like a part of the team. I get that you're trying to give us some perspective, but you're not helping. Just let us be upset, all right? It wasn't all right, but what else could I do? Okay, I said. I apologize for trying to help. There's nothing anyone could say to make us feel better right now, Gabe said. We need to be angry. I bit my tongue to keep from saying anything else. What would be the point? Instead, I went for the sliding glass door that led out to the minuscule balcony that came with the room. I thought, for a second, that Adrian might shriek at me for stepping outside, but he was too busy staring at my laptop like it had personally offended him. It was cool outside, and I wrapped my arms around my body, trying to shake off the frigid air. I could call Elias back, even if it was a little early, but I didn't want to throw him off too much today. The call earlier had shaken me up as it was, even if it was for good reason. I glanced back over my shoulder and sighed, leaning against the balcony's railing. 30 minutes ago, I was in Adrian's arms, wanting nothing more than to touch him, and now I was here, very much alone and nursing bruised feelings. What am I doing? I kept asking myself that, but I was no closer to an answer. I had never wanted another person the way I wanted Adrian, but what could possibly come of it? I stared, unseeing at the horizon, and tried to imagine what life would be like once this was all over. Elias would need to stay in Birmingham for a few months to finish up his treatment. But if it worked, we could go anywhere, do anything. You could have a career with computers again, my mind whispered to me, but I shook that away. When we left the row W, I gave up any such notion of working in my field. Survival was the most important thing. There was nothing wrong with being a waitress. It was tiring, but I'd enjoyed the work. Enjoyed feeling like part of the community. That didn't stop me from missing the work I used to do, though. But I could get real identification again, I argued with myself. I could be Natalia Koza once more and actually put my skills to use. It seemed like a pipe dream, but it was slowly taking root in my chest, the want for more from our lives. If I could get a job in tech, I could make serious money. Enough to give Elias a good life. Something stable and permanent so he could make friends. I couldn't imagine how Adrian would fit into all of that. Or rather, we didn't fit in with his life. He was an FBI agent. This wouldn't be the last mission he would go on. There would be more, and I didn't like the kind of worry that would come with waiting for him to come home. If he even wanted us to be waiting for him to begin with. It wasn't like we'd talked about any kind of future between us. There was no guarantee that he wanted any more from me than what he'd already had. This isn't the time to think about this, I told myself. When the mission was over? But wasn't it over? We'd gotten the information we needed. Yes, we had to do something with it, but Hayes was done, one way or another. I wanted to look back at the men again, but I didn't. Seeing their stormy expressions wasn't going to help. If anything, it would only make the churning in my stomach worse.
Adrian. Let's eat, huh? Natalia jerked and turned around. Apparently, she hadn't heard me open the sliding glass door. Come on, I said. We should eat and talk. She looked apprehensive, but followed me back into the hotel room. Gabe and Zach had spread out the food they'd brought, more Chinese, and we sat around the small table together. Heating the food up in the microwave made everything mushy, but at the very least, it was warm. Natalia picked at the beef and broccoli, doing what she could not to wince at the floppy vegetables, and if it weren't for the weight sitting on my chest, I would find it unbearably cute. Hayes is an American citizen, Gabe said as he shoveled fried rice into his mouth. What he's done equates to treason. I nodded. I'll call my director at the FBI and give him... Are you out of your mind? Gabe, Zach, and I all look at Natalia, who was staring at us like we'd all grown a second head. What? I asked. You want to turn over all of the evidence to the FBI? after seeing how he's blackmailing people in government positions?" she asked. "I may not know what all those titles mean, but I'm pretty sure it signals that they're important. Important enough to get an investigation shut down before anything can come out that paints them in a bad light." I could feel my face pinching. "We have to go through the proper channels," I said. "That's how he ends up rotting in a prison cell." Natalia shook her head. "You just saw how he's been getting away with his crimes," she said, and I tried not to flinch at the tone in her voice. It was like she was speaking to a bunch of toddlers. "So, he gets arrested by your government, and then what? His friends pull strings to get everything kept out of the press. He turns over evidence against other people, cooperates with the authorities, and manages to avoid serving any time at all." A part of me understood what she was saying, but that was vastly overshadowed by outrage. "What do you suggest?" I spat. "Burn it all down," she said with a shrug, as if it were that easy. "Even if Hayes is arrested, there's no guarantee he'll actually face charges. But if we leak what we have to the public, then Hayes wouldn't have time to hide anything or clean it up. He'd still get arrested, more than likely, and he'll actually have to answer for his actions in court. So will the people he bought off or blackmailed." "You want to use the court of public opinion to blow it all up," Gabe said. "Social media has power. Let's use it to our advantage." It was a solid plan, except we'd seen a document that had SEAL team locations in it. Some of those missions were still ongoing, and a lot of the troop locations for peacekeeping missions were still active. If we released the information, it would compromise hundreds of servicemen and leave them open for attack. I told her as much. "We can't just drop a load of secret military intel onto social media," I said. "We would be putting all of those people's lives at risk." "Yeah, but they'll find out that the info is out there at the same time as everyone else, so they'll be able to put up additional defenses or just relocate," Natalia argued. "They may not be able to move fast enough to avoid all the attacks," Zach said. "It's a risk," she conceded, "but aren't SEAL teams trained to defend themselves?" She gestured at all of them. "You've proven that time and time again, haven't you? Being trained to face danger doesn't mean they should have to just Rambo their way out of a life-or-death situation that we put them in," Gabe argued. "Going on the offensive is much, much easier to plan and control. Being on the defensive means people could die. We could be the reason whole teams get torn apart." "But it would truly be over," Natalia said, almost pleading. "All the sellouts would be exposed. Hayes would go to prison. It would be done." "And if people died," I demanded, "you could live with that?" Natalia winced, deflating. "I don't know," she said softly. I shook my head, blood boiling. "We're not going to compromise anyone's security," I said, and the words were like nails in a coffin, final. "It's not going to happen." But I was done listening to this. "No."
Chapter 19, Natalia. My lungs felt frozen. "No?" I asked. "Just no?" Adrian stared at me, face hard and unmovable. "That's what I said," he replied. "It's just no." Gabe and Zach jumped up at the same time. "We should do a loop of the hotel," Zach said hurriedly. "Yeah," Gabe agreed, "just in case." The pair disappeared out of the room like there was fire licking at their heels, leaving Adrian and me staring each other down. I could get where he was coming from. I knew he didn't like the idea of servicemen being in danger. But I couldn't believe he would just shut me down cold. Like what I had to say didn't matter. I was the one in danger. I was the one Hayes was so desperate to capture. I was the one who could never have a normal life until the man was truly, definitively stopped. And now, we finally had a way to make that happen, and he refused to even compromise? Surely there had to be some middle ground that would guarantee Hayes would be stopped without putting other lives at risk. But Adrian wouldn't even consider it. "You're not being logical," I said. "And you're being heartless," he spat back, and his words whipped through me. "If we do things your way, service members could die." Anger sizzled beneath my skin. I was hot, unbearably so, and it was reaching a boiling point. And if we do it your way, he could get away with everything and keep ruining lives in all the places where his company is operating overseas. Or do vulnerable lives only matter to you when they're American service people? He looked stung, but he didn't say anything. The implication of it hurt deep in my gut. Why does it matter what he thinks? I reminded myself that I'd known him for barely a week. So what if we'd gone to bed together? So what if I thought I might be falling for him? If this conversation had shown me anything, it was how big of a gulf there was between us. I didn't see any way to cross it. If you cut the head off a snake, it dies, I said, forcing myself to be calm. If we don't expose what he's done, he could work the system, find a way to avoid facing consequences. Oh, he'd probably get some punishment. Like maybe he'd agree to step down in exchange for not facing jail time. And what would that accomplish? Hayes would be gone, but he'd be fat and happy in retirement, and the company would keep doing exactly what it's doing. You can't know that. I looked at him, incredulous. Are you implying Hayes was working totally alone? That he blackmailed members of your Congress and Department of Defense all on his own, without anyone else in the company having a clue what was going on? That the people he sent to attack me had no idea they were doing anything illegal? No people within the company they report to who handle all the off-the-books assignments? Of course I don't think that, Adrian insisted. I'm not an idiot. Then stop acting like one, I cried, wanting to throw my hands up at the whole thing. I know you feel a certain loyalty to your government, but come on. How can you possibly trust anyone after you read all the evidence? Anyone could be on Hayes' payroll, and there are plenty of people who will do anything to keep him from getting up on the witness stand and spilling all that he knows. Adrian was quiet for a long while. I almost thought he'd finally heard me. But then he sighed and shook his head. It's not that you don't trust the U.S. government to do the right thing, he said. You don't trust me to do the right thing. He looked at me, and his eyes were hard, like that of a stranger. Even when he was a stranger, he hadn't looked at me so coldly. You don't trust that I'll move heaven and earth to make sure Ian Hayes gets exactly what's coming to him. He wasn't getting it at all. I fully believe you would do everything in your power to get him locked up for the rest of his natural life. But even if you could manage that, which I don't think is guaranteed, just getting Hayes isn't enough. His eyebrows creased in frustration. I could relate. It was like we were speaking in two different languages and couldn't come up with a decent way to make the other understand. Why'd you start this mission? I asked. You know why. Tell me again. Adrian ran a hand through his short hair, and a large part of me wanted to wrap my arms around him and comfort him. But I kept my distance. We had to work this out here and now, and if we couldn't come to a compromise, then I didn't know what we were going to do. There was so much more at stake here than just the two of us. I wanted to find the one responsible for Cuddy's death, he said. I wanted to bring down the one who was responsible. I nodded. And Ian Hayes is definitely a part of that. But it's not just Hayes. It's his whole organization. It's everyone on his payroll who knew about your mission and set you up to get torn to pieces. I could see my words hit, and he scowled because he knew I was right. And I know it's personal for you, but it's personal for me too. I want justice for my brother. Anton wasn't a perfect man, not by half, but he loved me and Elias beyond measure. He died trying to do right by us, and to me, that makes him a good man. I want people to know he was involved in bringing down the Hayes Group. I want people to know that he was a good man beneath all of his bad decisions. But if what I wanted could keep that same organization from being razed to the ground, I'd suck it up and let people continue thinking my brother was a good-for-nothing piece of trash. Are you seriously calling me selfish for wanting to protect fellow servicemen? I groaned and contemplated smashing my head into the far wall. We weren't getting anywhere. I don't think this is working, I said. He snorted. No kidding. No, I mean, I swallowed hard. I'd meant us, the two of us. The idea that maybe we could try to be together. But that clearly wasn't going to happen. and I found I couldn't even bring myself to say it. Maybe I'd been all alone in even considering it. Maybe Adrian and I had never understood each other at all. Never mind, I said instead. We stood in silence, just staring at one another, and it seemed as if a gulf had opened between us. We were no closer to a solution on what to do with the evidence we had. When Gabe and Zach come back, you should call your other teammates. We should all decide together what to do, not just me and you. They'll side with me, he said snidely. I had to hold out hope that there was, at least, a little dissent. Maybe then he'd listen. Until then, I couldn't look at him anymore. My gut was churning, and if I continued to stare into his face, I was going to either scream or throw up. Can I step out in the hall? I asked, voice thick from the tears I was swallowing back. I need to call Elias, and I want some privacy. Adrian gestured to the balcony. Go out there. His words were sharp and cold, and my heart panged. I want space, Adrian. He didn't want to say yes, but I pressed. I'll only be in the hall. Gabe and Zach are making their loop, right? There's no reason it shouldn't be safe. So far, we've been fine. Fine, he said. Keep it to 10 minutes and don't go far. Just because we've been lucky doesn't mean things can't change in an instant. Obviously, I thought, but didn't say aloud. Things were tense enough between us. I didn't want to give us yet another subject to fight over. I turned and walked out of the room, closing the hotel room door soundly behind me. I leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. My lungs were tight, and they didn't want to allow the air in, but I pushed myself to drag in one painful breath after another. I patted my pocket for the phone, but I didn't feel it. I must have left it on the bedside table, too intent on leaving as quickly as I could to check that I'd gotten what I would need. I raised my hand to knock and stop myself. The last person I wanted to see at that moment was the very man on the other side of the door. Adrian could probably use a break from me as well. Gabe and Zach couldn't be too far. I could find them and borrow one of their phones. I started off down the hallway in the most logical direction. As I walked, I continued to breathe slowly and deeply. My stomach and chin felt wobbly, as if I could burst into tears at any moment. Stop being stupid, I told myself. I shouldn't be so worked up over something I never had to begin with. Right? We weren't even really together. Sleeping together twice did not a relationship make. We hadn't even discussed the possibility of a real relationship once all of this was over, and I wasn't sure if one would be feasible. No matter how much chemistry we shared, I needed a partner who was in it for the long haul. I needed someone who could love my son as much as I did. I wanted that to be Adrian, but it just wasn't meant to be. I'd gotten mesmerized by his drugging kisses and comforting arms, but at this point, it was time to wake up and face facts. Knowing that and actually doing it were two different things, though, and my heart hurt for all of the potential I was walking away from. I was nearly to the bank of elevators, walking past the laundry room, when, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone laid out on the floor. I turned and yanked the door open. Gabe was on the ground with a sizable gash on his forehead, like he had been struck by something heavy and blunt. The laundry room looked like someone had taken a baseball bat to it, and I realized the bat was likely the unconscious man at my feet, fighting whoever had taken him down. Gabe! I rushed to his side, careful not to touch him. Gabe, can you open your eyes for me? Gabe? He needed help. Head wounds bled a lot, I knew, but there was a good puddle around him, and whoever had hit him hadn't stuck around, which meant that the person was still lurking. I'll be right back, all right? I said, even if he couldn't quite hear me. Don't worry, I'm going to get you some help. I stood and hightailed it back to the hallway, intent on sprinting back to the room and bringing back reinforcements. But the second I turned back, hands grabbed me. Whoever it was held on so tightly that I knew I'd be bruised. I tried to scream, but a meaty palm smacked over my lips, nearly blocking my nose in the process. I was barely able to breathe. It's nice to see you again. A voice murmured in my ear. I thrashed in the goon's grasp, kicking back wildly, trying to get purchase and deal some blows at the same time. Adrian! I tried to scream around the palm over my face. As punishment, he cut my airway off completely and let me struggle until I saw black spots dancing in front of my eyes. Only when I stopped fighting did he let up enough to allow me to breathe. "Let's go for a ride, huh?" he said. "Boss wants to meet you."
Chapter 20. Adrian. "She's not entirely wrong," Zach said haltingly, anticipating the look of betrayal I gave him in response. Look, if we do what you want." He gestured to me, and by extension, Drake, Owen, and Nate, who were on the phone. "There's a good chance he gets a slap on the wrist." "You can't be serious," I snarled. Zach and Gabe had split up for their loop, and he had been the first one back. Thus, he'd gotten to witness my embarrassing rant to Drake, Owen, and Nate, who were wisely just lending me an ear without saying anything. "I'm not saying she's completely right," Zach said. "Then what are you saying?" "Ease down, Adrian," Drake barked over Zoom. "We're all teammates here, right? We trust one another, to be honest." Drake wasn't wrong, and his tone reminded me why he was chosen as my replacement after I retired from the SEALs. He talked like a leader. Ugh, I hated that feeling of pride and exasperation beneath the anger still simmering away in my gut. "Thanks for keeping me in check, Shep," I muttered. "Anytime, man." "Now, Zach, what are you trying to say?" "Nat's biggest concern is that Ian Hayes will find a way to slip out of this, or he'll face some consequences, but his company will keep doing what it's doing." "Nat?" Nate asked over the phone. "You gave that woman a nickname, dude? Do we need to call and tell Marissa about that?" Zach flushed. "Shut up," he muttered. "Gabe is the one who gave it to her, and I've been using it because it chaps Adrian's ass." Drake smirked. "Nat, it is then." Hearing them joke about her was like driving a red-hot poker into my face. "Can we stop talking about Natalia?" I snapped. "Please." I heard one of the men on the phone say, "Oh, dude." Drake and Nate were, no doubt, texting each other while the whole fight was happening. "That seemed personal," Owen pointed out. "Called it," said Nate. "Shut up, all of you." I rubbed the heel of my hand into my eye. It was the only way to stem the growing headache. There's nothing going on between me and her. Especially not now, after she walked out on me. She hadn't actually said she was done with me, but I knew how to read body language. She was as withdrawn from me as she could possibly be while still standing in the same room, and then she'd fled from the room as fast as she could. It really couldn't be clearer she wanted nothing to do with me anymore. I tried to tell myself that I was fine with it. Parting ways now, before anything deeper had taken root, was the way to go. This niggling disappointment would eventually go away, and I'd forget all about her. Yeah, right, I thought. I wasn't even good at lying to myself. How would I ever convince anyone else? Fake it till you make it, right? "If you let her go," Zach said, "you're a bigger idiot than we thought. The fact that you don't even want to consider her point of view is already bad enough." I looked at my forever teammate, who had dropped everything and put himself in harm's way to come help me, and I wanted to fight back. But the boys had this ability to hold up a mirror, metaphorically speaking, to let me see myself, flaws and all. "She's the one who doesn't want to try," I said. "She doesn't trust me to do this right, and—" The phone on the bedside table began to ring. The phone I thought Natalia had taken with her to call Elias. I scooped it up and pressed the talk button. "Hey, bud." "Adrian, it's almost 9, and my mom didn't call." "Yeah, I'm sorry," I said. "She left the phone when she went out for a walk, and she hasn't come back yet." "She left the phone." Elias sounded as confused as I felt. Calling Elias at 8:30 was sacred to Natalia. She might call him earlier if need be, but regardless, she had made sure to call him every day we'd been gone at the same time, so he would have some consistency in his life. Was she okay when she went out for her walk? No, but It wasn't like I was going to explain that to an 8-year-old. Yeah, she was just tired of looking at me, I said, trying to make it a joke, but it landed flat. She just needed a little bit of space. Did she say that she wasn't going to call me on time tonight? No, she should be calling any minute, okay? But you have the phone. He had a point. I wasn't on my game at all tonight. Look, I'm going to go find her, okay? I'll make sure she calls you as soon as she can. I heard him sniffle, and my heart ached for the boy. She's never not done something that she said she would, he said. I'm worried. I know, I said, and silently, I agreed with him. I'll find her and get the phone to her, all right? Just sit tight for me. Okay, Adrian? Your mom is going to be fine, I reassured him. We'll talk to you soon. Soon, Elias echoed, and I hung up. I took a breath and let it out. I'm sure she's fine, Zach said. I nodded, but I wasn't quite as sure. She was only meant to be gone for 10 minutes, and if she knew she didn't have a way to call Elias, she would have come back for the phone. We need to go find her. Zach didn't argue. Instead, we said our goodbyes to Drake, Owen, and Nate, who had listened to this whole exchange. We'll call you guys later to finish this conversation. Once we'd hung up, I said, call Gabe. See if he can get eyes on her. Zach tried, but Gabe never picked up. We shared a look. Let's move. Out in the hallway, Zach pointed out that he'd gone one way while Gabe had gone the other. We took Gabe's path, and it seemed pretty quiet. Nothing was amiss, except that Gabe and Natalia were nowhere to be seen. Then we heard a scream, and we took off running. Around the corner, we found one of the housekeepers. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Please, no. I let Zach deal with the shrieking woman, who was gathering quite the crowd, and I walked into the laundry facility. It looked like there had been a major fight that had ended with someone bouncing Gabe off the machines, which had been left dented. I knelt and held my breath as I reached out and pressed my fingers to the side of Gabe's neck. I only let that breath out when I found a pulse. He's not dead, I called over my shoulder at Zach. But he was bleeding heavily from a head wound, and he still hadn't woken up. I patted his cheek gently. Gabe, I said, come on, man. His face scrunched, and he groaned as he opened his eyes. He sat up, holding his head. It's bright. Yeah, I said. You want to lie back down, so we can check you for anything broken. He waved me off. It's too bright, he repeated. If I can get you to the hotel room, I can turn the lights off for you. I turned around. Zach. He appeared in the doorway. What happened? Stepping into the room, he helped me hoist Gabe to his feet. He grunted in pain, but once he was on his feet, he didn't stumble. He got behind me, Gabe said as we walked out of the laundry room. The housekeeper was still standing in the hall, crying now, but looking relieved to see Gabe on his feet. The police have probably been called, she said. If not, I can call them. I shook my head. We're fine. Her eyes flicked to Gabe. He is not fine. He's not, I conceded, and braced Gabe so I could reach into my back pocket and pull out my wallet. I flashed her my FBI badge. But I've got it handled, all right? The housekeeper relaxed when she saw the badge, and she allowed us to walk Gabe back down the hall. Do we have a first aid kit? Zach asked. In my bag. Back in the hotel room, we sat Gabe down, and I got the first aid kit for Zach. He was always good at field dressings, and he was able to quickly and efficiently clean and dress Gabe's head wound. You said someone grabbed you. Gabe nodded his head but groaned from the movement. 2 of them. They pushed me into the laundry room, he said. I never saw them coming. One was a big dude, too. Did he pull a weapon? He was the weapon. It reminded me of the man who attacked Natalia at the diner in St. Francisville. He probably bailed himself out of jail, if he even went at all. That's what Natalia was talking about, I thought. If one of his minions can escape any consequences, what do you think Ian Hayes will do for himself? I shook it off. This wasn't the time to get lost in hypotheticals. Did you see Natalia at all? I asked. We haven't seen her since she went to call Elias. Gabe started to shake his head, but then he stopped. I think I heard her saying my name, he said. But it didn't last long, and then I watched him trying to remember. Horror filled his face when the memory returned. She was taken. I heard that guy say they were going for a ride. My stomach turned to ice. Hayes had her. There was no other explanation. Everything went very still for a second, and then I took a deep breath and set my shoulders, ready to go into battle mode. We have to get her back, I said. Now. Zach clapped me on the shoulder. We will. Let's call the others and make a plan, okay? We're not going to leave her to the wolves. I nodded. Get Drake, Nate, and Owen on the phone. We've got to find my girl. Yes, sir.
Chapter 21. Natalia. Don't panic, I told myself. Don't panic, don't panic, don't panic, don't. I jumped when a door slammed somewhere in the house. I drew my knees up to my chest and locked my arms around my legs, trying to make myself the smallest ball possible. Being small wouldn't protect me. I knew that logically, but I couldn't fight the instinct. Not when any minute now they would come for me. We'd driven north of Atlanta the night before into the Blue Ridge Mountains, and as we climbed the summit, my heart began to squeeze in my chest. We eventually stopped at a manor masquerading as a cabin. All the wood trappings and folksy exterior, but 4 times the size of any normal house. And the thug who grabbed me from the hotel dragged me from the car and inside. I had been in this room ever since, and the fear that sat heavy and sludge-like on my chest was slowly suffocating me. If only there was something in this room, I thought. Not for the first time. The only furniture was a mattress on the floor. There wasn't a window or a closet. There wasn't anything I could pull apart to fashion a weapon. I'm going to die here. That thought kept playing in my head, over and over again. I tried to push it away by telling myself that Adrian would come for me, but it was hard to believe it after I'd been on my own for so very long. There was another slammed door, and I heard thudding footsteps coming closer to me. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. This was it. I squeezed myself into a ball to stop the trembling, and I bit my tongue to hold back a scream when the door swung open. Get up, a voice boomed. I didn't move. Screw that, I thought, and hugged my knees all the tighter. The man attached to that voice crossed the room. I said, get up. I refused again, and a hand clamped down on my arm. I yelped as he yanked me to my feet and half dragged me out of the room. I tried to get my legs under me so I could walk without stumbling, but the man never slowed. We walked down the hall and up a flight of stairs before he opened a door and shoved me inside. My knees hit solid oak floors, and I winced. I'm so sorry for the rough treatment, said a voice, silky in a way that made my skin crawl. I looked up and knew exactly who I was facing, even though Ian Hayes did not look like I'd imagined. He was younger, for one, though his dark hair had a slight peppering of gray. Distinguished, my mother would have said. He had dark eyes to match his hair. He looked good in the suit he was wearing. But I think Peter is still a little upset over your last meeting in St. Francisville. I wasn't the one who beat him silly. Hayes considered me for a moment, then dipped his head in acknowledgement. That's true, he said. You let your little FBI pet do it for you. I gritted my teeth. Adrian isn't a dog. Let's agree to disagree about that, he said and gestured for me to get up. Come, he said. Sit with me. We need to talk. I climbed to my feet and toddled on shaky legs to the armchair that he was pointing me to. Do you need anything? He asked. Are you hungry? Do you need a drink? I shook my head. I just want to go home. Yes, to your son. Elias, right? I went cold. Please don't bring my son into this. Again, Hayes dipped his head. It was like we were in some kind of negotiation, but he was the only one who knew the terms. You've been creating identities for yourself, haven't you? Since you left the custody of the U.S. Marshals, I nodded. There was no point in trying to deny it. I'm good with computers. I know. I looked up your records. He reached over and held up a folder. You have some impressive credentials. It's a shame you ended up in a diner in the middle of a swamp. He opened the folder and flicked through the pages. And before that, you were a cocktail waitress in Las Vegas. He glanced at me and clicked his tongue against his teeth. You've wasted so much of your potential since you moved to the United States, Natalia. It really is a shame. Thank you, I said. The words felt misshapen and wrong in my mouth. Making nice with the man who was responsible for my brother's death felt like a betrayal of the worst sort. But if playing polite kept me alive long enough for Adrian to find me, I would do it with a smile. I hope to go back to working in my field someday when things are more settled. Why wait? Hayes asked. I could always use someone on my team with skills like yours. Here we go, I thought. I had been waiting for the sales pitch. I've seen what you do, Mr. Hayes, I said. I'm not impressed. Oh, I think you'd find me very impressive, Natalia. What evidence did you really get against me, huh? A handful of damning emails with no context, maybe? A voicemail? He has no idea what we have, I thought. He's guessing, so I'll tell him. My brother is dead because of you, I said instead of answering his question. Anger cracked through his charming, neutral mask. It was only for an instant, but I saw the man beneath the designer clothes and veneer bright smile. Your brother is dead because he didn't stick to what he did best. Follow orders. Instead, he ran to Interpol with his tail tucked between his legs. He was trying to do right by his nephew. Hayes chuckled, and it was a mean sound. He could have done so much more if he'd come to me, he said. Do you know the resources I could have gotten for you? Instead, you're allowing a researcher to run experiments on your son. My hands clenched into fists. I asked you not to bring him up. Hayes sighed. I just want you to be aware of what I could do for you. I could get you a job in the field you love. I could set you and Elias up in a good home in any part of the country you'd like. I could make sure that he has the best medical care. I crossed my arms across my chest. Why would you do all of that for me? I take care of my people. I snorted. Do you regularly take care of your people by setting them up to be killed? His mask slipped again, and his dark eyes turned searing. I do what needs to be done to maintain what I've built. I'm sure that you can understand the need to protect one's own creation. Yes? I clutched at the arms of the chair, digging my fingers into the fabric. That being said, I'll need you to return what you took from my system, along with anything else your brother might have left for you. No. Just no? Hayes asked in such a perverse mirror of the conversation Adrian and I had earlier that I actually laughed. You don't think you should make the smart choice and negotiate? I shook my head. I knew it wasn't the smart choice. Knew that I should play along until someone came to find me, but there were some things I just couldn't stomach. And agreeing to work for this man, even as a ruse, was a line I couldn't bring myself to cross. No, Mr. Hayes, this isn't a negotiation. It's just a no. Hayes stood, and I pressed myself back in the chair, trying to get away from him as subtly as possible. You've struggled so much as a single parent, Natalia, he said, circling now. It was like every cliché movie villain ever, and there was a hysterical part of me that wanted to laugh. But that would probably end up getting me killed. Don't you want to make your life easier? Don't you think you deserve it? Of course I deserve it, I said. No one deserves hardships or suffering. Return what you took from me and you can have whatever you want. He shrugged, as if to say it was just that easy. I'll even leave your guard dog alone. I wouldn't believe anything he told me, even if he said the sky was blue or water was wet. But shutting down the conversation completely wouldn't do me any favors. I had to keep him talking, try to stall. Why do you do it? I asked. There was a pop of annoyance on his face. Why do I do what? I kept my eyes on him as best as I could. Any of it, I said, not bothering to elaborate. Your company has one of the longest sustained contracts with the government, and you have private clients all over the world. You make more money legitimately in a week than most do in their whole lives. Why isn't that enough? Why do you need more? Surprisingly, Hayes took his time to think about it. I watched him pour whiskey into a glass from the bar tucked neatly to the side, not bothering with ice or a garnish. He brought it back and sat down across from me again. Why would anyone limit their ability to gain power? He asked. I have the ability to influence governments. Why wouldn't I? So, it's just about the money then. It does make the world go round, Natalia. You disgust me, I thought as he sipped his drink. Some people might lie, I said, to make themselves look more altruistic. His eyebrow cocked upward. Do I seem like an altruistic type of man? He threw the rest of his drink back. I've never cared for playing games. I motioned around us. So what's all this then? If you don't like games, why are you doing this with me? This isn't a game, he assured me. It's a business meeting. You're an obstacle to my professional future. I looked into you the first time you gave my men the slip. You have an impressive educational background. So I think I can solve several problems all at once. Come work for me, and I won't have to worry about you any longer. I would make sure that you and your son had a comfortable life. But I'd have to look the other way when you dealt in human trafficking or sold secrets that got people killed. He shrugged. It was a delicate movement that made my stomach roll in on itself. Think of it as the price of admission, he said. The way he shrugged everything off as if it were just another day was disgusting. I don't know what world you live in, but it's not the real one, I said. I could never do what you're asking. Hayes sighed. I thought that might be your answer, he said. You are going to give me back what you stole, or I am going to kill you. Do you understand? There's nowhere for you to run. No way out of this if you continue to defy me. This house is the only one for Miles. It's up to you whether you walk out of here with a brand new job or are carried out in a body bag. A shiver ran down my spine, but I forced myself to sit up straight and look at him as if his words didn't absolutely terrify me. I won't cooperate, no matter what you say. You're truly not afraid? He asked. It doesn't matter if I am or not, I said. I'm still not doing it. Should I send Peter after Elias then? He asked. Or your FBI pet? My hands balled into fists again. Leave them alone. He laughed, flat and emotionless, and that was more terrifying than anything. You're one of those sentimental types. I should have started with that. He picked up his phone. Peter, come collect Natalia for me, will you? Then I have an errand for you to run. I was screaming the whole time Peter dragged me back to my cell. Don't panic, I told myself again. Don't panic, don't panic, don't panic. Adrian was coming. He wouldn't leave me here like this.
Chapter 22. Adrian. I need information on Ian Hayes, and I need it now, I barked into my phone. Every piece of property he owns. I don't care if it's a house, a condo, a phone booth. Just get me something so I can find him, Shep. On it, Drake confirmed. I've got this, man. Take a breather. I almost laughed. I was so wired that I didn't think I could rest if I tried. I wasn't going to be able to shift out of high alert mode until we got Natalia back. I was primed and ready for action, but there wasn't anything for me to do. Not yet. And the waiting was driving me up the wall. I wasn't thrilled about the worried looks Zach kept shooting me either, like he expected me to snap. He'd refused to stay with Gabe, who was in the hospital under observation for his concussion, because he'd insisted I needed someone to keep an eye on me. There's no use talking to him, Zach said. He's going to be in commando mode until he gets Nat back. Cuddy bad? Worse. Hey, could you two stop talking about me like I'm not even here? I can hear you. Both men rolled their eyes, and while I knew they were trying to break the tension, nothing short of putting my eyes on Natalia again was going to help. What can I do from here? I asked Drake, desperate for anything to keep my mind occupied. Comb through the evidence you have, he suggested. I'm looking at an email between Hayes and a mortgage broker. They were discussing mountain getaways. That seems the most likely to me. His main property is right in the middle of the city. Not the kind of place you'd take a captive who might scream out things you don't want the neighbors to overhear. He's got a beach house in Florida, but that would be too far of a trip. The mountains make the most sense. It's a long list, but if we've got some kind of financial record to show that he purchased property, it would give us a place to start. I had no idea if that would yield anything, but I was grateful to have a task. Waiting around never suited me, and it was even worse now. Sitting down at Natalia's laptop, I started looking through the files. Mostly, it was what we'd already seen, uncensored emails and memos that attached Hayes' name to war profiteering in a variety of ways. But in one of the final zipped files, one that we hadn't swiped through, I hit pay dirt, a bank statement. I might have gotten something, I said, trying to read faster than I actually could. This had to be the right document. We were out of options if it wasn't. Drake was good, but he wasn't nearly as good as Natalia. Zach had suggested we alert the police, but we didn't have any evidence that Hayes was behind the kidnapping. Technically, since she was living under a false identity and had been careful not to leave a paper trail, we couldn't prove that Natalia was missing at all. There was a big purchase in the Blue Ridge Mountains about 6 months ago, I said, finally able to focus on the list of expenses. Anything in your paperwork match? Hold on. Drake sounded far away, but I assume that was because he was reading. Got it, he shouted. I'll text you the address. A moment later, my phone lit up with the message. I plugged the address into a real estate website to see if I could score some pictures of the outside. The site delivered, but I wasn't exactly happy with what it showed me. The cabin was huge, and I was sure Hayes had beefed up security since he purchased it. From the pictures, it didn't look like there were any close neighbors. It was truly isolated, just like the old ad boasted. A private getaway from the city. Approaching it undetected wasn't going to be easy, but I was up to the task. I had to be. There wasn't any other option. Now that we knew where she probably was, my nerves settled. I couldn't be a jackass and rush in with guns blazing. That was how things went south, and I would cut off my own arm before I put Natalia in even more danger. We don't have the numbers for this, I said, looking at Zach. But we can't wait for backup, and Gabe's in a hospital bed for the next 18 hours. Zach's jaw clenched, but he nodded. Months ago when he and Marissa reconnected, years after the one-night stand that left Marissa pregnant, his daughter had been taken. He knew the turmoil that was eating me alive right now. We go in stealth mode, he said. Attack quiet so we don't raise any alarms. Covert missions had been our bread and butter, so it wasn't anything we couldn't handle. We were both used to having more backup for if things popped off. Drake, keep a line open for communication. I'll signal if we need the police. You got it. Zach and I took stock of the weapons we had between us, and then we loaded into Natalia's car. The GPS's route was a little over 2 hours up into the mountains. The sun was already setting, so when it got dark, it got really dark. That might not be a good thing for some, but for us, nighttime would only help with stealth mode, as Zach put it. There was a long, winding road that, according to the GPS, led to Hayes' manor. Without a clear idea of what kind of surveillance cameras Hayes had, we needed to be cautious in our approach. We left the car a mile away and went on foot through the trees, making sure to step lightly and avoid making noise as much as possible. The manor was a ball of light in the middle of the darkened forest. Not great, Zach muttered. They'll see us when we get close. We'll do what we can, I said, eyeing the structure ahead of us. Split up as we get inside. We'll clear each floor as quietly as we can. Zach nodded, and we made a loop of the property. The easiest access point was a cellar door that looked like it hadn't been maintained. I knelt, pulled out my pocket knife, and slammed it into the padlock until it opened with a click. There wasn't anyone in the cellar, but the wooden stairs leading to the first-floor door creaked under our weight. Zack kept cursing under his breath with every new pop of the wood. Sweat pooled in the small of my back. Luckily, the door to the first floor wasn't locked and wouldn't need to be forced open, but it took finesse to open the door just enough for Zack to slide through. When he gave me the all-clear, I followed him. We ran into the first guard in the hallway, but Zack put him in a sleeper hold until he passed out, and we were able to lower him to the floor without much issue. We turned a corner, in search of stairs to the second floor, or a living space or something, and we barreled into a familiar face. He still bore the marks of the fight we'd had in St. Francisville. His nose was crooked from where it had been broken, but not reset quickly or well enough. "You!" I lunged, cracking his cheekbone with my fist, rocking his head back before the sound of his yells could travel further. I had surprised him with the first punch, but he landed two in my gut before Zack was able to grab his head and brought his knee up into his nose. He howled as it rebroke. "Maybe it'll straighten out again," I muttered to him, before Zack and I kept moving. We ran into more guards, and while they were skilled, they had nothing to counter the way Zack and I moved together. It was obvious as they lumbered around one another that they didn't know how to communicate. They weren't trained to fight together, not against targets with our kind of training. "Stairs, Adrian," Zack said, and we climbed to the second floor. I was about to start screaming for Natalia, "Screw the guards," when we opened a door to an office. Ian Hayes was standing inside. He had his arms around Natalia and a knife held to her throat. "Are there more of you?" he asked. "Just us, Hayes," I said. He swore under his breath. "You two took out half of my men in 10 minutes, he said, disappointed. I had been around billionaires before, and they were always so bizarre. It always reminded me of a kid discovering the world for the first time. Billionaires didn't live on the same plane of existence as everyone else, so when they tapped back into humanity, it was like everything was new all over again. My mercenary training programs need an overhaul." He looked at me. "Are you looking for work?" I was going to get whiplash. "Huh? I'm offering you a job," he said, slower, as if we were talking in a loud bar, and he didn't have a blade to the love of my life's throat. Love of my life? Where did that come from? I shook my head. It wasn't the time for that particular spiral right now. I dialed back in when I realized Hayes was talking again. "Obviously, the men I've hired aren't up to snuff if they can be picked off so easily. So what do you say? I'll pay you a whole lot more than the FBI. There's nothing you have that I want." Hayes laughed. It was a sound completely devoid of joy or humor. It was the kind of laugh of someone who was planning to viciously murder you. "I'm sure you could think of one thing," he said, and he pressed the blade a little harder into Natalia's neck. She went stiff, and I watched bright red bloom on her pale skin. I had my gun out of its holster and pointed at him before I could even think about it. "Adrian," Zack said warningly. "You should listen to your friend," Hayes said. "You wouldn't want me to hurt Natalia here, would you? She's so beautiful. It would be a shame if I flinched and cut her throat open." He pressed the blade in a little harder, and Natalia whimpered softly. She'd be dead in seconds. I kept my gun trained on Hayes, but my eyes flicked to Natalia. She was scared, I could tell, but she wasn't seconds from falling apart. If anything, her eyes met mine, and then she purposely looked at the gun. Then, her eyes were back on mine. She couldn't nod, not without risking slicing her own neck, but she was giving me a signal regardless. Shoot him. Hayes didn't leave himself a lot of vulnerable space. He'd done an impressive job of making her a human shield. Taking a breath, I started to lower my weapon, but then as Hayes relaxed, a triumphant smile growing on his face, I squeezed the trigger. His knee exploded, and he screamed, loud and shrill. The knife moved away from Natalia's throat, but when he didn't let her go, Natalia bashed her head backward, connecting with his nose. Hayes howled again, and he dropped to the ground. "Move," I said to her, still aiming at him, and she backed out of range as quickly as possible. "Zach." Zach moved forward and got him handcuffed. The pair was attached to his flak jacket, so that even if Hayes could gather himself to lunge at us, he wouldn't be able to grab hold of anything. Only after I knew he wasn't a threat did I lower my weapon. From the sounds of scrambling, I imagined that the rest of Hayes's guards were running for it before the authorities could show up. I pulled my cell phone out and called Drake. "What's your status?" he asked immediately. "Zach, Natalia, and I are clear. Hayes needs an ambulance. Put in a call to the local PD," I said. "Got it," Drake said. "Is it done?" Natalia asked. Her voice was small, almost timid. "Yeah, sweetheart," I said. "It's done." Chapter 23. Adrian. If I didn't get Natalia in my arms soon, I was going to combust. I was sure of it. But even as I stared at her, safe and sound at last, I held myself back. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to touch her yet, or ever again. Natalia opened her mouth, like she wanted to say something, but then she closed it again. Finally, after a short eternity, she crossed the space between us and threw her arms around my neck. "Thank you," she murmured. "Thank you for coming for me." I wrapped my arms around her waist, holding her close. I couldn't hold back the sigh of relief at getting to hold her like this again. "I'll always come for you," I promised. "No matter what." She drew back enough to look at me, though she didn't let go. "Adrian, I know I said some awful things to you." I cut her off. "I was angry, and I didn't want to listen, and I'm sorry." Her expression softened. "It's okay." I shook my head and cupped her face. "It's not," I insisted. "I would never want you to feel like you weren't being heard. He gets into his own head sometimes." Zach helped me out. "We don't have a lot of time for this, but why don't you two step into another room and talk?" I nodded, and taking her by the hand, we found an unused guest room next door. "Keep the door open," she implored me, looking around as if someone was going to jump out of the shadows. "Sure." The house had emptied, except for the unconscious and Hayes, but I left the door open wide so the light of the hallway mingled with the light in the room. Once we were alone, however, I faltered. Although I had her hand in mine, I felt like we were back in that holding pattern where I wasn't sure whether I was allowed to touch her or not. "I'm falling in love with you," I said, deciding to jump in head first. Natalia blinked, obviously trying to absorb that information. "We barely know one another." "I know, but I'm falling in love with you." "I already love you," I could have added, but I didn't want to scare her. "I've never met anyone who makes me feel like you do." She started to smile, but bit it back with a shake of her head. "Adrian, I have to think about Elias here. Being with me isn't simple." "Why in the world would I want something simple?" I asked. "What would that even look like? From the moment you and I met, it's been nothing but chaos." "And that's not a good start to a relationship," she pointed out, exasperated. "We've been running off adrenaline and impending doom since the day we met. What happens when we settle into everyday life? Won't that be a little boring for someone like you?" "Someone like me?" Natalia tried to gesture, but our hands were still linked. We'd been talking all this while still touching. She stared at our hands for a second, as if confused by the sight of them, but she didn't let go. She just refocused back on the fight we were in the middle of. "You've traveled the world and done some of the most exciting things. How could a life like that compare to putting down roots somewhere and staying? And if you kept your lifestyle going, kept working investigations that took you all over and put you in danger more often than not, what would that mean for Elias and me? I want him to have stability, to have a real home. A dad figure who's barely around is so much less than what he deserves." I agree, I said, and, feeling brave, brought her hand up. I brushed my lips against her knuckles, and I saw the goosebumps spread down her arm. I want what's best for you and Elias. I would do anything for you both. Before she could reply, the local PD burst in. Hands up, one deputy barked at us. He had his gun drawn, and his finger was resting on the trigger. Get that finger back on the barrel of the gun, I snapped as I complied. Are you trying to shoot us? No, the deputy said. No. He had to be brand new out of the academy. Then keep your fingers away from the trigger, I suggested. Hayes is in the next room with my friend. And what are you doing on private property, Mr. Pierce, I said. Agent Adrian Pierce, and I came here to rescue her. I nodded to Natalia. Hayes had taken her captive. The word agent piqued the officer's interest. FBI? CIA? He asked. FBI, I replied. Can we put our arms down now? The deputy agreed, and he put his gun away to show we weren't in danger anymore. The sheriff is going to want to talk to you, he said. Get your statements. Of course, I said. My girlfriend will tell your higher-ups all about the operation Ian Hayes is running. Girlfriend, Natalia murmured from my side, as if she were testing how her mouth moved to form the letters. My maybe girlfriend, I corrected, not wanting her to feel like I was putting words in her mouth or making decisions for her. If I can get her to agree. I squeezed her fingers with mine. Can we get a few minutes before we join you? I asked. She's been through a rough night. The deputy eyed us. I guess. Thank you. We'll be with you shortly. Once we were alone again, Natalia extracted her hand from mine. So, you want me to be your girlfriend? She asked. Yes, that's what I want. She tried to smile but failed. I don't think I can, she said finally. We're just two very different. We are, I agreed. We're very different. But I think that's a good thing. We help each other see life in a different way, offer different perspectives. We complement each other, and I think we could be good for each other too. I know there's a lot we'd need to work out and talk through, but if we're both willing to try, I think we can find a compromise. And when it comes to you, I'm always going to be willing to try. You weren't before, she pointed out. You wouldn't even hear me out. You're right, I admitted. I screwed up. I'm so used to being the guy in charge, the guy who knows what to do. I couldn't break out of that mindset. But losing you threw my pride out the window and made me realize what really matters. I never want to have a fight like that again. I never want you to think you're not being heard, not being listened to. Her eyes went wide, and I could tell that this was the last thing she'd expected me to say. It gave me some hope I'd finally gotten it right. So, she said, slowly, cautiously. The files. Right. I nodded sharply. The files. We need to decide what to do about them, and we need to decide fast before we talk to the sheriff. Even if we wanted to release them right now, she said, is that an option? It's not like I have my computer with me. Drake has everything, I reminded her. He's just a phone call away, if we want him to release the files. She looked at me, challenging. Do we? I took a breath. I still don't love the idea of releasing information on active duty service people. But I agree that we don't want to run the risk of Hayes sweeping things under the rug and maybe continuing to hurt innocent civilians all over the world. Is there a middle ground? I waited anxiously to see how she'd respond, and the tension poured out of me in a rush when she smiled and leaned in and kissed me. Her lips were petal-soft against mine. Kissing her immediately chased every thought in my head away. When she started to pull away, I chased after her, kneading her mouth on mine. She let out a shivery giggle. Let's compromise, she said. Compromise. Call in your big guns, she said. Anyone you trust to take on Ian Hayes in court and actually put him away. And I'll talk Drake through releasing the most damning things to show that Hayes' company is as complicit in his crimes as he is. We won't reveal the military information he has. The war, profiteering, and smuggling that directly boosted the company's profits should be more than enough, along with the bribes and blackmail that got the government to go along with it. My chest felt tight and free all at the same time. I pressed my forehead against hers. Your brother isn't going to come out so great if you do that. His name was all over the files about smuggling, especially in the Row W. Without knowing that he was the one who made a deal with Interpol and gathered evidence against his boss, he looks like he was Hayes' right-hand man, living the good life. Natalia sniffled. She was crying, and my chest ached for her. I brushed my thumb across her cheek. When she was ready, she said, "My brother, as much as I love him, was a criminal. I would have loved for people to see the side of him that I knew. I would have loved for Elias to be able to point to his uncle and say that he died while trying to do the right thing. But in the end, Anton made his life choices all on his own. He worked with Ian Hayes knowing exactly who the man was. I can't change that. All I can do is to continue to love all of the parts of him that no one else will get to see. We don't have to. I'm okay with this, Adrian. Really, I am. This is what lets us move forward, instead of being tied down to the past. This is what gives us a fresh start, together." She let out that shivery giggle again. It was a nervous gesture. "I don't know if we'll be good together in the long run, but I've never felt this way about anyone before. Are you saying you're falling for me too?" She nodded. Her hazel eyes swam with hope and fear and something that looked a lot like love. "Can you say it for me, sweetheart? Please? I'm falling in love with you. I want to build something worthwhile with you." I leaned in and caught her mouth with mine again, and this time I tugged her close so that her body was pressed against mine. I needed to feel her that close. Natalia must have felt the same way because she wound her arms around my neck and clutched at my back. When my tongue brushed her bottom lip, she sighed and opened to me, letting me taste her again. She had only been gone for 12 hours, but I genuinely wasn't sure I'd ever have this again. I would never take it for granted again. Folks. I wrenched away from Natalia. The deputy was back. "The sheriff is really insistent on you coming to speak with him. Now." I glanced at Natalia, and we both broke into laughter. The adrenaline burn-off was finally hitting us, and I felt that itchy, needful feeling I always did after missions. Usually, I would grab any means of distraction from it, but for now, it was a reminder that we survived, that we had each other again. "Folks, we're coming," I assured him. "While I speak with the deputy, why don't you call Elias?" I suggested, and handed her the phone. "He's worried sick about you. When we're done, can we go back to him? There's no reason to stick around, right? We may need to come back to testify in the trial, but we have time before that, so there's definitely no reason to hang around here." I kissed her forehead, then her nose, and then her chin. I avoided her lips because if I kissed her lips again, we'd be lost to each other, and I wasn't sure I'd let a piddly deputy stop me. "Go call your son. Tell him how much of a badass you are." We walked out of the bedroom, and with a squeeze of our hands, we parted ways. The deputy led me toward a dour-looking sheriff and Zach. I glanced back and saw Natalia already talking into the phone. I couldn't quite hear her, but whatever she was saying, she had the most beautiful smile on her face. I want to see that smile for the rest of my life, I thought.
Chapter 24. Natalia. The speedometer was creeping past 80, and while I should have said something to Adrian, I really wanted him to push it even more. I wanted to be home with Elias. Ever since I spoke to him the night before, I had been on edge wanting to get on the road and back to him. "I'll get you there, sweetheart," Adrian said, reaching across the armrest to take my hand. I gave an imperious sniff, totally nonchalant. I didn't say anything. He scoffed, sounding absolutely fond, and he brought my hand up to kiss across my knuckles. He did it all the time, and it gave me butterflies each and every time he did it. I know what you're thinking, he said, as if he wasn't turning my stomach into a kaleidoscope of butterflies. Because I'm thinking about the same thing. Adrian glanced at me, seeing Elias again. My heart fluttered in a way that should have been embarrassing. If any other man talked about how excited he was to see my son, I'd question his motives. But I knew Adrian was sincere. He really cared about Elias. And I knew Elias would be excited to see him too. What I didn't know was what exactly would happen after that. We still hadn't quite talked about next steps. Would we go back to Louisiana? Would Adrian come with us? Would he want us to come to D.C. with him? Everything was up in the air for the moment. The lack of talking scared me a little. What were we going to tell Elias? I had never lied to him before about anything, and I didn't plan to start now. But I wasn't sure what exactly to tell him. That his mother was in the process of falling in love? That wouldn't make sense to an 8-year-old, no matter how mature he might be. "What's on your mind, sweetheart?" Adrian asked. "I can see you overthinking from here." I rolled my eyes but didn't rise to his bait. "I'm thinking about Elias," I admitted. "What are we going to say to him?" "About what?" Adrian asked. "The mission?" "We really shouldn't talk about it now that it's a legal matter." "No, not the mission," I said. "About me and you." "Oh," he breathed out. "Well, I don't want to pretend I don't have feelings for you, if that's what you mean." I let out a breath of relief. "So, no lying?" I asked, hating myself a little for needing to be sure. "We're just going to tell him that we're together? Simple as that?" Adrian nodded and played his thumb over my knuckles again. "Simple as that," he echoed. "Mama!" The cry, like a shot, hit me with full force, and I was running toward the sound of my boy as soon as I could fling myself from the car. I caught him as he threw himself at me. "Mama, you're back." He wept, holding on to me like I would disappear if he didn't. "You came back." I rocked him, peppering the crown of his head with kisses and breathing in his scent. "Of course I came back," I said. "Adrian promised you he'd bring me home, didn't he?" Elias, still sobbing, nodded. "I missed you, Mama." "I missed you too, Sakarak." When I let Elias go, I thought we might walk into the house together. Instead, I watched him take off and leap into Adrian's arms. "Hey, bud," he said, patting at him a little stiffly. He wasn't used to getting hugs yet, but that would change. Elias had always been a hugger, and I would not deter him from that for 1 minute. "Thank you for bringing back my mom," I heard Elias say with his face buried in Adrian's neck. "I keep my promises," he said. "As much as I am able to anyway." Elias accepted this answer, and he grabbed both of our hands to take us into the house. Owen and Sam doled out their hugs to us both. Owen clapped Adrian on the shoulder. "You got it done, man. You got the one responsible for Roger and Cuddy. That's huge." Adrian nodded, but there was something off. "You know, it's funny," he said. "What's funny?" I don't think I actively thought about Cuddy or Roger at any point when I was facing down Hayes. It was like they disappeared from my head. "Why do you think that is?" I patted his arm. "Your brain was trying to keep you focused on the task at hand," I said. "It knew how important the mission was to you, and now it's done." He smiled. "On to the next adventure," he said, tipping his head in my direction. "What does that mean?" We both looked at Elias, staring at us like we were a new breed of fish that scientists have just discovered. "What adventure?" He looked at me, panicked. "Mama, I can't leave. They have all these infusions which kind of suck, but they're working. I can—" "Whoa," I said, putting my hands on his shoulders. "Adrian was just joking around, okay, Sakarak? We'll explain everything to everyone as soon as we can." In the kitchen, Elias sat at the table and stared at me like he'd never laid eyes on me before. What's on your mind? I asked him. I don't want to move again. I like it in Birmingham. Please don't make us move. Getting hit by a Mack truck wouldn't have struck me quite as hard. We don't have to move anymore, I assured him. If you'll just tell me what you want, I'll make sure that you get it. I glanced at Adrian, who nodded in encouragement. Since we're here, can we... Elias, your mom and I have decided that we're going to try and have a relationship. The boy's nose scrunched. Like dates and stuff? I nodded. Exactly like dates and stuff, I said. Ew, he said. Adrian nudged him with his shoulder. Don't knock it until you try it. I guess. Elias started, and then he got quiet. But I'm confused. About what? I thought you and Adrian hated each other, he said, looking at me. You two didn't seem to like each other very much when we first met. Heat rushed to my cheeks. Maybe we had our disagreements in the beginning, I said, but we didn't actually dislike each other. I glanced at Adrian. Right? Absolutely, he said. Right from the start, I thought your mother was the most beautiful woman in the world. I did everything in my power to get her to talk to me, but I was nervous, so I messed it up. She finally forgave me, though, and then we started getting along. That is pure nonsense, I said, giggling. You weren't nervous at all. Adrian shook his head. I definitely was, he said. I leaned forward and kissed him, just once, and Elias gagged. You're going to have to get used to it, kid, I said. Adrian is my boyfriend, and I hope he sticks around for a long time. So long as that's okay with you, bud? Adrian jumped in. Would you mind letting me into your family? Elias was quiet for a long while, but finally he took a breath and said, You're not going to break my mama's heart? Adrian crossed his heart. I will do my absolute best to never do that. Elias considered him. Okay, he finally said. You can be in my family. I had never hugged two people harder in my life. I love you, I told my son. Thank you. I love you too, Mama, Elias said.
Chapter 25. Adrian. I don't need to sleep, Elias said for the 12th time. Please let me stay up. Natalia shook her head and pressed him back onto the mattress. You need rest, Sakharok, she said softly. It's already so late. Tears shone in his eyes. Please, Mama. I could see the hurt in her eyes, how much she hated denying him after not seeing him for days, but I could also see she was tired herself. Hey, bud, I said, drawing his attention to me. We're not going anywhere, okay? The boy pouted. I know that. Do you? So, because we're not going anywhere, you can go to sleep and not worry that we won't be here in the morning. Elias blinked. The crease between his eyebrows deepened. You promise? He asked, voice barely above a whisper, like he was embarrassed he needed to be reassured. Absolutely, I said, and reached out to ruffle his hair. If you're up to it, we'll spend the whole day together tomorrow. Can we go do something fun? I glanced at Natalia. As long as your mom says the activity is okay, I said. But you've got to get some good sleep tonight, all right? He sighed but conceded. Fine, he said. A conflicted expression flickered across his face. Can I talk to my mom for a bit? Do you mind? Of course. I'll wait for you in the kitchen, okay? Natalia smiled, soft and pretty, and my heart thudded in my chest so hard I thought they might be able to hear it. I'll be out soon. I bid Elias good night again and slipped out of the room. Owen and Sam were in the kitchen, cleaning up after having put Miles to bed. Did he settle down? Sam asked. I waved my hand in a so-so gesture. He's nearly there, I said. He just wanted some time alone with Natalia first. Sam hummed. That's not surprising. The sun rises and sets with her for him, you know? I did. It was the same way for her with him. So, you two are together. I nodded. We are. And you're serious about her. I couldn't identify the tone in her voice. Why are you asking? She crossed her arms over her chest, surprising a laugh out of me as it struck me what she was doing. Are you really giving me the shovel talk right now? Her stony expression faltered. Shovel talk? Owen chuckled. You know, if you ever hurt her, I have a shovel I'll use to bury your body after I kill you. Oh, she nodded. Then yes, this is what this is. Are you serious about her and Elias? Sam, it's not our business, Owen said gently. She glared at him, and he immediately backed down. I smirked. It was hilarious to see the big former SEAL back down to his tiny wife. I need to know you aren't going to jerk her around, Sam said bluntly. She and Elias have been through so much, and they deserve someone who's serious and stable and… I'm serious, I cut her off. About her. About them. Owen stepped in again. You didn't see what he was like when Hayes had nabbed her, he said, running a hand soothingly up and down her back, easing her down. I've never seen him so frantic, and it was only over the phone. I can only imagine how freaked out Zach and Gabe were. I wasn't that bad. Owen snorted. Yes, you were. He looked back at Sam. I trust him when he says that he's serious. Sam's shoulders relaxed a touch. Okay, she conceded. Okay, I trust you. She pointed at me, looking as fierce as an angry kitten. But if you hurt her… Shovel, I said with a nod. Got it. A shovel for what? I turned and saw Natalia standing at the mouth of the hallway. The sheer joy that smashed into me just from the sight of her was almost overwhelming. I had been away from her for 5 minutes, and it felt like I hadn't laid my eyes on her in days. She was threatening me in case I wasn't serious about you, I said, and Sam turned a bright red, making us all laugh. I appreciate that, Natalia said warmly. Elias thinks the world of you, and so do I. The 4 of us opened a bottle of red wine and sat around the kitchen table to share it and a little dessert, and it was just nice. After everything from the last few weeks, it was surreal to relax. Owen pulled out a deck of cards, and we played a few hands of rummy and laughed and joked, and as the night slipped on, Natalia and I leaned into each other. Take me to bed, she murmured finally, low and only for me. Heat spread through my chest, and almost unconsciously, my eyes fell to her mouth. You sure? I asked. She nodded. Yes, I'm sure. I stood and stretched, interrupting Owen in the middle of a story about a client who wanted to hire a bodyguard for her dog. Well, we're bushed, I said, vehemently ignoring the knowing grin that spread across Owen's face. I think we're going to turn in, I said. Right, sweetheart? Natalia nodded, and we waved goodnight to the couple and tried not to look like we were rushing to their guest room, even though we definitely were. We were kissing before the door even closed, and it took every stitch of common sense in me to make sure the door was fully shut and the lock was thrown into place. I stood and watched, transfixed, as Natalia peeled off her shirt and dropped it on the floor. She had her jeans halfway down her thighs when it hit me that I should be getting undressed too. I tried not to rush, to seem over-eager, but from the teasing grin on her face, I was failing miserably. Keep smiling like that, I taunted. See what happens. Natalia settled on the bed, still grinning and looking so much like a naughty angel. Do you promise? She asked, voice low and tempting. It took less than 2 strides for me to join her. I kissed her mouth, the point of her chin, the sweet expanse of her throat, and ran my hands over miles of creamy, soft skin. She did the same, touching me as if she'd never gotten to do it properly before. I guess that we hadn't done this properly, really, up to now, but we didn't need to rush anymore. There wasn't the sickening, jittery feeling of adrenaline pushing at us. I slowed my touches. I peppered her throat and collarbone in kisses, thrusting against her. You're so beautiful, I whispered into her skin. Adrian, God, I love her. Me too, sweetheart, I murmured. I'm here with you. After, we held on to each other until we both needed to clean up, and even in the shower, I couldn't let her be more than a few inches from me. When we stumbled back into the bedroom, Natalia curled up beside me and rested her head against my chest. I love you, she murmured. I really do. I pressed a kiss to the crown of her head. I love you too, sweetheart. She shifted so she could look up at me. And you're serious about wanting to be with me? I cupped her cheek. I am, I promised. I've never been more serious. How will that work? Reality was pushing into our hazy bubble of happiness, but I knew she was right to ask. There was so much to consider going forward. I don't know, I told her honestly. I mean, you could go back to St. Francisville once Elias is done with treatment. Or you could come to DC with me. Natalia was quiet for a long time. I think Elias and I would need to stay here for a while, she admitted. It will be a while before the treatment is finished. She looked at me again, and there was this pervasive shyness that I'd never seen in her face before. But afterward, if you truly didn't mind, I want you to, I said. I want us to be a family. You, me, and Elias. Her smile was dazzling. She dropped a kiss to my chest. I want that too. We'll get your ID back too, I said. I want you to live your life as Natalia Koza again. No more aliases for either of you. You can't promise that. You helped to bring down an international criminal, I said. I think we can leverage that to get you a proper green card. I won't hold my breath, okay, she said. I'll let you do whatever you think is best, but I squeezed her to me. I get it. It would be difficult for anyone to trust the same organizations that screwed them over in the past. But now that Ian Hayes was caught, I was confident things would be different. I hoped, anyway. Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for being trustworthy.
Chapter 26. Natalia. 6 months later. Hospital antiseptic was surely eating a hole in my nose. I squirmed in the uncomfortable waiting room chair and rubbed my face for the 100th time. Sweetheart, Adrian said from beside me, leaning into me. You're too pretty to wear a hole in your cheek. I hate waiting. I know, he soothed. What if it's bad news? They've been back there a long time. Sam had come to DC to check on Elias's progress. She had gotten hospital privileges and commandeered a part of the lab so she could personally see to his lab results. Out of all of the participants who were testing her vaccine, she kept a special eye on Elias. And for that, Sam would always be a friend of mine. Sam just wants to be certain. Owen, who had come up with Sam, said kindly. I appreciated that he came with her, and I'd said as much when they arrived the night before. But Owen and Sam both shrugged it off. They were going to do some sightseeing in DC while they were in, and Miles's paternal grandparents were relishing in getting to spoil the little boy rotten for a few days back home in Birmingham. I know, I said. I'm just anxious, Owen offered. Freaking out, Adrian added. Both. I wanted to curl up into a ball to cry, but I settled for Adrian slinging his arm over my shoulders and pulling me into the comforting warmth of his body. How do you like DC? Owen asked, doing his level best to distract me. Bless him. It's different from living in Louisiana, I said. Elias and I moved up to be with Adrian shortly after Elias's last dose of the Laura's vaccine. By then, Adrian had already been back in DC for a while, having to return to work when his leave ran out. That time apart had only confirmed for the both of us what we already knew, that we wanted to be together from now on. I mean, the summer was still humid, but it wasn't completely awful. Adrian snorted. Winters are a touch colder than Louisiana, though. That made me smile, and I poked him in his abs, making him flinch. Did you forget where I grew up? Winter in the row was brutal and... I know. Adrian cut off my growing rant with a teasing eye roll. My girl's a badass like that. He leaned over and kissed my cheek. Will you have time to get her used to it before you have to go on assignment again? Owen asked. And while he didn't mean to bring up a sore spot between Adrian and me, his words made me cringe. It wasn't that we were fighting because of his job. I knew what I was getting into when I chose to move across the country for him. But the few times Adrian had to leave us for an assignment, it always put him into the worst mood. Angry, but not at anyone but himself. Actually, no, Adrian said. I won't be going out on assignment anymore. I glanced at him. Don't make promises you can't keep, please. Adrian wasn't in the habit of saying something that he didn't mean, but I found it hard to believe that with his job, he'd never have to go out of town again. I'm not, he assured me. I put in for a transfer. A transfer? To where? Anger flared in my gut, hot for a second. Elias just got settled. How could you do this to us? He shouldn't be forced to— Whoa. Hey, Natalia, no. Adrian rushed to calm me down. That's not what I meant, sweetheart, I swear. I forced myself to take a breath. Don't jump to conclusions. What did you mean? Adrian looked nervous for a moment. I asked to be transferred to a desk job. In-house only. No field work. My request was accepted. I couldn't have been more surprised if he'd grown wings and took flight. You would do that for me? Adrian cupped my cheek. I would do that for our family, sweetheart. But you love going on assignments. I know you do. He shrugged, trying for casual, but the tension was all over him. I like being at home more, he said. I wasn't sure I believed it, but Owen grinned. It's about time, he said. We were all waiting to see if you'd wise up and stop running into alligators for once. I'm glad you finally found your reason. He winked my way. The rest of us fell in line months ago, but he seemed to be waiting for you. I flushed. I felt exactly the same way, like I had been on hold for Adrian all of this time. I threw so much of myself into keeping Elias safe and healthy and making sure he was okay. But in doing that, I completely ignored everything that didn't fall under the role of mother. But Adrian had blown into my life and changed everything. Woke up a part of me that had been lying dormant for so long. If you're sure that's what you want, I said. Adrian nodded. I'm sure, sweetheart. I've never been more sure of anything. Well, except maybe. Excuse me. We all turned. There was a nursing assistant standing at the door that led back to the lab. Are you the family of Elias Koza? I stood up. I'm his mother. She smiled, kind. He wants to see you. And Adrian? Adrian stood. That's me. He looked at Owen. Do you want to come? Owen waved us on. I'll go get some coffee in the cafeteria. Let Sam know where I am. She and I are going to dinner tonight. They want to give us time, I thought, and dread pooled, unbidden in my stomach. It could be good news, but what if it wasn't? What if he knew it was going to be bad, and they wanted to give us time to grieve? I'll let her know, Adrian said. He took my hand as we followed after the nursing assistant. It's going to be okay, he murmured to me as we wound through far too many hallways that all looked the same. I hated how hospitals were like mazes once you got past where visitors were generally allowed to go. How anyone found their way around, I would never understand. Whatever happens, we'll face it head on. His optimism, bullheaded as it was, made me smile. I squeezed his hand. I know we will. I know. Me too. We went through another door, and I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw Elias. Since starting on the vaccine, Elias had put on weight. He had an appetite again, and he was able to run and play without worrying overly much about getting a spasm attack. They all seemed like good signs. But were they? He smiled when he saw us and bounded out of his chair to me, throwing his arms around his middle. Mama! He rubbed his face against me, and I petted his hair. Are you okay, Sakarak? He nodded. Dr. Sam only needed 1 needle today, Mama. Only 1 needle was a good day for Elias whenever he had to come to the hospital. That's wonderful. I looked around. Where's Sam? Waiting on results, Elias said. She wanted to tell us together. Sometimes Sam would tell Elias his test results first, so he had time to process before she went on to explain things to me. I appreciated her for that. She wanted Elias to have as much agency as he could, and that meant telling him things, even if they were sometimes hard to understand. Even when I didn't think he could handle it. The fact that she wanted us together made that pool of bad feelings from before widen into a lake, and I swallowed hard, trying to keep the panic off of my face. It'll be okay, Mama, Elias said, reading me anyway. I hope so, Sakharov, I said. He hummed. How badly was she freaking out in the waiting room? He asked Adrian. Don't tell him, I warned, and Adrian laughed. Elias snorted. So, pretty bad, right? I flicked his ear, not hard, just enough to make him jump and run for Adrian. Behave, I said, and then met Adrian's smiling eyes. Both of you. Of course, sweetheart, Adrian said. It only took a few more minutes for Sam to bustle into the tiny vestibule we were hovering in. She was holding papers and looked shaken. That did very little to calm the storm raging inside of me. Sam, what's going on? Sam's eyes darted to the papers in her hands and back up to us. Tears welled in her eyes. Bile churned in my stomach. Just say it fast, like ripping off a Band-Aid. Sam nodded, and I watched a tear drip down her cheek. Adrian, Elias, and I stood, huddled as she took a deep breath. He's in remission, she said. Her voice came out in a squeak. What? Adrian asked hoarsely. Say that again? A smile cracked and spread across her face. He's in full remission, she repeated. The vaccine worked. I heard the words, but it was like my body and mind weren't in agreement about what to do about it. I started crying immediately, and my lungs seized, knees weakened. If it hadn't been for Adrian, I would have hit the ground for sure. Mama? Elias's voice was small, and I somehow convinced neck muscles to look down at him. Does being in remission mean that I'm cured? Despite the tears and the wobbly feeling in my gut, I smiled and nodded. Yeah, Sakharov, I breathed out. That's what that means. I bent and he leaped, and I had my boy in my arms. I covered his face with kisses and his giggles rang out in my ears. He was going to live. Not just until a disease ravaged his body and it gave up. Not barely being strung along by medication. But well and truly, Elias would live. I had never cried and laughed so loudly and for so long before. Adrian was hugging us too, I realized, and it warmed me to see the tears on his cheeks. He was just as happy as we were with the results. Gently, I transferred Elias into his arms and turned to pull Sam in for a hug. She was shaking. I couldn't blame her. You did it, I whispered. You really did it. I did it. She sounded shell-shocked. I hugged her harder and let her go. Owen's in the cafeteria getting coffee, I said. If you want to go and tell him. She nodded absently. Thank you for allowing me to. I shook my head. Thank you for working so hard to make this possible. Thank you from all of the mothers who worry like I did. We hugged again, both of us sobbing, but eventually she extracted herself so she could go to find Owen. She'd want to share her success with her person, just like I wanted to share this with mine. Adrian drew me back into his arms and we squeezed Elias between us. Adrian, he wheezed. Yeah, bud. Now's the time. I had no idea what they were saying. It was honestly hard to focus over my own jubilation. Time for what, Sakharov? But Adrian seemed to understand perfectly. He set Elias down and squatted down so they were on the same level. You're sure? He asked. Elias nodded. Right now. He glanced up at me. It's perfect. They shared a look, and then Adrian drew him in for a tight hug. Thanks, buddy. I expected Adrian to stand, but he simply shifted so that he was kneeling on the floor in front of me. Adrian, what are you? You're the love of my life. He cut me off. You and Elias are the family that I never dared to dream about. A lump formed in my throat. Is he doing what I think he's doing? Of course. This is the one day I don't have the ring box with me. He gestured to Elias. But we've been waiting for the right time, and I've got to listen to my best man here. He took my hand and rubbed his thumb over my ring finger. As soon as we get home, I swear I'll do this again. But for now, Natalia Koza, will you marry me? I was nodding before he even got the question out. Of course, I breathed, tugging him off the floor and into my arms. Our lips met. Of course I will marry you.
Chapter 27. Adrian. 10 months later. Hey! Hey! Where did you get that lighter? Zach shouted at his daughter, hurrying away from the grill after a giggling preteen girl waving a lighter and bottle rockets over her head. I laughed, watching him take off while I kept an eye on the hot dogs and hamburgers in front of me. Our backyard was full of people laughing and yelling, and my chest was fit to burst. After getting Natalia back from Ian Hayes, after everything we'd gone through, we'd promised to come together a few times a year to remember that we were a family, found as it was. I wanted them with me on the 4th of July. It was my favorite holiday growing up, before my parents passed, and I hadn't allowed myself to enjoy it in years. During my time in the SEALs, it was easy because we were mostly away on missions, but even the few times I'd been in the States, I had gone to ground and avoided the whole celebration. This year, I wanted my family around me when the fireworks went off. Do these look good? I asked Drake as I poked at the hot dogs. Half of them look burned. Then they're perfect, Nate said, and handed me a plate. Pull them off. I moved the hot dogs off the fire and put cheese on half of the burgers. Dinner's up, Nate hollered, bringing everyone running for the picnic tables Natalia and I had set up. There were so many people gathered around. When Natalia came to sit beside me, I smiled as she leaned into me, almost as if on instinct. This is nice, she said. Loud, I pointed out. That's all right, she said with a shrug. It's been a quiet couple of months after all. She nudged my shoulder. I wouldn't want you to get bored. I snorted. Being bored is not something I'm worried about, I said. Drake, who was across from me holding one of his sons while the toddler ate a hot dog that had been cut into pieces, laughed. Seriously, Adrian, he asked. You're not bored being stuck at a desk. Admittedly, I'd worried about boredom myself, but it felt right. I liked coming home at the end of the day to Natalia and Elias. I liked all of us having dinner together and hearing about Elias's day at school. Being an analyst, too, was surprisingly fulfilling. I liked digging into the information and helping to put together a plan of action. Even as a SEAL, there was this underpinning of flying by the seat of my pants at all times, like no matter how trained I was, I always had to be ready for anything. Being an analyst made me feel solid, like I knew exactly what to expect. I bit into my hamburger and chewed it, thoughtful. I like it, I said finally, deciding that the simple answer was enough. More than field work, Nate pressed. He'd been the last of us to leave the SEALs, and he still struggled with it sometimes. He would never say it. He was more than happy to be settled down with Emily and Maddie, but he was the youngest of us. He still had something of a wild streak. I nodded. Yeah, Shaw, more than field work. I slung an arm over Natalia's shoulders. I'm looking forward to spending time with a cute new coworker, too. There were soft whoops all along the table, and Natalia flushed with pride. I haven't even started my classes yet, she said. You'll be waiting a while. It took a small miracle to untangle the mess that Natalia was in because of Ian Hayes. His trial had been relatively fast, and he'd been found guilty of treason. He wouldn't see the outside of a maximum security facility ever again. The men who conspired with him were also facing charges, but Natalia and I both suspected that those trials would be far more drawn out. But after he was arrested, Natalia had to face immigration, since even though she'd come to the country legally, she'd been living in the US under a false identity. It took months of us leaping through the bureaucratic hoops to get immigration paperwork refiled, which allowed her to get proper identification and a residency permit. By then, she'd met my boss, and once he'd seen what she could do on a computer, he'd encouraged her to enroll in FBI training. They were in desperate need of capable agents in the cybersecurity division. It wasn't what Natalia had imagined she'd be doing, but I could see how much she loved it. She leaned her head against my shoulder for just a moment, and the conversation moved on around us. When the food was gone, everyone made their way back to the lawn to spread out blankets. We were going to set off some fireworks for the kids. As everyone got settled, Natalia helped me pass out beer to the adults. "Before we get started," I said, "I wanted to raise a toast to Kyle Cuddy and Roger Gentry." I raised my beer into the air before I took a sip of it, and the others followed suit. Cuddy was everyone's little brother. He just wanted to do his job well and be with his family. Roger was the other side of the coin. He was everyone's big brother, always looking out for us. Tears stung behind my eyes, but I blinked them away. I had been focused on getting justice for my fallen teammates for so long that I hadn't let myself properly mourn. I applied to get their names added to the memorial in D.C. for service members lost in action, and they approved it. Their parents are coming in for the dedication, and I'd like it if you guys could make it too. There was a ripple of agreements, and that burning feeling was back again. I cleared my throat. Drake and Zach jumped up to take over setting off fireworks, and I settled myself on the blanket Natalia had spread out. "Are you okay?" she asked. "You got a little misty-eyed there." I nodded. "I'm just happy," I said. She hummed in agreement, and we watched the first few smaller fireworks that were sent into the sky. "Where's Elias?" Natalia giggled and gestured over to where our son had settled himself next to Zach's daughter, Lacey. Maddie was sitting on his other side. When we'd all gotten together for the first time a few months ago, Elias had been thrilled to reconnect with Maddie, and he'd fallen head over heels in puppy love with Lacey. The little girl was older and tolerated him civilly enough, but it was plain to see that he was enamored with her. He sat beside her bravely, barely flinching at the loud pops and bangs of the fireworks as they went off overhead. "I think she's holding his hand," Natalia said. "She called him and Maddie the sweetest little brothers earlier." I snorted. Poor kid. It probably wasn't fun to be compared to a 6-year-old. Natalia shrugged. "I think he's just glad she wants to spend time with him. Besides," she said, leaning into me, "I think there's a little girl in his class he's got a crush on. Her name is Mia. Every time he mentions her, he turns bright red. It's so cute." I chuckled. I'd heard the name Mia a time or two myself. Ah, young love. He had just turned 10. It was still adorable. Natalia and I were going to enjoy teasing him. We sat and watched as the fireworks display went on, but I knew the end was coming. "Drake said they wanted me to help with the finale," I said, getting ready to stand. "Wait," Natalia said. She passed a paper to me. I looked down, but it was too dark to see what was on it. "I can't." "Go help out," she said nonchalantly, which was as suspicious as a man walking around with a trench coat on. "Let me know what you think after, okay?" "All right." She leaned forward and brushed my cheek with a kiss, and I stood and made my way over to where Drake and Zach were holding torchlighters. They handed me one of the lighters, and together we set fire to the various wicks on the big box of fireworks. We rushed back to a safe distance as balls of fire shot off into the sky. Everyone's eyes were drawn up. I could hear the soft oohs and ahs behind me, but I was distracted by the paper Natalia had handed me. "Hey, give me a light," I said to Drake, who pulled out his cell and turned on the flashlight. He aimed it at the paper in my hand, and my heart leaped into my throat. It was an ultrasound. with Natalia's name across the top. "Oh, wow," I said out loud. Drake slapped me on the back. "Congrats, dude." I barely heard him over the roar as the final burst of fireworks started. I turned and scanned the crowd for Natalia. She must have gone back inside. "Watch Elias for me," I asked. "Make sure he doesn't run off and elope with your daughter." Zach let out a flat laugh. "Ha ha, so funny." Drake slapped him on the back again. "We got him," he said. "Go see your girl." I jogged up the lawn and slid the patio door open. Natalia was leaning against the counter, smirking. "It took you long enough," she said. I held up the ultrasound. "Is this for real?" She cocked her head. "Do you think I would fake something like that?" It wasn't a question whether she could or not. We both knew that she could. But I also knew that she'd never prank me about this. We'd had far too many conversations about the possibility of more kids. We'd gone as far as to get testing done to anticipate the risk of a new baby being affected by lures. Even if Elias had made a full recovery, it was a fear that lived in the back of both of our minds. I smiled. "Really, sweetheart?" Natalia nodded. "Really, really." I crossed the kitchen in 2 strides and grabbed her up, spinning her. Natalia giggled against my neck. "Does this mean you're happy?" I set her back on her feet, but didn't let her go. Beneath the dazzling smile was a thread of apprehension. While I had never met Natalia's ex-husband, and probably never would, I'd long since decided that if I ever did, I would punch the jerk in the face. She wasn't gun-shy about a lot of things, but I could always tell when something opened the old wound that he'd made when he abandoned them. I kissed her, long and deep, and she sighed into my mouth. "I'm so happy," I murmured, sliding my hand over where she was still flat and tried to picture her round with our growing child. I couldn't wait. "You're amazing." She kissed me again. "I love you, Adrian." Looking into her deep, hazel eyes, it struck me that this was my actual life, that I was lucky enough to have found the woman of my dreams, even when I didn't dare to dream about her myself. "I love you too, sweetheart," I said. "I always will." The end.